obviously that headlights on this last legs.
Yeah.
Again, you can continue with one, but as we just heard from Ryan DL, it makes the bus stop a bit more difficult. But I don't think that's probably the least of Felix Rosenqvist's worries right about now.
These cars are so evenly matched. Any aerodynamic disadvantage you have, it's the same in LMP2, where all the cars are the same. But if you knock off a dive plane or punch a hole in the bodywork that's causing more drag, that is a much bigger disadvantage than you might think. It could be anything between half a second, 3/10, half a second, maybe even 6 or 7 tenths a lap. And that Acura is at the moment a sitting target. Rosenqvist back down to a better time this time, down to a 38.1 as he comes across the line. So has he worked out a way to drive it? What I'd be worried about, Davey, is what damage he's doing if he's not getting the downforce. What damage might he be doing to that right front tyre?
Yeah, although Dries, being the chaser, has his own little interloper to deal with, because there's one of the Cadillacs in front of him. I think it's a 31. So he's going to have to fight his way past that car before he can get anywhere close to Rosenqvist. So it looks like it's going to be an easy one for Dries here. But then again, it never is. Like I mentioned, Dries doesn't need any more motivation to go very quick. Indeed, and he's already right up the back of that Cadillac, and I don't think the Acura is much further up the road. So let's see if he gets there, and how difficult is this Cadillac going to make it for him.
Nick Damon is down at the Acura pit as the 24 BMW will, I think, go down the inside into the Le Mans chicane of the Wheel and Engineering 31 car. Yes, it does. So now he's got the Porsche in front of him is the right 120 car, which is battling at the sharp end of GTD. Nick Damon is outside the Acura pit for the number 60. Any sign of a new nose?
Well, there's a new nose in the next garage has been vacated by the previous. And I know who was in that garage, but they're no longer there. They've obviously retired. So there's a
that was Lamborghini, I think.
No, the Lamborghini is further on, but there's a nose for both the cars, and there's also a tail part for the 81 Ferrari as well. But so there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people watching screens. 2 of the engineers will stand on the wall as the 60 car comes round each time, so they're having a careful look at it. They've not jumped, so obviously they're trying to. Is the loss they will incur from bringing it in going to be worse than just running it for the rest of this 40-minute stint? I suppose the question they have to ask themselves.
Yeah, I reckon they're going to leave it out there as long as they can. Hello to Ben Wiltshire, just walking up, he and his girlfriend watching, having a morning cuppa before heading off for a bit of plane spotting. Barnaby Scarf, the brilliantly named Barnaby Scarf, had some sleep catching up from the UK. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, good to have your company wherever you are in the world, as we're coming towards the last 35 minutes of our Peacock shift, so anytime soon. The TV booth has been lit up. 2 to my left. They're being rubbed down with warm halibut oil, having hummingbirds waft cool air onto their faces before they come back to work. And warming the valves up for all the equipment there.
Kevin Estre is he's checked out.
Yeah.
5.7 seconds up the road from Felipe Nasr since the position switch was made. Yeah, it's clear that Kevin was very well spent on when he got in that car. Needed some time to get past his teammate with the Acura in the way, and it's probably a case of when he got past him, finally I can stretch my legs.
Yeah.
And he's disappeared off into the distance.
Conquest Racing Ferrari, which we saw getting pushed behind the wall when Jamie was our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. That's the number 34 car. That's back on the lane.
Yeah, there it is.
And just about to go back to its pit. It'll refuel there, I presume, unless they've topped it up behind the wall. It needs to turn right. There you go. Well done. and pulls up. And are they going to put a new set of Michelins on? Yes, they are. They are 79 laps down on the leader. In terms of GTD, there are cars still running ahead of them, sitting in 17th position in GTD, 45th overall, and some 43, yeah, about 37 laps behind Parker Thompson in the Vasser-Sullivan Racing. Lexus, not been a clean run for either of the Lexus today. The oldest homologation in GT3 in this race. So Davey, still what, just over an hour and a half or thereabouts to sunrise.
Leader in GTD in.
As the, yeah, very good, you spotted that before even I did. And that is Winwood. Nick Damon is watching the stop, and there'll be a driver change and a full 4 Michelin tyre stop.
Yeah, it's Mercedes in front of Mercedes, because the Get-Speed Mercedes is just right in front of them, so it's a double three-pointed star pit stop going on. There's a couple of Ferraris spinning past as well on the pit apron. Looks like a pretty standard stop for both these cars. The driver change will be made with the Winwood car, the 57. This is the 69 car, which is just slightly ahead of me. I'm not doing quite so well, but they have also just sat there with that interminably long fuel connection. The Winwood car goes away, the Get-Speed car goes away, and a couple of well-executed GT pit stops.
What a wealth of riches for Winwood to be able to pull Philip Ellis out of the car and have him replaced by Lucas Auer. Just one Mercedes AMG factory driver for the next. I mean, these are the guys that you want for this sort of part of the race, where you just knock out one quick lap after another. Luki, of course, back, not just at this race, but back with Winwood for the first time since that accident in 2023, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Where he went off at turn 2, hit the wall, and quite a nasty back injury. So I actually spoke to him about it earlier in the week, and he said, like, yeah, I'm just happy to be back. It's not on my mind at all. I'm just glad to be back in this race.
The returning Conquest Ferrari will have to come back through the pit lane. They left tyres unattended. In comes the aforementioned number 12 Lexus. That car running down the order for Parker Thompson. He's brought the RCF number 12 in. Let's have a quick word with Phil Ellis, straight out the Winwood car before he's had time even to debrief. Nick Damon has pounced.
Phil, this is a bit of perhaps a burgeoning fairy tale story. You guys were lost 3 or 4 laps, that sticky throttle. You managed to fight your way through.
Well, I think we actually lost 7. Thankfully, I wasn't here at the track when it happened. I was at the hotel, so I didn't really panic as much as the other guys. But you know, it just showcases how good the team is to get us back so early in the race, and now leading the race again. So hats off to them. It makes us look really, really good. So we have the easy part at it, and you know, hope to keep it there, of course, for the end. But it's still 8 hours to go, so it's still a long race.
You've had a long stint out there now in the Mercedes. I mean, how do you feel the Mercedes is generally around the track compared to the other marques, the other cars?
Yeah, it feels like we don't have the ultimate pace in the beginning of the stint, so we tend to lose a bit of track position early. But the last probably 10 laps in the stint, the car really comes alive, especially compared to other cars that struggle a bit on tyres. And now, especially with the torque sensors that came to the cars in GT class, it makes it super hard on a worn-off tyre to keep it low. And I think that's where we shine at the moment, and hopefully it stays the same when the sun comes up.
Thanks very much, Phil. Thanks a lot. Go get some sleep.
Ford number 64 gets back into the race a moment or two ago as the Mustang rejoins. We're at the, oh dear, that is...
Last cut.
That was the AWA car. And the 13 Corvette gets thrown off the side of the circuit at the far end of the track, and that was the Era Motorsport LMP2 that was involved there. I would expect that to be looked at, actually, as the number 64 Mustang, just out of the pits, is touring to get the tyres up to temperature. The GT cars little bit less susceptible, but you still got to be careful. And Mike Rockenfeller's taking that car over. He's out on the warm-up lap now, effectively, and Fred Vervish took over the number 65. So Vervish in the 65, Mike Rockenfeller, Rocky in the Ford Mustang GT Multimatic Motorsport car as well. Just under 7 hours 58 minutes to go, or just on 7 hours 58. The race moving into a crucial area. Yeah, ERA and AWA under review. Divvy, we were talking about that Mercedes AMG. There is a new car from Mercedes coming. Stefan Vendel, the man at the head of AMG. I spoke to him last year at the Nürburgring, and he said, we know we're going to have to build a new car. The first thing is we've got to get back to the WEC and Le Mans, and therefore get their customers eligible for the ELMS in the European Le Mans series. He's managed to do that in a stunning piece of diplomacy. What about the new car from the three-pointed star? We're
going to have to wait a while. Current understanding is that the car will debut in 2027. We know that it's going to be sort of based on what is currently it's called the AMG, well, the current version of the AMG GT. It's called the AMG GT 3S off the top of my head. Basically, it's the twin turbocharged version of the car that we have now. It's a bit more modern, a bit more fresh. And, that's going to be a departure from the big V8 that we all know enough. That's 6.2. That's going to be the car forever. It's going to be gone. It's going to be a twin turbo engine.
Interesting. Slightly jaunty angle for the 14 number 78 because they had to come in around the pit next to it. That's the 34 Conquest car back in again. Coming up to 60, 61, 62. This is seconds in the pit lane. Quite quickly, actually. Still waiting for the fuel. Fuel, the determining factor. That's fine. No time being lost here in terms of race time. 94 on the side as it pulls away. So the counter, Nick says, is the percentage of energy going back into that car. All right. Used to be the pit lane timer, but that was going up too quick. And that came out at 94 for 40. Still just under 8 hours to go. Still waiting for a decision on the incident at the Horseshoe between ERA number 18. It was catching the AWA Corvette number 13 and a rate of knots, as you might imagine, trying to go around the outside. Did they pinch down on the Corvette? Did the Corvette come away from the apex? That's what race control will be deciding. It's a very experienced driver advisors there. Not necessarily make the decisions, but they will try to explain from a driver's point of view. Scott Pruitt, Johannes van Overbeek, two of the illustrious drivers that are in there. Kevin Estre pacing himself beautifully on a second stint here, although he did get a new set of Michelin tyres. He wasn't asked to double stint them, but that he's kept round about that 5 seconds since he swept out. Oh, car going slowly Ferrari on turn number, Speedway turn 1. It's down on the apron, so going to be difficult to spot, but I think it looked like a Ferrari.
It was a Ferrari.
Yeah.
But it was a message, 18 and 13 reviewed, no action.
Oh, okay. Right.
And it's Conquest again.
It's the Conquest car again. So back from behind the wall, and that car not up to pace, the number 34 Ferrari. So if we did a spirit of the race here, we'll certainly be in line for that because they're doing very well. We will be having our BDO Nose Strategy Award this year. There'll be one each for the GT-D classes and the prototype classes. And of course our CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award will be calculated using the data, and we'll announce that on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, which will be live from Bathurst and Mount Panorama. Nick Damon, before I disappear into the ether, has a load of P2 cars coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, we just had the 22 United Autosports, that's getting a tyre and fuel service, as is the 18, the Era car in front of me after they're coming together. Interestingly, the Era's car's had there's only a problem on the front right. There's been a little bit of an issue there, but they've solved that problem. It wasn't quite. They had to change the nut, so the spare nut from the belt was used by the tyre fitter. But they haven't decided to change that nose clip at all, despite the fact it's got half, not even a whole light, then half a light. Well, about to get blocked now as the Conquest car comes in again and comprehensively blocks them. So the Era car has to be pushed back, losing time. Oh, he's being pushed back, in being pushed back. Oh, no. In being pushed back, to avoid the Conquest car, he came back over the air supply for the wheel gun, then powered up on that piece of, he's going to get a drive-through, if anyone's, I'm sure someone saw it. That'll be a drive-through for running over. That's the 18, that's the Era P2 car, will get a drive-through for going over pit equipment. But it really wasn't their fault, because the problem was the Conquest car came in and blocked their exit, and they had to move the car backwards. Still working on that front right, the Conquest car, by this car which the wishbone came off, literally unscrewed, and they're now having a real look in front of the 34 Conquest Ferrari. Obviously they went out, car felt wrong, John.
Nick Damon down the pit lane. Era having to take a little bit of evasive action. They've been up at the front of LMP2, possibly a pit lane penalty coming for the number 18 LMP2 car.
John, I have an answer to one of the biggest mysteries. I have an answer to one of the biggest mysteries that has developed in the last hour or so. The mystery of who or what did Felix Rosenqvist hit.
Yeah.
I've been told it was the tyres in turn 6, although I'm not sure where he got there on his own or if he was helped, which lines up with what I saw on the timing screen, with him saying, with the timing screen saying that he had stopped and continued in that corner. So, yeah, that was very clearly what was going on there. Rosenqvist, yeah, whether he did it himself or if he got to the systems is currently unclear, but he had a moment in the tyres in turn 6.
David Weber from SportsCar 365. What's the rest of the race for you? Are you up to the end now, or is there another snooze beckoning?
See if I can squeeze a snooze in somewhere. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Still 8 hours of this race, 9 minutes to go, and you get a couple of weeks off after this.
Yeah, because I'm not going to Bathurst. It remains on the bucket list for now. But I would quite like to have, because we've just obviously we've done the Dubai 24 hours, did the Dubai 24 hours before this one already. So this is my second 24-hour race in the span of 3 weeks. Not complaining. But so yeah, going home after this.
Down through the gearbox, banging it down through the gearbox in turn number 1. Very quickly then, Kevin Estre is holding that 4.5 second lead from his teammate Felipe Nasr. It's now Dries Van Toor after the problems for the Acura that was in third, and it's a 32 second lead for the two Porsches. Absolutely incredible at the moment. Quite the pit stop, of course. Still things could go wrong. 7 hours and 50 minutes on the nosy to go, and the last 10 minutes of our tenure on the airwaves of Peacock. Thank you very much to all of the production team at Concord for talking us through the evening. Alyssa has given way to Caleb. He is flexing his muscles, doing his jumping jacks, and getting ready to talk gently into the ears of Brian Till and Ollie Gavin, who'll be taking over in a few moments' time as normality returns to Peacock after our Sacred Coffee overnight stint. IMSA After Dark. We've had plenty of action to go through, but thank you to everybody who have been tweeting in. We'll continue, of course, on Sirius XM 206 here in the States, on RS2 via the Listen Live button, on IMSA-radio.com. And for those of you outside the States, our international TV, the global TV feed continues both on YouTube and uninterrupted at IMSA-radio.com. If you click the live video button, I know it's counterintuitive on a radio station, but most of what we do now is video attached to it. There'll either be a button that you can see on the top left, or just hit the drop-down menu depending on what browser that you are using. It's been a good old run this last 6 hours. Davey Wehrmer, SportsCar 365, my final guest. We'll be heading off. It's kind of a bacon sandwich kind of time, I think now, and another cup of sacred coffee. Davey, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Pass on our best to the team. I've been voraciously consuming all of your pit notes, and the job is not completed yet. Say hi to John and the rest of the team.
Not even slightly yet, John.
No. Davey Wehrman joining us from SportsCar 365. We'll let him get away. And spin for the CrowdStrike LMP2 car. And this is down at turn 1. Ooh, looking to stay away from the wall, but did hard on the brakes to make sure that that machine did not get all the way at the wall. That was Toby Sook, exciting young driver, and he's got it pointing in the right direction. The question will be, has he flat spotted the Michelin tyres on that second place machine? And only Toby will be able to tell you that, because he'll be feeling it through his fillings if it is. 17 seconds in arrears. Rasmus Lind in the number 22 United Autosports USA car. Behind him, 13, 14 seconds back. Then Paul Luke Chatan another 20 seconds further back in the Era car. She's just had to come in for that penalty for the contact. Traffic, traffic, traffic. Tyres, traffic, pit lane errors, all part of our Porsche keys to the race, which seems a very long time ago when we were first laying them out for you in our Michelin Countdown to Green, some 16 hours and 15 minutes or thereabouts. Reminding you, there's no tyre warmers on the outlaps. It's not got as cold on the track as we thought it might. And it's 8 degrees on the track surface, 8 Celsius. That's 46 Fahrenheit for those of you with us on Peacock. And the forecast was closer to 32 freezing point, maybe a degree or two above that in either of the scales. Toby Sook trying to make back some ground here as he's chasing back. What he's looking for is the distinctive orange, black and white livery of Sebastian Bourdais' Tower Motorsport car. And that car is a ways up the road. He's just coming out of Speedway turn 2 as the CrowdStrike car of Toby Sook is in traffic, just heading on to the banking at Speedway turn 1. The leader, by the way, coming up to a huge amount of traffic, and that is the Porsche 963 of Kevin Estre. She stretched his lead again out over 5.5 seconds to his teammate Felipe Nasser, 6 from 7 for the PPM Porsche Penske Motorsport. And Kevin coming up on the 2 Triazzi Ferraris. He's got one of the Lexus in there. He's got the number 22 of United Autosports in there as well. So that is another moment of danger as he heads towards the Le Mans chicane. Good battling still going on in the GTDs. Lauren Heinrich and Fred Vervish battling at the front of the field. They're battling for first, second and thirds in there as well. So Heinrich by about 6.5 seconds, and Vervish and Kelvin van der Linde are right there. They are battling for second position. A little bit of a gap back then to Alexander Sims in the first of the Works Corvettes. And we have to say that nowadays because there are privateer Corvettes as well. Thanks to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team over this last 6 hours, I think we have had all of the voices in there. So Jamie, Nick, Joe, and Ryan. Ryan joined us in the booth as well with Johnny Palmer, as we've been through this often pivotal midnight to 6 a.m. as we're still not writing any headlines right now. So thanks for being with us. We continue on all of the usual spots. If I'm looking across to my left, I can see the lights have come on the TV booth. And Brian Till and Ollie Gavin will take you through the first part of this morning session as Peacock and ourselves build towards the 140 checkered flag of the 63rd running of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. It's been an absolute pleasure to have been with you for this midnight to 6 a.m. segment coffee spot. I suspect this race has a lot more to give us. So get your snacks, get your favourite beverages, wherever you're watching or listening, either here in the US or further afield. You don't want to be too far away from your radio or your television or your computer, however you're consuming this. Make sure that you keep a weather eye on what's going on. Coming up in a moment, we'll have Johnny Palmer and Peter Mackay. On Peacock, it's Brian Till and Ollie Gavin. I'm John Hindhaugh saying bye for now for those of you on Peacock. So, released from our duties on Peacock. After his wee break as well. Which of Johnny and Peter are going to be leading this? All right, so we'll put Johnny in the middle. Never put Johnny in the corner. That's always a bad thing. Let's get the boys settled. Sorted. Morning, JP.
Good morning.
Did you get a...
Good morning.
I say.
I didn't know my voice was going to sound like that as I began that sentence, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, when
Yeah.
you're being asleep. You have had a bit of sleep.
I have. No, because there's a hospitality unit, a couple of booths, a couple of windows down, which shuts overnight, and there's some big sofas in there. So I've had a cracking time for the last 3 hours or so, just sprawled out across there. Still had your voice in my ear, which was slightly disconcerting.
Yeah.
But you actually eventually lulled me off to sleep, so I don't know what that tells you about your commentary.
At one stage in a long pit lane report, I was actually standing next to you, just whispering in your ear.
Right, well that's even worse. Thanks so much for that
Just
image.
have that picture the next time you go to sleep.
Yeah,
Okay.
great.
You'll never sleep again.
I know.
Never. 6 o'clock on the nose, JP. It's been an interesting overnight. You started the Sacred Coffee segment with me, now picking up for the breakfast show, I suppose you would call. We've got an hour and a quarter to go, and at the moment it's two Porsches at the front from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Peter will be taking over on this side of the For Performance Global broadcast booth, and I'm going to set you both a challenge. Roger Penske might be coming to beat me with a stick in a moment. When was the last time there was a Porsche 1-2 here at Daytona? I'm looking at you, Peter Mackay. I'm not in the modern era, I don't think. They'd probably have to go back to mid to late 80s, is what I'm thinking. JP, I'll leave it in your capable hands as the two Porsches are leading out, having completed 526 laps. A lot of people asking about a potential for lap distance. 8:33 is the magic number. It's 7:73 is the computer prediction at the moment, so still a little way to go.
Indeed, 6 o'clock in the morning. It's IMSA Radio RS2 with thanks to John Hindhaugh for the last 6 hours of the Night Owl stint with Sacred Coffee, and we move forward not quite into daylight hours, but yeah, you could argue it's the breakfast show with one or two early birds here at the Daytona International Speedway starting their breakfast shifts, or perhaps drivers due into cars in the next hour or so, so just emerging from the RVs. The their sleeping areas, and looking like a very good formation flying at the moment for Porsche 963 and for the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew. Kevin Estre, the Frenchman, ahead of Felipe Nasser of Brazil, 6 ahead of 7, so they're even in numerical order right now. 5.3 seconds the distance between, but BMW remain on the lead lap with Dries Vanthoor, the pole sitter from Thursday, began this race but had that moment in one of his early pit stops where he actually drove into the pit wall, if you may remember, and did some damage to the front left corner of that number 24 car. He's 25 seconds back from the Porsche duo, and the Acura car number 60 of Felix Rosenqvist gets another manufacturer in there. Cadillac also present on the lead lap in 10th place. So Porsche, BMW, Acura and Cadillac still well within a shout of this with 7 hours and 38 minutes to go. It's the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer, soon to be Peter Mackay, and Davey Ovema still with us from SportsCar 365. It's a little way to go yet before the sun comes up. That is a significant milestone, but at the moment everyone just pounding round and trying to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, I know John technically sent me on my way, but I like it so much that I decided to stick around.
Hey, it's fine with me. In my mind, you've only just arrived, so, you know, if you want to stay for another couple of hours, that's absolutely fine.
I'll see how far I can stretch also with what's going on in the media centre downstairs.
Best not to commit, I find.
At some point I need to go back down there.
Okay.
Davey, they're probably thinking, oh, there he is, Uema's up in the box, there he is, Mr. Hollywood, and we're all doing the work, knocking out the copy.
Well, technically, John was the first one in here this morning. So,
That's
well,
a great
not this
point.
morning. Not this morning. Yesterday afternoon. My whole day's blurred into one.
But you followed his lead, haven't you?
Yes.
So that will give you automatic permission, I would have thought. So what have I missed in the last... I mean, I don't know when you took your break, Davey, but I've been away for 4 hours. And
We've been away roughly the same time,
Okay.
I think. So,
but it wasn't the two Porsches looking as good as this, so almost where have they come from? Or is it just a question of the 963s being tuned up to be good through the nighttime stints?
They seem to be very happy in the night, yes. That seems the way it is. And it's perhaps also a case of them just keeping their noses clean, where some of the rivals in the class decidedly have not. Like in a Cadillac mostly, to be honest, in that one.
Yeah, and seems a little quieter out there. It's not, as far as the traffic is concerned, but it depends how it falls for the race leaders. And I suppose from a spotting point of view, it's useful to have both cars in a similar area, so you can pre-warn both Estre and Nasser that the road ahead is either completely scot-free or a little crowded. But the infield at the moment, they're fairly sparsely populated, so a decent run at this time for those cars. 6 seconds or so the separation. In LMP2, it's the 8 car currently out front, so Sebastian Bourdais in the Oreca that is leading from Toby Souk. Toby, after his stint, I'm hearing, will be heading towards our booth as well for a bit of a catch-up, which we're looking forward to. That's the 04 car. When Colton Herta was in that car earlier on, he had a spin on the infield. Also, there was a clash in the pit lane with the 43 car when one was coming in, the other one looking to try and leave. So they've certainly had some highlights to their stint and some lowlights here and there as well. But the 04 back up to second position, Peter.
Looking forward to Toby Souk coming up to the box for a chat. He's had some amazing drives in sports car racing, which I mean, he really came onto the scene in terms of sports cars and his abilities last year for the CrowdStrike by APR team, I thought, in that amazing battle between Era Motorsport and CrowdStrike, and where we saw the emergence of many talents in Konrad Zilic, in Christian Rasmussen and in Malte Jakobsen. Of course, you know, for many that wasn't the first time we'd heard of them, of course not, but on the big stage in sports car racing, thinking, can we keep these guys? These guys are a bit all right, aren't they? They're quick, and unsurprisingly, they've all been asked back in various different teams for the 63rd running of the Rolex 24. We should expect our race leader, Kevin Estre, in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 in fairly shortly, because he's got just under 10% of his usable energy remaining. How do I know that? Am I psychic? No. I've looked at www.imsa.com/GTP-telemetry, and you can get all the information we have here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Winward Racing, this is the story of the race for me. They lead in GTD. By my memory, I'm not long just up from some slumber as well, but by my memory, they went behind the wall early on in the race. I'm sure I wrote it down at the time. Yeah, 2 hours and 30 minutes in, they went behind the wall for a sticky throttle pedal, and here they are in the lead of the race. I tell you what, in terms of comeback, Johnny, it doesn't get much better than that.
Well, Philip Ellis told Nick Damon, as part of a CrowdStrike pit report, that car was actually 7 laps down at one point. So to be able to come back and then lead the GT Daytona class is really a fairy tale. We've had many of them here at Daytona, but that takes some doing. But it also takes a bit of bad luck here and there for others, or maybe just getting caught on the wrong side of a caution or two. Yeah, the 57 car for Lucas Auer, that's a legitimate position now. 25 seconds up the road, and Elliott Skier's got his hands full with Scott Andrews, because the Porsche and the Mercedes in second and third are nose to tail right now. So if you see the 120 and the 80 car, they'll be glued to one another, with Andrews. Is it he that is slightly the faster? No, last time around Elliott Skier had the marginally faster lap. But there's really nothing between those two guys fighting for the podium, and Maxi Gertz will be getting a little closer in the 32 Mercedes as well, to maybe make that a 3-car train.
Now, important here for the yellow submarine, the number 85 JDC Miller Porsche, to stay on the lead lap. Timon van de Helm is just 2 car lengths ahead of race leader Kevin Estre, so he's desperately trying to stay on the lead lap, and I would suspect that both of these Porsche 963s are going to be in on the next lap, as here comes Estre, moves by, Van de Helm gives him the room. That's very respectful from Van de Helm. Maybe thinks, I'm coming in anyway, there's no point fighting this, as Estre goes through on a big charge as well. So Nick Damon, I'm sure, is primed and poised, ready for action, as GTP stops will be beginning in a big way very soon. Now, is Estre going to come round for one more lap? Yes, he is. He's got 4% of his usable energy left, so it will be one more lap to go for our race leader. But the 85 JDC Miller has gone to join Nick Damon.
Yeah, I think it was a good move there by Timon not to actually fight that one. I'm sure the fact that it was a fellow Porsche going past was played in the back of his mind a little bit. I mean, it might have been a little bit less acquiescent to a Acura. I've kind of pitched myself up for this next set of GTP stops up with the 60 Acura. Get a good idea of the damage that Felix Rosenquist has actually done to his car. There is a man sort of looking at putting a new nose on the machine, so I think they've got it ready. The engineers aren't quite there. There's going to be a driver change as well. There's a suited and booted driver. Can't see quite who it is who's going to be getting in the car. Interestingly, the recovering teammate, the 93, that had a full service a minute ago with Nick Yellerly getting back on board. That which is kind of running more as a blocker than anything else, and trying to pick up the few low-level points just by continuing around as the various Cadillacs have fallen by the wayside. We're going quite quiet period now. I think we're going to get the leading Porsches probably the next lap or so, guys.
Thank you, Nick Damon, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. And we'll keep a close watch on the pit road as the GTPs come in for their pit stops with just 7.5 hours remaining. They're keeping a very close watch on things, and of course we hand out a tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points in an hour and a half's time, so the teams, I'm sure, will be keeping a watchful eye on that as well. GTD Pro, it's been one of the battles of the race, with the number 65 Ford Mustang trying to hold off Kelvin van der Linde here for second position as they come up towards the tri-oval while they try and figure that one out. Nick Damon has got another GTP pit caller.
Yeah, we've got one of the Porsches at the far end with its little purple headlights shining up. They have a different colour. They don't need the lights blaring for a pit stop to purple. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be Scott Dixon's going to get into this 60 Acura when it comes in the next couple of laps. So the stop again, it's a kind of it's a really hurry up and go slow, because you run around desperately getting the tyres on, clearing the windscreen, scrubbing everything, pulling out all the gunk from the air vents, and then they sit there waiting for the fuel to go in. And that was the 6 machine, and that is off and away with the counter on the side, the take 99. That counter, not a pit stop timer counter, it's a how much fuel is in the car, virtual fuel of course with GTPs, how much virtual energy is in the tank. And obviously, so you've got 2 digits, so you can only say 99, but it is actually of course absolutely full. The only time that's probably of any interest, I suppose, they do a splash and dash at the end, but I'm sure it'll have as they go round, it means that the people it counts down, you can actually see the virtual fuel as it goes round as well.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, the Porsche, it's allowed 896 megajoules of usable energy, which can be replenished at 22.4 megajoules per second, making up to a 40-second pit stop, in theory.
It's not your maths.
I had to do my work before. The one I prepared earlier in Blue Peter language. Great to see JDC, the 85, Dave. I mean, a purely privateer entry up against big works efforts, and they're they're just on the lead lap and no more. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they kind of need to be, isn't it? That's why they need to hang on and make sure that they stay there for the next, what, 7 hours, so to speak? Because that's obviously when we get to the business end of this, and ultimately it's what this rule set has allowed. You know, if you have the resources, you can come and race against the big boys. By the way, we saw a position change in GTD Pro with Kelvin van der Linden getting by Frederick Vervish. Funnily enough, Kelvin told me, but the Raw, that he had actually, before he came in, never driven the BMW before. He'd only done some simming. I think he's taken to it quite well.
Yeah, these Van der Linde boys are something special, aren't they? You look at the times from last year, and little mistake for former race leader Kevin Estre at the Le Mans chicane. He's had to go through the little collision course, if you like, of barriers at the Le Mans chicane. That, as is the process, if you miss the chicane, you have to go through there and serve the process. And Kevin Estre then, just as the fuel load is on in that 963, and the tyres are a little bit chilly, a little bit low on pressure, needing to get up to pressure, and just a little bit of an error. Even a driver of Kevin Estre's caliber can get it slightly wrong on these critical warm-up laps, these first 1 or 2 laps out of the pits. He was coming in, you're braking just before the 1 board there from seriously high speed, and just couldn't quite get it slowed down. And I worry, Johnny Palmer, if for Kevin Estre there, if it's a bit dirty offline there, I wonder if he's maybe got a load of muck on his tyres. It'll take him a little while to get rid of.
Yeah, the last thing you want right at the start of a stint, isn't it, when you're actually trying to build tyre temperature and grip levels suddenly fall off a cliff because of that. He may well have given it a bit more, too much right foot in order to kind of pull it out of the half slide as well. So yeah, you will have had mixed messages going on in his brain as to precisely how to get out of that. His brain goes so quickly that he will have had several options. Do I power out of it? Do I just get out of the throttle and weave my way through the tyres safely? Far better actually to do what he did this early on in the stint, but it's lost him time, no doubt, as well. And maybe the message will go now to the 7 car to watch for that on the route into the Le Mans chicane, because clearly grip levels are at a premium.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've had the 7, he will have got that information because he's just trotting down the pits right now and just left as we were. We also have the number 10 Cadillac, that's the last one that's really in competition. We have the 25 BMW that's still waiting for some yellow flags to catch up the 2 laps it's behind, but then we have the 24 now, which is a car that's still in a chance. So again, it's going to need a little bit of help from incidents or accidents, and that goes down. We're just now waiting for this 60 Acura, which is the most interesting of the stops, given the fact that Phoenix Rosewich didn't prang the thing earlier. The 31 Whelen Cadillac, obviously many laps down, but good on them to continue going round. That's also taken its GTB stops. We just wait now for the Acura.
You are on the ball, Nick Damon, with those CrowdStrike pit lane reports, because Felix Rosenqvist has got 1% of his usable energy left just coming through the Le Mans chicane, so hopefully he's got enough to get him through that last part. He can almost knock it into neutral and coast from there. Almost.
Yeah, if you get down to banking, I'm sure you'll make it. But I quite like that, if you noticed spotted that when the Porsche came in and the fueler, they had that little screen. It counted down exactly to when he could pull it out when the fueling was complete. That was a very clever bit of tech from Porsche Penske Motorsport. I quite like that.
They think of everything, do Porsche Penske
See,
Motorsport.
there it is.
Counting down that 40-second pit stop time. In comes the number 60 Acura to join Nick Damon.
Yeah, let's see what damage Felix has done to the front right of the car. Comes and makes his mark. Oh yeah, you see, that car's definitely been very, very limited during this last session. The front right has been crunched badly. It's got a huge hole just in front of the wheel. It's missing all the dive plate and some of the bottom splitter as well. So that thing's going to be really, really understeery and very, and I think quite unbalanced. They kind of worked out that the time it would take to change it out of sequence would have been worse than the time it was losing. But that car, I'm sure, was at least half a second a lap slower than it should have been all for that last stint. The new nose has already gone back on again, and one of the joys of this ability to parallel do things you do in IMSA, where whilst you're fueling you can change tyres, whilst you're fueling you can adjust pieces of the bodywork, which you can't do in WEC. WEC, it's in parallel. Fuel goes first, then all the work on the car. It means effectively you get a free nose change, though of course they have paid for this nose change because Felix went off on his first lap. There's now done, what, 29, 30 laps with that damage, but this should now stop the run and they can start to come back towards those two super fast Porsches.
Thank you, Nick Damon. Yeah, Felix Rosenqvist's been caught out a few times on cold tyres coming out of the pits, as so many drivers have, particularly in the GTP category. It's so tricky for those first couple of laps. And interestingly, when we heard from Nick Tandy during the night, or in the middle of the night, I should say, who said, it was asked whether you would use a soft tyre, and you could use the soft tyre. The problem is you can't double stint it, and the issue with that is that you don't have those, if you're double stinting, you don't have those horrible tiptoe laps when you're trying to get a brand new tyre up to temperature and pressure. So it's a little bit of a balance there as well. Our LMP2 leader, Tower Motorsports, they had a difficult start to the race, but they forged to the front. Sebastien Bourdais, formerly driving the Cadillac racing machine in IMSA Rolex, a veteran of this series, leads by 14 seconds from Toby Sook, but he's missing a headlight. You get pulled over by the Rosas for that, Johnny Palmer.
You would. He's got the side light still in position, but that may well be flagged on the screen to remind them to fix that, or attempt to fix it in the next pit stop. Often quicker to just take the nose off and replace it with a new one and hope that the electrical contacts work with the secondary piece of bodywork, but it's not going to help his visibility a huge amount either. Although there's a lot of floodlighting around here, there's just something not going to feel quite right for Sebastien Bourdais. I'm sure he's had this scenario many times before, though, in his driving career, as he now slices through a bit of traffic through the left-hand kink on the infield. 15 seconds is his advantage over Toby Souk. So Tower Motorsports leading CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and then it is Rasmussen and the AO Racing number 99, Spike the Dragon, still running nice and high up for fans of the unusual creatures. Don't often see a dinosaur and a dragon in a sports car race, but that's what we have these days, and on course for a podium at this stage for Spike.
A warning coming from race control to car number 7, improper pit protocol. Now that is effectively an unsafe release. The number 31 Wayland Cadillac was coming into its pit, and the number 7 was not quite thrown out into the path of it, but nearly. So race control have let them off with a warning there. That's a little bit of a sigh of relief, I think, for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Yeah, that could have been a very costly penalty had that gone any other way. Because it's these little things that trip you up, don't they? It's the drive-through penalty here, or the off moment on your out up there, that really make the difference in a race like this and can cost you quite dearly if you're not careful enough.
And as we get closer and closer to the end of the race, with 7 hours and 19 minutes to go, penalties become more and more punishing the closer we get to the end of this race. We're what are we? Probably around an hour from sunrise, and the sunrise at Daytona is like nowhere else in the world, particularly on Rolex 24 weekend when you're waiting for daybreak and the sun starts to rise on the horizon. It's a special moment. So if you are lucky enough to be at the circuit as well, prepare for it. It's going to be something special. I am sure of it. And I'm actually amazed. I've had lots of messages particularly from the sim racing community. Actually, many who have made the trip out here to come and experience the Rolex 24 for themselves, Johnny. So proof that the investment that IMSA's made in esports actually is hugely worth it for people to come and engage with the championship in, or to use a sim racing term, IRL, in real life.
Yeah, often you can race these tracks in virtual scenarios and want to see them for real, really. And I'm sure when those guys arrive here, they'll feel like they've been here before. It's slightly bizarre. I remember all the way back to, well before iRacing, the TOCA touring car game that came out on the PlayStation 1 in about 1996. And I bought that, having never been to any of the British tracks prior, and my very first time then to Donington Park, which I think was either 97, 98, I just knew where all the corners were. I knew where the Spitfire was, which is now sadly gone, and the Dunlop Bridge, which no longer exists. And it was like each of those landmark pieces of Donington were slowly removed. Bits of my heart went with them, but they're still there on the game, which is great. I mean, it's been a while since I revved up my PlayStation 1. Maybe I'll have to do that when I get back home, see whether it still works. That was a cracking game, though, set at the mid to late 90s British touring car era.
Yeah. I have the same thing for Le Mans. It kind of goes both ways, where a sim racer does the race first and then comes here and says, I know this place. For me, when I first went to Le Mans, I actually went the other way, because I'd done Le Mans on Forza Motorsport mostly. And then you go to Le Mans, and then when you go back home, and then you fire up your game again, and you drive again, and you're thinking, oh, now I know, off that corner there's the museum, and off to that corner you find the Ferris wheel, off to that corner is the fan zone. You think you get this extra sort of context with the circuit that you didn't have before you actually came there in real life, which is fantastic.
Move for the lead. The two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines are battling away as Felipe Nasr had got past Kevin Estre after the pit stop, but Estre just blows on by Nasr there. Around the outside goes Kevin Estre as they both make their way past the 19 Van der Steur, Aston Martin and GTD. So it's Estre from Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Great move there from the man from Lyon, the newly crowned 2024 World Endurance Champion. He's had such an amazing career. Winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Spa 24 hours as well. Wouldn't he love to add Daytona to the mix? Never won them all overall, and I'm sure that is right up the top of his shopping list. It was a great move there. Nasr just got a little bit bogged down on the low line, and yeah, just got short-sighted a little bit by the Aston Martin, and Estre took his opportunity. And Johnny, you've called a lot more of Kevin's races than I have. He's just got that instinct in these situations sometimes.
The other thing I like, though, is that he put out of his mind quite clearly that incident on the back straight at the Le Mans chicane. I was concerned that he might be chewing through his tyres very early on in the stint. They're clearly now right in the operating window. The question is, what kind of condition are they going to be in 40-odd minutes' time? But what he needed to do was get back to the race lead as early as possible. Prior to the pit stops for each of these cars, they were running in this formation, 6 Estre ahead of 7 Nasr. And it's just that ability to forget the little hiccup that he just had and power on. And there's no better way of doing that but to retake the race lead.
I'm sure his family are watching every moment at home in Austria, a beautiful part of Austria, not far from the Swiss border. And his son Tommy is, he told me a couple of years ago, is absolutely obsessed with cars, understandably so. When your dad's Kevin Estre, your dad's Superman, basically. So I'm sure he's watching. and watching Dad do the business. So it's extra from Nasser then. They've got a little bit of a gap back to the number 24 BMW of Philip Eng, and Scott Dixon in there as well for fun with the Acura from Meyer Shank Racing. 3 brands in there in that top 4 at the moment, and the number 10 Cadillac, the sole remaining front-running Cadillac, is driven at the moment by Brendan Hartley for Wayne Taylor Racing, just off the lead lap at the moment.
I see the first glimpses of daybreak over the horizon, Peter. The sort of sky is starting to change from black to some hints of lighter colours over the horizons, and that sunset that you were just hyping up, or sunrise I should say, might not be very far away.
It was waiting for my cue.
Was it?
Another person waiting
go.
for my cue is Nick Damon, so we better get down to it now before he gets upset.
Exactly. Yes, I'm far more insistent than the sun ever will be, that's for sure. Yes, they've just got in P2 stop land. They're a little bit out of phase. We've been quite a long time now since the yellow flags. They are coming in at various different times. The crowd strike and the tower car coming out a bit later, but right in front of me now making a big noise in the Era machine. That's the 18 car. David Hannemeyer Hansen getting on board there, and Paul Luke-Chatham getting off. The 22, the remaining United Auto Sports car, that's having a full service to my left. And just pulling away again now is the number 74 Tower Motors, but actually the number 11 car, that's a TDS machine. That's also not really in contention. That's also got one light. So there's 3 of the P2 cars. The Tower car, this car making a noise here, the Era car and the TDS car, all with one headlamp. Surely Orica haven't developed a fault in their car after 700 years of making them.
Well, even for a car like that, I'm sure there's still surprises that jump up. Orica have got a big presence here. I saw a lot of their personnel in catering last night, so they're still supporting all these cars that, well, it is effectively a one-make series, so it's not designed that way. You could enter a Dallara, you could enter a Ligier, you could even enter a Multimatic LMP2 if you so wished. They are still homologated, but the Orica is very much the car of choice. Now, Michelin Endurance Cup points, after the 12-hour mark in GTP, it's the number 7 crew that lead the championship on 9 points, with Felipe Nasr, Lawrence Vanter, Nick Tandy. Then it's the number 60 Meyer-Shank Acura team that sit on 8 points. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team, they sit on 6 points, fittingly. Jordan Taylor, Kamui Kobayashi, Louis Delatraz, they sit on 5 points. Then it's Earl Bamber and Frederick Vestry, Jack Aitken, etc. They sit on 4 points, and then it's 4 points on down for the rest of the field. So the Michelin Endurance Cup covers the Rolex 24 at Daytona, the 12 hours, the Motul 12 hours, Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring, which is in the middle of March. Then we go to the Salem 6 hours of the Glen in June. The tyre rack battle on the bricks at Indianapolis in September, and then closing off with Motul Petit Le Mans in October. Hopefully no one noticed that one.
And how many other races, I'm moving on swiftly, how many other races in the Endurance Cup award points part-way through them? Because the next longest is Sebring, right? So is there a 6-hour points award in that race? I can never actually remember. There's 3 points in this, aren't there? 6, 12, 18, and then obviously the finish. So we're talking part-way through Sebring as well? Or is that just considered as one race?
Yeah, you get points through the race. I think it might be 3, 6, 9, 12.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, Davey, this is why you're here, to keep us right on these matters.
Because to me,
I'm
a 6 hour
sure
race at the
6
Glen,
for sure.
Surely you're not going to be awarding it after an hour and a half and then in 3 hours.
Probably just one, maybe the halfway point.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Let's go with that. That sounds logical enough.
But then what else do we have? Indianapolis is what durations? Another 6 hours.
6 hours, yeah.
And then 10 hours at Petit, roughly.
Yeah. Thanks to our wonderful producer in Charlotte, who's telling me the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring is 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours.
Okay.
So slightly less points than the Rolex 24. That's very logical, isn't it? Yes. So that's a hotly contested championship. The number 57 Windward Racing car won the GTD championship in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship last year, but it also won the Michelin Endurance Cup, kicking off with a Rolex 24-hour victory. Windward, what they have achieved over, well, basically since 2021. They've been a dominant force and have been the team in the AMG Mercedes fraternity. Winner of the GTD Championship last year, of course, and two-time winners of the GTD category at the Rolex 24 in 2021 and 2024. And if they can pull off this, having been 7 laps down, I think I might have said at the time when they went behind the wall, I thought, well, it's not going to be another Rolex watch for Winward. Well, I'll come to regret that, maybe.
It may well be, yeah. We're due a VP Racing in-race update, 6:30. Would you like me to do that?
You go ahead.
Okay, fine.
Bring it home, Johnny.
I can't with 7 hours to go, but I can certainly do this segment. 57, the car you were just talking about, the Winward racing car of Lukey Auer, that's just actually come into the pit road, but it is still scored as the race leader after 501 laps. Second in GT Daytona is the AWA Corvette, car number 13. Third, the 32, caught off competition Mercedes. Maxi Goertz currently at the wheel of that. The 27 Aston Martin from Heart of Racing team is in 4th, and in 5th place it's the Van der Steur Vantage, car number 19. GTD Pro, Lauren Heinrich in the AO Racing machine, number 77, Rexy, ahead of the Paul Miller Racing BMW for Kelvin van der Linde, car number 1. Then Fred Vervies in his Ford Multimatic Motorsports Mustang, car 65. 4th place, the 3 of Alex Sims for Corvette. Luca Stoltz for the Get Speed Mercedes crew, car number 69, is running in 5th. LMP2, having just made a stop, the number 8 car rejoining, Job van Uitert now at the wheel of that. So he's taken over from Sebastian Bourdais for Tower Motorsports. Will not still lead because Toby Souk was close enough. So that should put the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car at least to the front for the time being, 0-4. We'll see where the 8 slots back in again. Then it is the AO Racing number 99 in 3rd. 4th position in P2 is United Autosports sole surviving car number 22, Scotsman Paul de Rester at the wheel there, and David Heinemeier Hansen for Era Motorsport number 18 is 5th. And in the main top class, GTP, Kevin Estre and Felipe Nasr both enjoying this 1-2 formation flying for Porsche Penske Motorsport. The number 6 overtaking the number 7 in the tri-oval about 5 minutes ago to put it back to the race lead. 3rd position is Philip Eng's BMW, Team RLL entry, car number 24. Then Scott Dixon for Acura in car 60, and the Cadillac of Brendan Hartley in number 10. So that means Porsche, BMW, Acura and Cadillac all still represented in the top 5 overall. That was a VP Racing in-race update, Davey Uwema. You're pointing.
I'm pointing to the screen because it's a drive-through for the 57.
Ooh, race
pit
leader.
protocol tyre without crew members. That did seem to be a bit of a busy stop. The hood was up. I think them working on some brakes. There it is. There you can see the tyre. Oh, actually, that's not our screen. I saw a screen. There was a. You saw there was. I think there was a tyre left on the apron.
Okay.
That's a no-no. You can't do that. So, yeah.
There's been a lot of penalties for that.
Yeah.
The 57 Winward crew, they did a front right brake change at that point. During that stop, they got 40 seconds for the fuel going in, and that's enough time to change the front right brake. They did this last year, Winward. They did the right-hand side with 9 hours to go and the left-hand side with 8 hours to go. But I noticed as well that one of the wheels was moving around on the jacks, which is not allowed either. So I wonder if that's all been kind of packaged together in one penalty. But Joe Bradley has more information for us down in the pit lane. Joe, what have you got for us with this CrowdStrike pit lane report?
Yeah, you mentioned the Tower Motorsports car of Seb Bourdais and the fact that he had an headlight out. Don't forget that that's a new front end. The original front end lost a headlamp in the big shunt that occurred earlier yesterday evening. I'm going to find out if, whoops, and not get in the way of the tyre guys. I'm going to have a chance to speak to Seb because he's just got out the car. Hi Seb, we're speculating whether that lack of a headlight, a proper headlight on the left, is causing you any issue.
Sorry, I didn't...
Is that lack of a headlight on the left-hand side causing you any issue?
No, I mean, yeah, I saw in the video before getting on in the car that we're kind of missing half of the left front headlight, but it's not. This place is really well lit, so if it was at Sebring, we'd probably be in big doo-doo, but right now it's all right.
Yeah, you'd be missing your apexes. Always a good feeling to bring a car in from the lead, I would imagine.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's really unexpected because we really struggled all week and every test so far. It seems like those cold conditions really suit our car much better than the others. I just hope that when the sun comes out, we don't lose all that pace, but you know.
That was my next question, Seb. Do you think the track is going to evolve completely differently once that sun comes out?
Well, so far our car's certainly been extremely sensitive to conditions, so wind, tire, track temperature, and everything in between. So we've had oversteer, understeer, combination of everything. I think we're just kind of low on grip, and we tend to be very oversensitive. So let's hope that the track keeps gripping up and we pull through until the end.
Absolutely. Are you off for breakfast or a little snooze?
I think they want to keep me fresh for the end now, so I guess we'll go back in the pits around 10 a.m.
We'll have a nap. Thanks, Seb.
It's a perfect time for a nap. It's just coming up for 20 to 7 local time. You're back in the pits at 10. Just a couple of hours of nice snoozing. That sounds lovely. But the battle rages on. That's the thing. Just when, you know, everyone who's here, drivers, team, crew, media, fans, everyone, you know, everyone will eventually have to have a little bit of a snooze at some point. Not everybody can, but you hope so. But the race still rages on at the same pace, and Kevin Estre is holding a 1.9 second advantage at the moment over Felipe Nasr. So it's a Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2 right now. So those Porsches looking good in the night. But we saw yesterday from the green flag, Dries Vanthoor putting in an amazing double stint for the number 24 BMW, and that was in the warmer conditions, Davey, and we're expecting the conditions to be warmer as we get towards the race finish. Isn't there anything to read into that?
Perhaps there is. It could very well be possible that maybe they have set the car up more for the business end of this race. Could also be that the car just likes the conditions more. Clearly, the Porsches are very good at this time of the race, as we can see from the fact that they are comfortably ahead of the rest. But yeah, maybe BMW have sort of gone with the okay, we'll get through the night as best we can approach, bank on the always seemingly inevitable late race cautions we get around here, and then have a car that's very, very good for the time when it really matters.
Well, we've got an alternative CrowdStrike pit lane report, more of a CrowdStrike pit lane question. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it's a bit of a CrowdStrike pit lane inquiry. As you guys know, I went behind the wall about 4 hours ago, and at that time the LMP2 class was being, it was being led, and it looked very strong, and that's the 43 Inter Europol competition car. I've updated myself via a timing screen, and it's gone out. So my question is, what's happened to that car?
Well, I was on a similar sleep pattern to you, Joe, but Davey Uwema, who joins us from SportsCar 365, is frantically looking. Johnny, I think, was in the land of Nod as well at that point.
I think we all were.
We all were. we all were. We all sound very
We're all
spoiled.
Behind the wall, were we?
Yes, we were all behind the wall. Davey's got it.
This is via Inter Europol Competitions X, formerly Twitter. An early exit for us this year after stopping on track. We had been nursing a gearbox hour from hour 4, but with 10 remaining, it caused us to halt on track. The 43 Orca was returned to the box, but it is race over for us on this occasion. So gearbox.
You know what I take from that, guys, Davey? Thanks for that. They've been nursing a gearbox issue from hour 4.
Correct.
And it's never. That is something that they would never. You know, when I would say to them, "How's the car going?" Everything's fine. They're not going to tell me that because they don't want their competitors to hear that they've got a weakness. And you know what? There are probably a myriad of issues out there that are being nursed and managed, just like real old world endurance racing, where you had to be careful on the brakes, you had to be careful as you went through the box. Not so much these days, because you flick a switch on the paddle and the computer does the rest. But it just means that what that tells me is, there's probably loads out there, and it's, what we never find out, or at least I never find out, when these cars go back to the workshop and they start getting stripped down. I wonder how many faults that would have, catastrophic failures that were just around the corner when the cars are getting stripped down, and I wonder what the teams find. I know that in my experience, you always used to find, oh my goodness, that wasn't going to last very long, another lap or so. Yeah, it always fascinates me. But then
we hear quite a lot of that. We hear quite a lot of that after the race, usually when we do our inquiries. I think one of my favourite examples was when Ferrari won the Nürburgring 24 Hours a couple of years ago. But the rear dampers were. I don't think I'm allowed to repeat the wording that was used by the drivers verbatim when they described the state of the rear dampers towards the end of the Nürburgring 24 Hours when they won it. But I'd say not good.
Well, funnily enough, was that 2023 we're talking about when Ferrari won at Le Mans?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I was sorry, Nürburgring.
Nürburgring. Yeah, sorry, that was it. Yeah, that there was. I think David Pittard, one of the drivers of the car, gave me the same explanation of the condition of the dampers.
And we can't repeat it on air.
Exactly, they were past their bed. They needed replaced.
Yes.
But then actually no, they didn't, because it got rolled into the Ferrari Museum collection, didn't it? That car that won Ferrari's first ever Nürburgring 24 Hour. The car that won the 2008 Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, the Porsche RS Spider, an LMP2 car that beat the LMP1 Audi and Peugeot overall, that was found to have a broken chassis a cracked chassis after the race. Imagine that. It was repaired and now sits in the Team Penske collection. So yeah, it's amazing the things you find after the race.
My favourite example of all time, I think, is Jaguar Le Mans 1988, where I think Jan Lammers only had one gear left, or he was fearing that the gearbox would completely explode if he did one more gear change, so he did the rest of the race in, I think, 4th or 5th. And Jaguar kept it very well hidden, to the point where Dutch newspapers wrote, "Oh, Jaguar reliable run at Le Mans," and they kept when the car got back to the workshop, they pulled that gearbox apart. They did discover that it was basically one gear shift away from complete explosion, but they kept that under wraps, I think, for years. We know now, but it was a very closely kept secret for a very long time.
Jaguar, of course, had a lot of success here at Daytona as well, but luckily we've got a man on the team with an adequate level of life experience to give some real light on that. Joe Bradley with this vintage CrowdStrike pit lane report.
It was a bit of retro stuff here. It was the gearbox primary shaft was completely snapped in two. So when they took the gearbox apart, the primary shaft was in 2 bits when it shouldn't, and that's why they kept it in 4th gear for what I don't know what it was, the last 2 hours or something. But if he changed gear, that's why it was pushed away at the pit stops. And yeah, I mean, amazing. I mean, talk about luck of the gods. That primary shaft was in 2. The shot, when a highly stressed piece of high tensile steel breaks like that, it's just keeping itself together by keeping it under pressure. As soon as you release the pressure, as you would with a gear change, then it would just have shattered. It would have just split in 2. But it stayed together in time for that historic Jaguar win.
This is why we have Joe on the team for many reasons, but these great anecdotes from Le Mans. Can't wait to get over to La Sarthe in June. It's going to be cracking. Davey, I'm sure you've got a lot of copy to file for SportsCar 365. Thank you for coming to keep us company up here in the booth as we go from night into day, and looking forward to catching up on the stories.
Yeah, we've got 6 hours and 7 hours to go, and then for us the work never stops. Actually, for us pretty much the work begins as soon as the checkered flag drops. That's a cliche, but it's true. Do you mind if I'll put the headset down? But this sunset is starting to kick off now, so I might just hang around there for a few more minutes.
You enjoy it. Davey Uema from SportsCar 365 joining us in the booth here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And as Davey said, the sun there's just a little bit of a light amber glow beginning to appear on the horizon over towards Daytona Beach itself, Johnny, and I think we've pulled the long stroll here, because being on the stint when the sun comes up, it's something just a bit special.
I mean, the sunset is always absolutely superb here, but from our commentary position, we don't get a great view of it because it's behind the grandstand, whereas the sunrise happens right in front of us and over in the distance, yeah, towards the coast. So just the early vestiges of this daybreak beginning, and it's just going to get better and better from here. Looking like a very good start to the day for Porsche as well, with Kevin Estre and Felipe Nasr still 4 seconds apart, but back to their preferred way around, if you like, in terms of numerical order. They tried it for a bit with the 7 in front of the 6, but Kevin Estre didn't like that so much and hunted down Nasr to get by as a sunset of its own, if you like, in Rexy's car with the glowing lighting just behind the B pillar of the number 77 Porsche, driven by Klaus Bachler. This is the race leader in the GTD Pro division.
I always think it reminds me of a sort of 1970s electric fire. The orange lighting inside Rexy. Normally it's a little bit less pronounced in between the teeth there for the number 77 car, but it's definitely easy to spot on track. It might be golden hour in the sky, it's golden hour on the track as well, because in GTD Pro, Madison Snow has just set the overall best time in class, a 1:47.359 for the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW, which sits in 3rd in class right now, but that was immediately eclipsed just less than a minute later by young Sebastian Priaulx in the 64 Ford Multimatic Motorsport machine, who went a whole 100th of a second quicker. So are we going to see the timing screen starting to light up here at the 63rd Rolex 24-hour at Daytona?
Yeah, Priaulx faster on the very next lap. He's just done the best middle sector of anyone in the GTD Pro class, so it could be about to go purple again, getting a 1:47.3 down yet further. Just gone through to complete that lap, and I'm going to disappoint you. It's not any faster, but the middle sector still stands. So he is trying to hunt down Nico Verone in the number 4 Corvette. So 7th and 8th places for those cars. Meanwhile, the 81 Dragon Speed entry, which is the Ferrari that is just in the top 6, 40-odd seconds behind, though, the race leader Klaus Bachler, as I've mentioned. Side-by-side action as the Kevin Estre Porsche has to thread its way through a number of GT cars once again. This is going to get busy out of the International Horseshoe. Left-hand kink coming up with 2 more cars just the other side of that he'll perhaps try and outbrake into the Western Horseshoe. No, doesn't get a chance to do that quite yet. We'll be able to pick them up properly on the banking once he goes out of turn 6.
Hello to Guy Fleshborn, who's written in on at IMSA Radio on X, saying, which manufacturer has the most wins at Daytona? Well, it's the manufacturer that's leading right now. 19 wins in total for Porsche. So this, if one of these Porsche Penske Motorsport machines could get to victory lane at 1:40 this afternoon, it would be Porsche's 20th win at this great race, which started all the way back in the late 1960s with the Porsche 907 prototype, where Vic Elford came off winning the Monte Carlo Rally to go and win the 24 Hours of Daytona 7 days later. They clash at the moment. The Monte Carlo Rally is going on as we speak. In fact, could well be finished by now, actually. So 2 major motor racing events going on at the 2 historic motor racing events going on at the same moment. I think we are going to see the timings. We're already seeing a few personal best sectors appearing across the timing screen, but looking at the overall fastest sector times throughout the race, interestingly, all sector 1, 2 and 3 are all held by BMWs. Sector 1, Dries Vanthoor has set the best time through there. That's basically from the start-finish line to the exit of the International Horseshoe with a time of 22.9. He was quickest last year through that section with 23.1. So 0.2 of a second has been found in that sector, and we might well see that gap widen. In sector 2, it's the BMW Sheldon van der Linde, 44.678. That's not quite as quick as Felipe Nasr went through that sector last year. And then sector 3, again, Dries van Toor, 27.862. That's about half a second off what Pipo Derani did. So I'm going to keep a close watch on that, because I do like looking at an ideal lap time and what's the absolute ultimate that is possible.
Yeah, because it may be that you're better off in GT class, almost bouncing from one manufacturer to another for the middle sector, to another for the third, because that's how balance of performance works. So it's an ideal scenario. It's an imaginary time because it might be produced from 3 different cars, but nevertheless it's useful to know which manufacturer is best on what part of the track, Peter.
Well, one team that have been so successful here at the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24, is Wayne Taylor Racing, 4-time winners of this race, and Joe Bradley has caught up for his annual chat with Wayne Taylor himself. Joe.
Yeah, good morning, Wayne. You've seen many sunrises in the Daytona 24 Hours. It's never a time to be complacent, though, is it?
No, you never know, because it is, like you said, it's the 24-hour, and we've seen so many things happen. Like, for example, last year, we finished third, and there was no way we should have finished third. We should have been 3 laps down. But the track conditions changed, accidents happen, various stuff happens, and so you never know. But at the moment, I mean, the Porsche seem to really have a handle on all of this. And for some reason, we seem to have lost a little bit of the balance in the car, because early on in the evening with Philippe and Will, they said the car was completely different to what it was, and we were right up there, you know, at that point prior to the accidents. So now, you know, if you think of it, for us representing Cadillac and everything, with the 31 cars issues, with our other cars issues, you know, we have to be the sole survivor here, and it would be really good to, if we can get on the podium, but it's not easy.
It never is easy, Wayne. I mean, the luck that befell the number 40 involved in that shunt. I mean, that, I suppose the term is, that's motor racing. There's no avoiding some of that, is there? There's not anything you can do about that.
There's not, and you know, you can say, which is what I always say, is that to win this race, you have to stay on the black stuff, and you have to stay on the lead lap for Sunday morning. So to make that sort of incident happen at that time was not a good move.
Yeah, never good to see. I want to talk to you about what we spoke about earlier in the week, and what I said to you was, it's always, I think it fills me with warmth when I see the Cadillac badge on the back of your jacket. And for me, you know, Wayne Taylor, the North Star program, I even go back, I remember the Chevrolet Intrepid, which must have been an absolute spaceship to drive that thing. But yeah, I mean, you're back where you belong.
I certainly am, and I'll just give you one quick thing about the Chevrolet Intrepid.
Yeah, please.
I think there was Tommy Kendall and myself. I was lucky enough to be the only one that actually won in that car. But at Lamrock in Connecticut, the car generated so much downforce that going down into Big Bend, they had to take canvas straps and literally strap our legs to the dashboard, both me and Tommy, because the G forces were so heavy that you physically could not keep your legs up, and you couldn't keep your foot in the throttle. So we were tied to the deck, and I thought after the race, man, what would have happened if there was an accident? I couldn't have got out of the car. But it was such an unbelievable race car, and I was so happy and lucky to win in New Orleans with that car and get a lot of track records. And that was really the start of my relationship with GM. You know, and it went from the Intrepid, then it went to Oldsmobile Aurora when I won my first Daytona 24, and then we won Sebring and the championship. And it just continued on and on and on, and then came Grand Am, and then there was Pontiac, and then there was Cadillac, the Lamar project that I was involved in, firstly as a driver, and then part of the new entity that went back. And then when the DBR came, we were the first signed up with Cadillac. And it was like you could never repeat it, because it was me as the team owner, my 2 kids in the car, Max and Gillette, who was like family.
Your son, Max, wasn't
Yeah, and my wife was in the passenger seat of the pace car. So it was really a family win, and we also had Jeff Gordon with us. And it was really good to give Jeff that win after he'd finished his career, you know. And at that point, we thought, you know, how can we better this as a family? And we all agreed it could never be done again. And so things went on, and you know, the structure of GM and GM Racing changes over the years. And my relationship with Mark Royce and Jim Campbell and all those guys in those days has always been really strong. But I can tell you, when I called Mark Royce on a Saturday morning and I told him I'm leaving to go to Honda, I didn't expect the explosion that I got from him. It was like a bomb coming through the telephone. And I'd been working with Rory Harvey and them, and we were actually designing a program which Chip Ganassi then got, which was the program we were doing, but I'd already committed to Honda. I didn't think Cadillac were going to do it, and then the next thing, Ganassi comes out here with all of this, and I'm thinking, how's that guy always land with his ass in the butter? He's just like, all the money, whatever it is, he always gets it. So anyway, you know, there's always been a feeling of being part of those people. You know, what they did for Jordan in Corvette, what they did for Ricky and Jordan in GM, and for myself. And so I didn't speak to Mark much over the 2 years or whatever. And we went to the Amelia Island Concours d'Elegance, and there I was standing with some guys, and I saw this group of GM people. I saw Royce, Ken Morris, Jim Campbell, a whole sleuth of them in a complete circle in the middle of the fucking grass. And I walked over and I tapped Jim Campbell and I said, hey Jim, I need a minute with Mark Royce. And I'm not joking. 20 seconds later, there was only 2 people standing. It was me and Mark Royce. And we looked at each other. In fact, we talked about it today. And none of us were sure who should speak first. So I thought, okay, I'm going for it. I said, hey Mark, would you have me back? And he goes, of course I would. When? So I go, when? He says, well, when's your contract end? I said, 24. So he goes, so I can have you 25, 26, 20. I said, yeah. And he goes, okay. And I can tell you that moment was a defining moment for me personally in my career, to have built a relationship with a manufacturer, with such a person at the highest level of corporate America, to have that feeling. And then on Monday morning, I got a call from Jim Campbell, and he said to me, oh, Mark wanted to check which years you could do it. And that's when I really knew it was real, even though I knew it was real from Mark. But, you know, things change, and
He'd forgiven you, Win. He'd forgiven you.
Oh, you know, he never discussed that. We never talked about it again. But like today, you know, he came in with all the guys, and it was so uplifting for me, because to have someone of his stature give me such credibility and respect, it's made my career what it is. It's because it's always about, for me, it's always about your peers, and as long as I can always keep my head up, be ethical, do things professionally, and be totally upfront and honest with everybody, you can do this forever. And I think if you think of 28, 29 years with the same manufacturer on and off, there's got to be some good synergy and some good relationship there. And today, Mark, he came in, and he spent some time with us, and we went down, and I just said to him, you know, I said, I said, you've rejuvenated me. And I said, because I want this so bad. And he goes, and I do too, Wayne. And he said, but you know, I am so proud of what you have built here. And he said, I understand that we can't come out of the box and blow everybody away, but remember, we are starting over and we are learning together. And with a group of people like Eric Warren that he's put in charge of running all of this, and Rory and John Roth and everybody, it just makes me so happy and feel so good about what I do.
It makes us happy to see Wayne Taylor back with GM. When's the sun going to rise at Le Mans for this program?
Well, I can tell you this, that Mark actually said to me this morning that he had spoken to Pierre Fillon and mentioned he wanted, more entries. And I know Mark wants us to go, and we want to go. But then again, I keep thinking to myself, this has been such a short period of time now, and do we go and just be running around, or do we really get ourselves set for the following year? And I take a lot of input from our drivers. Like, for example, Philippe Albuquerque, I was just talking to him right now about it, and he said to me, Wayne, we have to go. He said, because we have to learn again, but it doesn't matter, it can be our learning year. And we've got the partnership with Jota, who are really happy to help with that. David Clark and everybody, and Sam. So we can make it all happen, and ultimately, that is really what I want.
That's what we all want. That is what we all want, Wayne. Thanks very much for talking to us and being so frank. It is always my highlight of Daytona to talk to you, whether it's the middle of the night or early morning, Wayne. Best of luck, mate, bring it home, and we know you're going to be up there. Thank you, Wayne Taylor, as ever. Very insightful, and a bit of an exclusive, I think, Peter.
I think so too. Fantastic stuff, Joe, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. A huge thank you to Wayne Taylor for sparing so much time and indeed being so frank when he's got a race car out there fighting for the podium and indeed for the victory. And I think, Johnny, to own a race team and to run at this level, when you think of the multiple $1 million involved, it can only come from a personal passion and a love for the sport and what it involves. And in that interview there, you heard a man whose just passion just pours out of him. And Wayne Taylor, with his driving career and his history as a team owner, and with his two sons, what they've achieved in the sport, that passion is still all there. Just a joy to listen to.
It's been so fascinating to watch the changing of the guard, if you like, because you mentioned Jordan and you mentioned Ricky there, moving on into better opportunities, but they drove for the family team in the mid-2010s, and then you hear about the similar situation for Wayne as well, and he was trying to get his early opportunities, and then later on in his career thinking that may be waning, but nevertheless there was still interest there, and he's still just as eager to get to some of the biggest sports car races around the world. So hungry to take the current program maybe to Circuit de la Sarthe if there are enough entries made. And it's something that Joe likes to do every year, and we can understand why, because it's infectious, isn't it, to be able to listen to Wayne speak about the history, but also speak about the future in the same breath.
I've almost forgot the anecdote about being in the Intrepid at Lime Rock, having their legs taped to the side of the car so because the G-forces were so strong in the GTP cars of the early 90s. Back to the action then, with 6 hours and 35 minutes to go. Scott Dixon leads the motor race for Meyershank Acura, but does owe us a pit stop, so that would in effect put Nick Tandy as your net race leader as such in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, or is it going to be Matt Campbell in the number 6 machine, who's taken over from Kevin Estre as they make their way through traffic? The number 7 car leading, that's the black tail-finned car. The white tail-fin car is the number 6, both sporting a kind of throwback to the Salzburg livery, which brought Porsche's first victory at Le Mans in 1970 with the Porsche 917. Hans Hermann and Richard Atwood. And that car, part of Porsche's museum collection, which I understand is almost impossible to actually take out and display because it's so valuable.
You wouldn't want to, for fear of breaking any of it, for fear of forgetting where some of that was. Then it's always better to put it into the same building, I suppose, and make sure that everyone can view it at the same time as Scott Dixon in the Acura Meyer-Shank racing car is due in any moment. I think I agree with you in that Matt Campbell pitted early on. He's 5 minutes into his stint, so that should put him ahead of Nick Tandy there, side by side, in fact, heading for the tri-oval. So the 7 on the inside, the 6 around the outside, and Campbell not for the race lead at the moment, but it should evolve into such. However, that's not going to be given up quite as readily by Nick Tandy, and he tries to break a little later down the Australian alongside him and does so. Now Campbell trying to get back in front again, arriving into the International Horseshoe, absolutely wheel to wheel. Who gets the better drive off the corner? Oh, very nearly contact there as the two of them work their way out of the International Horseshoe, but the wider exit for Campbell makes it stick.
So Matt Campbell to the front of the motor race. He, fantastic stuff there. Of course, last year's winner, but in the 7 car for Porsche Penske Motorsport, the Australian who came up through Australian Carrera Cup, won the Porsche Junior Shootout, and has kind of been on the ascent ever since in his career. And he has a history for Hollywood moves, does Matt Campbell. He loves that round the outside move at turn 1 as well to get the job done, almost as if Nick Tandy saw it coming and closed that one off. But Campbell able to get things moving on those new Michelin tyres and forge to the front of the field. Of course, don't forget Nick Tandy has a match point for a potential historic Grand Slam. He's won every other major 24-hour race overall. Le Mans, Nürburgring and Spa. Daytona is the only one remaining for him. He has won it in class, but never overall. There was another driver, of course, with that match point as well, and that's the 31 of Earl Bamber. But unfortunately, that what we believe was suspension failure for the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac took them out of the fight for the win. So will Nick Tandy be able to score that historic Grand Slam? It's never been done before, but he's going to have to get through the teammate car, the number 6 car, which is being driven beautifully by Matt Campbell right now. He's pulling away. He's already 1.2 seconds ahead of his teammate.
And whilst we were enjoying the Porsche battle, Scott Dixon did come in the number 6 Acura for his latest stop, so that will even everybody up now as far as pit stops are concerned. Although it's intriguing to me that a lot of cars are on different number of pit stops. 23 for Matt Campbell's number 6 Porsche, 24 in total for the 7, and then only 21 stops so far for the BMW that sits in 3rd spot. The more interesting statistic perhaps is how long each car has spent in the pits total, and we're talking nearly 32 minutes for the 6 Porsche, nearly 34 minutes for car 7, and that was evened up presumably in one of the cautions, so a couple of minutes lost in comparison for the number 7 car, but it hasn't actually affected it too much. 1.2 seconds is the differential now between the top 2 Porsches. 32 minutes each for Philip Eng's BMW and Scott Dixon in the Acura Meyer-Shank, with Curb Agajanian now rejoining in what is displayed as 4th place right now, but it's likely that car will fall down the order. We're also in the middle of a number of LMP2 pit stops right now, 99 and the 18 making their calls at 10 past 7 in the morning, so we're reaching another half an hour in this year's race.
So in LMP2, the battle is on. This is Deja Vu. Toby Souk at the wheel of the CrowdStrike 04 by APR, and this was exactly like we saw last year. The English star chasing down the race lead. It's 7.4 seconds between them right now, and Souk is looking very good on the splits to take another chunk of time out on this lap by comes out of the Le Mans chicane, going up the gearbox on that Gibson V8 engine, which powers all of the LMP2 class machinery. George Kurtz, the team owner, put in a huge, mammoth stint early on to take a good chunk of his drive time out early on, and he'll be watching, I'm sure, with great intent as Toby Sook comes into the pit lane then in the 04 CrowdStrike by APR machine. A fantastic stint. Slightly different livery for them this year. They had a kind of red and black last year, and more kind of red and purple. In fact, I've nearly mistaken it for the Wins car a few times, the mixture of the red and the purple.
I could see that, especially in the low light that we've had over the last few hours. Hopefully that will be made a little easier now that the sun is properly up and illuminating the Daytona International Speedway nicely. Give that another half an hour and we'll have an absolutely cracking sunrise, I'm sure. So we're doing a driver change here.
Yeah, Colton Herta jumping on board for Toby Sook. Colton Herta, former winner of this race, IndyCar superstar, finished runner-up in last year's IndyCar series, and the rumours refuse to go away about him being tipped for Formula One, and with Cadillac's entry to Formula One, I mean, you'd think it would be the perfect fit, Johnny.
It will dovetail nicely, wouldn't it? And just like when the very first LMDHs and LMHs were coming in, we saw this flurry of top-notch drivers working their way through the LMP2 ranks. And we've still got those wanting to stay in the prototype picture, much like Colton Herta, eager for a GTP drive just around the corner. Great to see Colton racing a little bit more in Europe as well. I remember him in single-seaters in the early days of his junior career, but a lot of success, of course, now in his homeland, both still in the single-seaters and in these prototypes, as he delicately brings the 04 car out onto the racetrack again.
Let's get down to the pit lane. The LMP2 leader, the number 8 Tower Motorsports car, is down in the lane.
Yeah, and I think you've got a better view actually, Peter, because I'm at pit in. I just wanted to tell you that he's just come in. LMP2, as ever, one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive class in IMSA, and it's going to come down to how you affect those pit stops and how you address those pit stops. And it's going to come down to, you know, a missed wheel change or something like that. As ever, exciting.
Totally agree with you, Joe. I always look at it, particularly for the Rolex 24, the LMP2 entry list is all, you read down it going, oh, superstar, superstar, another superstar. It's amazing because you've got two things. You've got a lot of drivers who are on their way up in the single-seater ladder, particularly in North America, where they're maybe coming up through Indy NXT or in the early stages of their IndyCar career. And a lot of these drivers, Toby Sook is a great example, are still graded as FIA Silver. So they're a dream addition to an LMP2 team. And then you've got the whole raft of gold and platinum stars like Colton Herta, who, you know, with a fair win, could find themselves in Formula One. Colton Herta, multiple IndyCar race winner, double winner of this race. He's got 2 Rolex watches at home, one for a GTLM win when he was just 19 with BMW, and also a couple of years ago with Dragon Speed in 2022 in the LMP2 category. So he knows how to get the job done in this LMP2 category, but watch out as well for the 99 Spike the Dragon car driven by Christian Rasmussen, who burst onto the sports car scene last year with the Era Motorsport team when they won. So again, I think that goes to our point, Johnny. All those names we just mentioned, they've all got a very strong case for this race win, but only one of them can walk away with the Rolex Daytona chronograph. Yeah,
and surely that's going to get so much more intense if we get a flurry of cautions closer to the checkered flag. At the moment, it's, well, there's reasonably sized gaps between the cars in that top 4 or 5, but again, that's a category that has the tendency to close up in the remaining couple of hours, so that could get very, very lively in 4.5 hours. And then it depends on how you've treated your Orica through the course of the overnight stints, how many tyres you've got still at your disposal as well. But just think back to recent finishes in LMP2, such close fights. James Allen, for instance, taking the race win virtually at the line in the Tri-Oval.
I'll never forget that drag race for the line. It was just exceptional in LMP2. Are we going to have another one like that? You know, we could well do. We could well do. It's Rasmussen 6.6 seconds behind Job van Uyter. That stop sequence there worked a little bit in the favour, I would say, of Tower Motorsport leading the race. Car number 8 of Job van Uyter. The AO Racing team done some good work there, and Colton Herta in third, 13.9 seconds when they came in. They were sort of 6 to 7 seconds behind the leader. The last pit stop time for Tower Motorsports 1 minute 30.8. AO Racing 1 minute 30.3. Colton Herta for CrowdStrike Racing by APR 1:33.1. So yeah, 3 seconds ebbing away there in the pit stops. And as you just mentioned, Donny, we can have LMP2 come down to hundreds of a second at the line. So yeah, these things, everything's going to matter over the next 6 hours and 23 minutes. In fact, we're not far away from offering up, in fact we're 23 minutes away from offering up the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Yeah, and again, the championship will really start to take shape as far as this round is concerned. Once those penultimate points are handed out, obviously you get the most amount for getting to the finish, but it's a fascinating way of scoring the Michelin Endurance Cup at 4 different intervals when you include the finish, and that will happen in just under 23 minutes time. It takes us a while though to get the points officially through from Al Kamel, hopefully within an hour after that. Porsche's very close to one another again for the race lead, so Nick Tandy just 0.2 of a second now off the back of Matty Campbell. Down into turns 1 and 2, they've got the TDS LMP2 car, again another car, LMP2 car with a headlight out, and Tandy pressurising Campbell into the International Horseshoe. This goes through the archives as well when you've got Porsches that are both factory entry cars, but you might as well ignore that, frankly, because there's as much needle between the two individual cars as there might be to any other manufacturer, particularly this far away from the checkered flag, as Tandy's all over the curb there, trying to force an error from Campbell. Didn't come that time, but it might well be with the mind to the amount of traffic that they've got to deal with now at turn 6 and up onto the speedway again.
Yeah, you make a great point there, Johnny, because last year we had a little bit of friction's not the right word, but yeah, a little bit of needle between the 6 and the 7 car when Nick Tandy and Felipe Nasr were in 2 different cars, and they did a little bit of a skirmish on track, as you would expect. And now they're teammates; they're in the 7 car together. You know, this is so crucial. It's so important. There's so much riding on it for all these drivers and the teams and the manufacturers that put such big budgets into these programs. And in the days when Alvin Springer was the boss of Porsche Motorsport North America, when young drivers came over from Germany to race in America for the first time, he sat them down in the truck and he said, you can race as hard as you want, but whatever you do, do not hit another Porsche. And if you do, here is an airline ticket. Don't even come back to the truck. Go straight to the airport. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You're going home. It was made crystal clear.
Yeah, that's the threat that will be echoing in so many Porsche drivers' minds, I suppose. It's to put the warning out there, but you also don't want to create a cautious driver either, because you want the pace, but you want obviously no contact whatsoever as well. The Lena Gade phrase suddenly pops into my mind, pushing without risk. Is that what these 2 Porsches are doing at this stage? I don't think there's a huge amount of risk involved with Nick Tandy. He knows what he's doing, but just putting the nose here and there to make Matt Campbell aware of his presence. Matt will know he's there with a glance into the mirrors at all the crucial corners, but the element of doubt is when they have to deal with some slower GT cars in awkward positions. Now Tandy getting a good run on the 6 as they head down the back straight and towards the Le Mans chicane. The draft again kicking into action as it so often does around the Daytona lap. But this is still looking very, very good at this stage for Porsche Penske Motorsport. A view to the other manufacturers that still feature in the top 5. BMW, Acura, Cadillac is now feinting to the right-hand side. Here comes Tandy. He will draw level in the tri-oval and push to pass around the outside. Yep, Campbell's going to allow that to happen now. So maybe he's thinking, I could just do with losing this headache for the time being. Nick, it's all yours, at least for the rest of this stint.
Yeah, that was the... Matt Campbell's thinking, that's my move. That's what I pulled off on the BMW heading into the early nighttime hours last year. Yeah, I think the book of Nick Tandy overtaking manoeuvres, that would be a Bible of race driving. As a little bit of a hold up there for Matt Campbell, just gets caught up by the number 50 F Corsa GTD Ferrari and has to give best as Tandy's found a little bit of traffic of his own as they come up towards turn 7, nipping past the 021 Friarzi. Oh, JG went with car that goes to turn in, and there's a Porsche in the way, the 021. That's at the moment being driven by James Calado, the factory Ferrari driver. Maybe he was thinking he was in his 499P,
yes,
and he's seeing a Penske Porsche go up the inside thinking, no.
Yeah, just a natural reaction, isn't it, to defend into turn 6, and then he realises he's in the GTD category, so running in 12th position. A little bit of a pinch for Nick Tandy, but he coped with it well through the last split. Then also at the start of the lap, 26 thousandths of a second separated the two cars. Tandy did just edge ahead as they reached the tri-oval and then cemented that move well before the braking area, actually, to retake the race lead from Matt Campbell.
Daybreak is well and truly here. There's a lovely light turquoise sky now with the bright orange sunrise, just actually obscured slightly by some low cloud, but it will rise up over into the sky, and we should be in for a beautiful day here in Daytona Beach, Florida. And 17 minutes away from the 6-hour to go mark, and that is an important mark because that's when we hand out the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points, and both Nick Tandy in the number 7 Penske Porsche Motorsport machine and Campbell in the sister car have enough energy to get themselves to that point, so they're in a good spot to get a whole load of more points. So Joe Bradley down in the pit lane has got a CrowdStrike pit lane report for us. Joe.
That was actually a mic check from the truck, Peter. I was talking back to them. But it is, I tell you what, it's a beautiful morning, seeing as you've come to me. I've discarded the woolly cap because the temperature is ever so slightly rising. There's still, so you can still see people's breath down here. I'm just looking at Tom Ferrier, actually, in the TF Sport, the Trackhouse TF Sport pit. He's on the pit perch, and I can see his breath as he's speaking. So it is, I wouldn't say it's warm, but with temperatures rising to 17 degrees towards the finish of this race, I think that's going to be a massive contributing and significant factor to how this race pans out. You've heard many stories about cars changing the balance, the car's handling changing as we got colder, and it's going to change back to where we were, perhaps somewhere where we've never been all week, because I don't think we've seen 17 degrees since, before the Raw. So it's going to be new ground, I think, by the time we get a checker flag. Again, exciting, isn't it?
It is. You're right, not since we've arrived anyway, since we arrived on Wednesday evening, well actually Thursday morning, with a bit of a journey, so we say. And it must be getting warmer if Joe Bradley's taken off his beloved IMSA wheelie hat. He's virtually slept in it all week.
I think he has, and wisely so, with so much heat lost from the top of your body. So it's difficult being down at ground level with not that well. We've had the sun on occasion. I remember that first day when we arrived, which was Thursday, there was so much cloud cover, the sun barely broke through it. Now, over the last 2 and a bit days, blue sky, but what has been noticeable is that it's warm when the sun is up and then the sun disappears and it gets very, very cold indeed. Now, hopefully, if you've made it this far in your race car, then you're set now to get some rewards, as in it's going to be steady improvement as the sun slowly bursts through the cloud here at Daytona. Then just the ambient temperature is going to increase. It's going to get a lot better at track level as well, and those medium tyres will be biting possibly better than they have been doing all week. Again, a good set of tyres will have been identified early on in the week as the final stint tyres, and when are they going to be bolted on? With a double stint to go, probably not. I would imagine there'll be single stints for the closing stages, but that won't be for another 5 hours and 14 minutes.
Fantastic battle going on in GTD Pro. This is for second position. The number 1 of Madison Snow being hunted down by the bespectacled Norwegian Dennis Olsen for performance with their Mustang. And, well, there's been a lot of talk about balance of performance, and everyone likes to complain about it. Well, how about this for you? Porsche from BMW, from Ford, from Corvette.
Terrific.
There you go. End of story.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having this GT3 based category, as in GT Daytona. There have been some changes, obviously, to both the Pro and the Daytona standard category, as in the torque sensors being brought in to align it with the World Endurance Championship, but the equalisation of performance was never going to be affected by that. And remember, these are cars designed by very different manufacturers, engine position and size entirely different as well, providing great variety. But how do you ensure that they're equal weapons across a 24-hour race and across a difficult track to get the balance right? You've got the high banks and the relentless speed on those, the toe that you can pick up, but then this intricate infield section as well. And yeah, this far into a race, nearly 3/4 of the way into the 63rd edition of the Rolex 24, to have this many manufacturers involved. Porsche, BMW, Ford, Chevrolet, Mercedes, top 5, all different in GTD Pro.
And for this is the best new GTD car debut I've seen in the last handful of years at the Rolex 24. Normally, it takes a year to bed in. We saw a difficult debut for the Mustangs last year at the Rolex 24, but not so for the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. It's a brand new car to IMSA this year. Well, it's an evolution of the previous car, but BMW have been working very, very hard on it, and it's basically, it has got a completely unbeaten record so far. It's raced twice, once at the Dubai 24 Hours and once at the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. It's won them both.
Yeah.
So, well, imagine if they could do a January treble. What a story that would be for the Munich brand. The main changes they've made to it, it's got a much finer and easier to adjust differential, mainly to try and reduce the tyre and the brake wear, and so far looks like they've nailed that. And just as I say that, the number 1, Paul Miller Racing BMW, comes in to the pits, pulls up just beside the not far behind where the BMW GTP cars are being serviced, and the Paul Miller crew going to work. They've been in this position before. 12 months ago, they were in this position in the hunt for the victory, and they had just a devastating hub issue, and they will just be really hoping that that sort of thing doesn't happen again, and that they keep running strong and are in the fight for the win. Now, Ryan Marine, the hardest working man in our team, he's up and he's from the booth, he's in the pits, he's everywhere, and he's made his way down to the pit lane. Ryan Marine, good morning to you.
A very good morning to you both as well. Great to be back. Not great to be seeing my breath, but I suppose it is about to get better as I do see the sun overhead, and that's good news for sure. A chance to check in with Justin Marks, longtime competitor in this series and in this paddock, but also involved now in team ownership on the NASCAR side with Trackhouse, and here in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship for the first time in partnership with TF Sport, the WeatherTech sponsored Corvette. Justin Marks, first of all, I was just telling you off air, we're all race fans first, broadcasters second. This all-star car that you put together, this is the kind of thing that gets us excited. I know it's the same for you too. What is the genesis of this program?
Just like you said, the fact that we're race fans first and foremost at Trackhouse. This is you know, this is really like one of my favorite, this is my favorite race in the world. I came here in 2001 as a 19-year-old, and it really was, you said the word genesis. It was the genesis of my career, my life's mission, passion. It's such a special race. I mean, there's no other race in the world that brings together this diversity of disciplines, and it's really the official global kickoff to the racing season. So it's really special for us. You know, I wanted to bring Trackhouse here, worked with Chevrolet to see where the opportunities were. Luckily, TF Sport was you know, had a race car and some people and a really great group of engineers and everything to partner with us and bring this effort. We got WeatherTech on board, and yeah, this lineup is amazing. We got, you know, 2 of our guys with SVG and Connor. You know, Scotty is, I'm a huge fan of McLaughlin, and kind of a neat story with him and SVG together. And then, you know, Ben Keating anchoring the effort is really one of the true, you know, great endurance gentleman drivers in the world. So it's a lot of fun. We've been sitting in about 9th place for 16, 18 hours. We got a little bit gearbox issue right now, but we'll make it to the end and fight hard. I think but overall, we're just here having a great time, enjoying a great race.
Is the gearbox issue something you just have to fight through? You can't get that fixed in a short enough amount of time? And if so, then how much of a hindrance is it going to be? Does it keep you from fighting perhaps for a podium or a win?
Well, the gearbox oil is just getting hot. I mean, things are running fine. We're just sort of keeping an eye on it right now. It's not really hindering performance. We just got to keep a close eye on it and make sure it doesn't actually create a problem for us. But I mean, other than that, really the cars run really pretty flawlessly. It's a beautiful race car. We're lacking just a little bit of straight line speed, and when you come to Daytona and you're lacking on the straight line, it can make for a pretty long race. So that's what we got, but there's still, I just said to somebody else, there's still 2 NASCAR Cup races distance worth to go, so there's a lot that can happen.
Puts it in perspective, doesn't it? Now, you mentioned earlier how cool it is to have a couple of legends of Antipodean motorsports with Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott McLaughlin sharing a car. Wasn't that many years ago, they were bitter rivals in supercars down under, and the thought of having them in the same car together would have been, maybe heresy could be the word to use. But now, they're good friends, they're supporting each other in their move to the States with IndyCar for Scott and NASCAR, of course, for Shane. What's it been like watching them work together, watching those personalities as well?
You know, I think that there's a special relationship between bitter rivals, and I think when you look at when you look through history and you look at rivals, they always end up in a place where they're typically pretty close because they've in a way defined each other's careers. And you know, for those guys that battled so hard in Australia and then make the commitment to come to America and try a new type of racing, new country, has bonded them. They both live in Mooresville, North Carolina. They go to dinner together. I went to dinner with them a couple months ago. And I think it's like once they can kind of put the swords down from Australia, they realize that they're cut from the same cloth and they have a lot in common, and now they're great friends, and it's really cool to see them working together with the Trackhouse logo.
Justin Marks, Trackhouse Racing, joining us on IMSA Radio here at the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona. You love a good headline, don't you? Because in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be back with a Daytona 500, and a certain 4-time Indy 500 winner is going to be making his Daytona 500 debut. Elio Castroneves, who's won here before, of course, but on the road course.
You know, I do love a great story. That's what Trackhouse is all about. I was saying it on NBC earlier that, you know, like, I'm first and foremost a race fan, like you and I were saying, and I want to put things together that as a race fan I would like to see. So we're coming to the Daytona 500 with 4 race car drivers that were born in 4 different countries. That's never been done before, which I think is incredible. Really stoked to have Elio join us down there. You know, I've known Elio for a long time. A lot of respect, obviously. 4-time Indianapolis 500 winner. An incredible talent. And he's just gelled in with the team and fit in with the team great. So we're excited. You know, building a real fast race car for him. And that's just going to be a really cool program when we're back down here in a couple weeks.
Last couple of things, any other big races on the bucket list for the team? I know you've talked about an Indy 500, but what about Le Mans? What about Nürburgring or Bathurst? Any of these get your attention?
You know, there's those events around the world that just stand alone in their history and their specialness, and those are the, you know, much like this one, those are the events that we want to compete at. So yeah, there's that little 500-mile race at the end of May in Indiana that we want to be a part of, but you know, Le Mans, I mean, you just named some of them. I mean, Le Mans, Bathurst, Nordschleife, I mean, there's some incredible events, and the journey of Trackhouse is to go do amazing programs and amazing events. So those are all very much on the bucket list.
Justin, you've been really generous with your time. We appreciate it. Stay warm. Good luck nursing the gearbox the rest of the way.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Staying with the crowd strike pit lane report, we've had a bit of a flurry of significant GTD pit stops. First off, we had the number 3 Corvette that came in, just took tyres and fuel. Then we had the AO Porsche. Rexy came in for a drink. Massive amount of fuel poured into the T-Rex's mouth. New tyres. And then the number 4 Corvette behind me, that came in again, just tyres and fuel. Drivers stayed on board of all of those cars. Now, significantly, we are double stinting the drivers, not necessarily the tyres at this stage.
Thank you, Joe, and indeed to Ryan Marine, both of you for those crowd strike pit lane reports. And well, we heard passion from one team owner in Wayne Taylor, and about half an hour later we get exactly the same from Justin Marks in Trackhouse.
Yeah, it's terrific, isn't it? And brilliant that there are sort of multi-layered projects going on there, not least in terms of getting his driver lineup together, as we were hearing, as the bitter rivals from the Australian Supercar Championship are now best of friends by the sounds of things. But yeah, Justin's always got an awful lot going on, and looking forward to another very busy 2025 motorsport season, switching and changing between the disciplines, but back here in a couple of weeks' time for the big Daytona 500 event to kickstart that season. Klaus Bachler stays on board the 77 as Joe described, so the AO racing car back into the motor race. The 3 Corvette also pitting on the same lap, as did Dennis Olsen in the Multimatic Motorsports Mustang, car number 65. So they head back out for a stint of, well, they will hope will be close to an hour. Other cars slightly off that strategy. Madison Snow's already taken over the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. That car up to 2nd position as they come through the triover. So Bachler leads, Snow now 2nd for Paul Miller in the one of the new BMW M4s.
Yeah, Snow staying aboard there of the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW, who drove with Brian Sellers for so many years, but Brian not driving this year. He's actually team managing for DXTT Racing. Brian and Madison were such a potent combination. They've won the Rolex 24 together, they've won the championship together before, but all good things must come to an end. But Madison Snow still pushing on, and Madison's story is quite interesting because he has a very, very busy day job in the family business, and then goes pro racing at the weekend effectively. So it's massively impressive. We're just under 2 minutes away from offering up the next load of Michelin Endurance Cup points, and for AO Racing, when they came into the pits, they're just short of it, thinking, oh, have they lost those points? No, actually they haven't. They've got returned to the lead just ahead of Rexy, ahead of Madison Snow. In fact, Snow has just got by, actually. So this is the battle on track. This is on track. The Madison Snow has just got ahead of Klaus Bachler, so may pinch those maximum points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Now, the AWA Corvette, the number 13, has lost its wing mirrors, both of them. So that's not going to be easy when you've got prototypes shuffling by you as well. That's going to be pretty tricky for the driver of that car. Now, who's at the wheel of that car? It's Matt Bell leading the way at the moment.
Yeah, so Bell's on a charge and clear of Ralph Aron by 1.3 seconds. So that's Chevrolet Corvette up against Mercedes. Kenton Cook in the 2nd of the 3 pointed star cars, number 32 running in 3rd spot. But that could be an awfully good move for Paul Miller Racing in terms of points accumulation. They will have pre-planned that, I'm sure, to get ahead of Klaus Bachler, who in turn had the 21 Ferrari right on his tail, but they're not on the same lap. So the 21, although will be a slight distraction, even if it did get by, won't affect Klaus's position. Still looking good for Rexy in 2nd place then at this stage of the race.
Well, the only thing is, though, the sister car for Paul Miller Racing BMW, the 48, is behind Madison Snow. Of course, that car is several laps down after being involved in that incident earlier on. Madison, Madison Snow with a bit of a push, a little of a bump and run there on the 77 of Klaus Bachler for AO Racing. What will Race Control think of that one? I wonder. Actually, Bachler with his hands full with not one but two Paul Miller Racing BMWs. Of course, one he's racing for position, and one which is several laps down after that incident early on, after about 7 or 8 hours. So, I wonder what Race Control think of that one. I'm sure they'll be having a look at it. But for now, as we go past that 6-hour mark, looks like it is going to be the #1 Paul Miller Racing BMW that will take those maximum points in the Michelin Endurance Cup. It looks like it'll be #7 Nick Tandy GTP taking those points in the 99 AO Racing machine in LMP2 that takes them, and indeed the 13 Corvette. And Joe Bradley very kindly reminded me in my ears that the Corvette has the cameras, so that gives you that side vision that's so important.
Yes, good point. So the rear-facing camera, is that producing a sort of look-alike rear-view mirror that is centrally mounted as well, but it's actually a video screen?
But I think it's the side mirrors as well.
Oh, the mirrors do that as well, do they?
The e-tron road car, it has like little cameras. Yeah. Well, aerodynamically, that is clever as well. They think of everything. And of course, Pratt & Miller, with they were one of the first, if not the first, to bring that, import that screen just to the side of the driver's eye with that rear view camera, but with the little arrows warning which cars were coming in. It was color coded depending which car was coming in at what speed, just to try and help the driver and improve that functionality. But it's Nick Tandy who leads by 5.6 seconds as we go into the final quarter of this race. The 63rd Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. We're a little bit overdue for VP Racing Fuels in race update. Over to you, Johnny Palmer.
Okay, so let's do the GTD segment of the race. We already mentioned Matt Bell's name for AWA. He leads GT Daytona in car number 13, ahead of Ralph Aron's Lone Star Racing Mercedes, number 80. Then it's Kenton Cook in a similar car, this time prepared by Korthoff Competition Motors. And then Konrad Lausen in his Ferrari. Although, no, actually, as they come through the tri-oval, the order of those cars changes somewhat. Lausen's just been overtaken by the Triassi Competizione Ferrari of James Collado in the 021, and the 27 of Mattia Drudi for Heart of Racing Team in the Aston Martin. Lausen for AF Corsa, number 50, is 6th. GTD Pro, Madison Snow just got to the front, although not without contact on the rear of Klaus Bachler's car. Haven't had a message yet on the screen to say that contact is being reviewed, but Madison Snow to the front in Paul Miller Racing's BMW. Then the Ford Multimatic Motorsports car of Dennis Olsen in 2nd position. Klaus Bachler for AO Racing is in 3rd in the number 77. Antonio Garcia for Corvette, car number 3, is in 4th. 5th place is Max Martin in the Get Speed Mercedes number 69, and it's Nico Verone in his Corvette, car number 4, running in 6th place. LMP2 has Christian Rasmussen for AO Racing, number 99, leading the way. From the 8 car of Joop van Houten and Tower Motorsports, then it's Colton Herta, who's had an eventful race at times with a half spin at the Western Horseshoe not too long ago, but the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car remaining in 3rd position, ahead of Paul Di Resta's United Autosports example number 22, and Nick Nielsen's just pitted the 88 car for AF Corsa, currently scored in 5th place, but that'll all change as we cycle through our latest stops for LMP2. And in GTP, still a Porsche 1-2 from the Penske Motorsport 963s. So car 7 is ahead of car 6, Tandy and Campbell. Then Philip Eng in the BMW number 24 is in 3rd. 4th place for Scott Dixon in the Acura number 60. And in 5th place, the number 10 of Brendan Hartley in his Cadillac. That's the latest VP Racing in-race update.
A little issue there while we were going through the VP Fuel in-race update. Number 77, AO Porsche of Klaus Bachler went just missed the Le Mans chicane and had to go through the little cut through there, so lost a little bit of time. So that just gives Madison Snow in the lead of GTD Pro and Dennis Olsen in the second. In second, there's just 3 seconds between them and GTD Pro. Now, coming up very shortly, we've got a special guest coming in to join us. Toby Sook, driver of the 04 CrowdStrike by APR machine, a car that was in the hunt for the win last year, missed out ever so narrowly, but is in the hunt for the victory this year. His teammate Colton Herter at the wheelers right now, so we'll hear from him in just a moment. So if you're planning on going off to make a cup of tea, don't, because we're going to hear from one of the stars of the show in just a very short moment.
Looking forward to that, but with 5 hours and 55 minutes to go, the sunrise is now just starting to affect our vision, peering out to the raceway, but also to look at screens. And you can imagine that at certain points around the racetracks, it's going to start to cause a slight issue for everyone that is installed for stints, just as it does for the sunset, because the sun tends to peek into cockpits at the most awkward angle. So let's hope that everyone's managed to get a good visor level on their helmets. Sometimes a bit of tape is applied ahead of one of these transition stints from darkness into daylight. Down the back straight is not going to be an issue, and as they head into the Le Mans chicane, hopefully the braking point there and the angle of attack will not be affected by that. But up on the high banks for the race leader again, Nick Tandy, Matt Campbell, 5 seconds is the gap between those two cars, and 25 seconds adrift is Philip Eng in the BMW number 24.
So joining us now in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre is a driver who's just fresh out. In fact, they must have a fast golf buggy at CrowdStrike Racing, because Toby Souk's come to join us. Toby, a very good morning to you. How's the racing going so far?
Yeah, it's been going well. A few little hiccups here and there, but that's expected over a 24-hour race. A little spin myself, so not ideal on that end, but it's actually been pretty smooth sailing considering the weather. Obviously, for the people that aren't here, it's freezing, so it creates a challenge when we have cold tyres, but it's gone pretty smoothly so far, but I don't want to jinx it, so we'll leave it at that.
LMP2 has been for several years, but particularly last year was the battle to watch, and you were right in the heart of it. Give us we'll just do a little bit of a look back. What were those last few hours like for you guys, battling tooth and nail with Acura last year?
Stressful, because sitting in the car is actually the comfortable spot for us. When you're watching another driver, you've gone, I would have done this, or perhaps I'd have overtaken here instead of here. It's like the backseat driver syndrome, but it's always interesting to see where cars are quicker, and you get a good gauge of that over the 24 hours that we race each other. So it is a stressful situation, but that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. That's why we're here, and it's a spectacular track to race at. When you get the sunrise and the track temperature starts to rise and the car balances change between each team, it's definitely an interesting scenario to come across. But yeah, we've like you mentioned, we finished second 2 years in a row, so this, they say third time lucky, so hopefully that's this year.
You've had an amazing 2025 already. Dubai 24 hours, amazing performance for parading competition. Did you get to ride the camel? No, unfortunately not. That was Darren's duty as he won double, so we thought we'd let him have that, but he was very keen to as well, so I don't think there were any arguments. Tell us what 2025 brings for you. Of course, amazing start in endurance racing, but what are the plans this year?
So far, it's just these endurance races in IMSA, but as you know, it's only five races, so it's quite a wide open schedule. So there's a lot of options on the table that we can consider. So, looking back at IndyCar, potentially looking at European Le Mans, actual Le Mans, some GT3 stuff again. So there's a lot to consider, and it's trying to pick the route which is best and what's right for my career. But it's an exciting season to have, considering we've got the strong program, and then the opportunities ahead.
And I'm going to be careful how I put this. As a very, very impressive silver-graded driver, does your phone ring off the hook?
Actually not.
No,
but I think that's part of the silver job. It's trying to stay below that radar a little bit. So it's two sides of a coin. Maybe I have to pick the phone up.
We'll move on quickly before we draw any more attention, as one of the car fighting right at the front. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Matt Campbell has just come in for a pit stop. So GTP cycling through. Toby, what's it been like in the middle of the night? Because we've had some pretty cold temperatures, getting down to around 6-7 degrees ambient. Those first few laps on fresh, cold tyres, you've just got out from, you maybe had a little nap or something. What on earth is that like?
Tricky. It's like walking on ice that you don't know is there. It's very easy to get caught out. I mean, you take it super cautious out the pit lane, and it's still lots of wheel spin, lots of brake locking, and lots of understeer where the car doesn't turn. So, as you know, you can see the number 6 Porsche has gone wide there, and that's not him pushing. That's him being super careful. And I think that's where this year's a little bit more complex than last year. The temperatures, like you said, are much lower. And it's that fine art of you need to push because someone else can gain a couple of seconds on that, being a bit more risky over the first 2 laps, fresh from the pits. But there's also that risk management where, okay, you might gain a second, but if you throw it off, you lose way more than gaining the second. So it's that fine balance of how much you risk versus how much you push.
Most of the teams, if not all of them, have got spotters working up on the roof or in the spotters room a couple of rooms along from us here. Are you getting that information in the cockpit saying there's a factory GTP car that's on an outlet? Are you getting fed that information?
Yeah. The spotter's been fantastic. I feel sorry for them stood up on the top of the grandstands here because they must be freezing all night. But yeah, they're providing a lot of information, cars on their outlaps, what class they are, if they're a pro car or an AM car, if it's a P2, if it's for position, if they're on the same lap, if it's a GTP. For example, if they're on their outlap, they're very slow. The second lap, not so slow, but still trip us up. And then the third lap, they start to pick up momentum. So they give us basically everything we need to know not to cause any issues.
I always find it's interesting to listen to drivers when some European drivers come over to America and some of them find it too much information. Well, where do you sit on that? Do you enjoy it, or are you just like, okay guys, that's enough?
Yeah, I mean, in that last one when he's telling me someone's catching me, it's like, yeah, shut up. But no, it's good to have the information. It's better to have too much than not enough. But sometimes it can be daunting when you're in a triple stint and it's middle of the night and he's consistently talking as you're in a class battle. It can be quite overwhelming, but you can kind of fine tune and turn your ears on for what you need to know.
Your team owner, George Kurtz, is right at the very peak of international business with CrowdStrike. They're a huge player in cybersecurity, and yet he's able to drive an LMP2 race car, incredibly impressive. Tell us what it's like working with him, because you guys have been on site here for over a week. He's at the very top of industry and the top of his career. What's that like for you as a young professional trying to make it in your career? What do you learn from somebody like that?
Yeah, I mean, George is a fantastic guy. He's put a great operation on with the Algarve Pro Racing team. But it's very insightful to see how the mind of someone successful in business works. That it translates quite well, I think, from business to motorsports, as there's all the data and the information and the people that you can kind of coordinate and use. So it's been a massive learning opportunity for me to kind of bounce the information and processes off of number 6 is, that's the tricky push limit we were talking about. But yeah, it's interesting to learn how someone's brain like that works, and it's interesting because you can get a different perspective on some of the data that, you know, drivers are always kind of molded into looking at, whereas he has a fresher perspective, but still very much along the lines of relevance.
It's very interesting. It's an interesting dynamic that, you know, having the people from different walks of life in the car as well. So a little bit of a lock up there. In fact, not the little one, a big lock up there for the number 6 of Matt Campbell going into turn 1 on the previous lap. He's just getting in the tyres back up to pressure. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Let's pop down for a CrowdStrike. We'll get to Joe in just a moment for a CrowdStrike pit lane report. While he's doing that, let's have a look at the order at GTP. We're sort of in the middle of a pit cycle, aren't we, Johnny? Because Scott Dixon, he's at the top of the field right now, but does owe us a pit stop.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's deal with Matt Campbell, because he pitted a lap before Nick Tandy. So Nick comes out on an out lap, and very gingerly indeed, as Toby's just been describing. But as Matt Campbell came around at the end of his first, the out lap was completed and the first flyer began, he then didn't make the braking area into turn 1, so had to go in a clockwise direction, full 360, to rejoin the racetrack. Actually coped with it reasonably well. I think once you've realised you've outbraked yourself into turn 1, it's best not to really slam on the anchors, because there's a chance you'll lose control of the car. He just eased out of the brake did a spin turn effectively and rejoined, but I reckon it lost him 10 seconds in that first sector. Other pit stops that have been happening, Kevin Magnussen in the BMW and Philippe Albuquerque in his Cadillac.
The LMP2 leader has just come in, Tower Motorsports, Job van Houten. You got the romantic stint, I think. You saw the sun come up during that one. Did you have a chance to take it in?
It's just annoying. You have the sun in your eyes the whole time. No, it's good. It's good to be back in daylight to see the track. The bus stop is quite hard now at night. The curbs, they're not really visible, so for us as driver, this is a bit easier. And yes, when you see the sun come up, it always puts a smile on your face.
Yeah, we're nearly there, aren't we? So the speculation is that we're going to see temperatures that we've not seen, even at the Raw. It's going to be 17, 18 degrees. Is that going to be a significant factor? I mean, we're speculating that it is. I think we're just kind of willing it to be an exciting finish.
It is anyway going to be an exciting finish. If the temperature is going to change or not, it's all so close still in our class. So, yeah, fingers crossed. We've been going well at night, a little bit less well during the day. So I actually hope that the temperatures keep down, but let's see how the car behaves.
I'll let you get dry. Steam billowing from his back there as he's standing in front of me. That's how cold it is down there, and that's how hard he's been working.
Thanks, Joe, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. And funnily enough, the driver of the CrowdStrike 04 car, Toby Sook, listening very carefully to what Job van Houten, who's of course he's battling with. One final question before we let you have a rest, Toby. There's 5 hours 43 minutes to go. What can you tell us about the plan between now and the checkered flag?
Keep it clean and go fast. Collect that Rolex. That's as simple as we can put it.
Let's leave it at that. Toby Sook, thank you so much for coming. I know it's a big effort to come up here, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, no, you guys have probably got the best seat here, so nice and warm, nice and calm. So thank you for having me.
Stay as long as you like. Thank you. Toby Sook of the 04 CrowdStrike LMP2 car. 2 LMP2s going side by side on the high banks. AO Racing on the top side, Tower Motorsports on the bottom. We just heard from Job van Houten of the Tower Motorsport team as they go over the tri-oval. They almost touch, but not quite. Up the inside goes Van Houten then, so he hangs on for now as the 99 at the moment, driven by Dane Cameron, the new addition to AO Racing, trying to make a move there, but the number 8 of Sebastian Alvarez holding off for now. So it's all action in LMP2. Let's get down to Ryan Marine in the pits.
Robin Freins just a moment ago got out of the number 24 BMW Team RLL BMW M Hybrid V8. Your car delayed a little bit. The team car still fighting there. You're not too far behind if you get the right brakes. Speaking of brakes, I want to go back to something that happened overnight. Both BMWs, you had to do some rear brake changes. Was that planned, or was that in reaction to something that had gone slightly awry?
No, that was actually planned before the race because we wanted to have a fresh car at the end. So we reckon to change the brakes on the rear, like if there's a safety car, which we've done. Unfortunately, we lost like 2 laps with it. We got a bit of an issue on the left rear. Don't really know what happened there, but now we are chasing back to get the laps back. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I was expecting a bit more action and a bit more yellows.
Well, and you still have a chance to get some. I know most people at this stage are hoping for a clean run, but because of the IMSA rules, a yellow, that could be exactly what you need to get right back into the mix.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're waiting for. So I think it's like 5.5 hours to go out of my head. So another 2 or 3 yellows and we're back in the game. Let's hope so.
The sister car has the fastest lap of the race, so we know there's pace in the BMW. If you can get on even footing, or if the sister car can, the BMW's been fast since the Roar. Can you fight for a win?
That's what we're here for.
You're a busy guy this year as well, programs with BMW and also in Formula E. Is this the dream as a racing driver?
Well, unfortunately, I missed Daytona for the last couple of years because I was clashing with Formula E. Now I wasn't clashing, so I immediately pick up the phone and ask BMW that I can do Daytona because it's a race. I did it in 17 and I loved it, so I'm really happy to be back. So I'm still chasing that Rolex. Oh, by the sound of it, as we said, we have a yellow now, so maybe we got a lap back.
We'll get it back up to the booth for an update.
Thank you for that CrowdStrike pit lane report, Ryan Marine. Speaking to Robin Freins, we do have a full course yellow, and oh well, it's the 04 CrowdStrike by APR machine. We've just had one of their drivers, Toby Sook, in to speak with us. What has gone on here? Colton Herta hard into the tyre barrier. Now that is a rare mistake from Colton. Locks up the rears, hitting the brakes into the Western Horseshoe, and the rear just comes around. That looks like a strange incident, Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, very high speed approach, and he realised at the last minute that he was heading straight for the tyre wall, so maybe chucked it into a spin to help to try and scrub some of that speed off, but it's left debris at turn 6, it's left debris on certain areas of the back straight as well. And Colton Herta wanting clearly to get the car back as quickly as he could to pit road, but possibly a little too quick because it's shed a lot of bodywork. That's probably easily rectified. Rear deck's going to be taken off here, P-Mac.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a little bit more than just the rear deck. I'm looking at the right rear wheel, and I'm pretty sure that's. I may be wrong. I may be wrong because I've not seen it without the bodywork. So the camber looks a little bit more severe than it perhaps should be. And it's just, yeah, Stuart Cox, he shouts the order, back of the wall it goes. The 04 CrowdStrike car was in contention, and I'm not sure whether it was cause or effect. In fact, let me get over the wall and have a look at that right rear suspension. It might be that the suspension's given up. Gonna poke my nose in. Snap wishbone. So top link towards the front part of the suspension mount where it mounts the gearbox completely snapped. Now I don't know whether it's cause or effect, guys. He lost it and hit the wall, did he? Did you see it?
Yeah, went into the wall backwards though, so it's very difficult to tell. I mean, the rear came round quickly.
Yeah, that'll cause it. That'll cause it, guys. It's the impact with the wall that snapped that link.
Thanks for that, Joe. Great work there, getting a look at that CrowdStrike number 04 car. And I think Toby Souk, the door had just shut after he very kindly made the effort to come up and speak to us and share some insight, and the door shut, and then his car's in the fence. That is absolutely devastating for this team as the APR mechanics push the car back behind the wall. Colton Herta's a serious operator. That looked a strange one for me. It is very bumpy there going in the braking zone into Western Horseshoe, but it seemed to go away quickly on him.
You want to consider a part-time career as Mystic Meg, I think, to wave goodbye to a guest just around the corner, then a big incident for that very car. But I'm remembering back to Colton Herta having a spin at turn 5 earlier in the race, which he got away with. Whether that car's been a bit lively heading into the second of the horseshoes, I mean, Toby Souk might have had an answer to that, but I wouldn't have wanted him witnessing that moment up with us in the booth, because he might have gone very, very quiet indeed. This is the dynamic of a sports car race, an endurance race, where you share the car with 2 or 3 other people, and you have to watch the car in the control of others. And now, of course, Toby's entirely helpless, as to a certain extent is Colton Herta, because he's remained on board and the car is being wheeled to the nearest opening in the wall so that it can go back to the garage. But this is not the work of a moment, particularly because the dolly jacks don't seem to be obeying too much. 4 mechanics trying to wheel it as directly as possible back to the CrowdStrike by APR garage. But yeah, in the night time, Colton Herta had a spin at turn 5, but didn't make any contact with the wall. So he has had some warning that maybe the bumps are there, or maybe this car is struggling at times to slow for the horseshoe. It wasn't an outlap, so tyre temperature should have been there or thereabouts. And Colton visibly very, very frustrated with that error, or with something breaking on the car. We're not quite sure what it is at this stage.
Put yourself in Colton Herta's shoes right now, sitting there in that car as it's being dragged back to the garage. You'd just want to cry. You'd be utterly crestfallen in the fight for a Rolex watch, and with 5.5 hours to go, with a really strong chance of winning the race, and it all goes wrong. We'll try and get a word from the team as to what was it, a driver error. Was it a failure? We just can't tell at this stage. We will do everything we can to get that. We will do everything we can. There are limitations of what we can do there, but at this moment, I would imagine the atmosphere is pretty fraught in that team. So we will give it a moment, and then we will make our inquiries Oh, well, this spices things up a little bit, because the two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines, while that was a green flag running, Johnny, they were just marching away with it.
Yeah.
But you knew that a full course yellow was going to arrive at some stage for whatever reason. This brings the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac back into the mix, particularly the 24 BMW back into the mix, and why don't you throw the 60 Acura in there too?
Well, everybody that remained on the lead lap now will be right together at the restart, and that's the fascinating dynamic of the Rolex 24, in that you can spend hour upon hour in building what you feel is a comfortable gap over your rivals, and then it just disappears unless you can get the big advantage of a full lap between your car and everyone else who's doing the chasing. And Porsche couldn't do that with their various pit stops. They've also not necessarily been slowing one another down, because I think actually Porsche Penske Motorsport have judged it quite well. Certain phases of the race have favoured the 6, and then the next chunk maybe the 7, and I think they've deliberately allowed them to race so that the quicker car can get ahead and start to create that gap a little bit, like Toyota do in the World Endurance Championship. We've also seen it from Penske as well. They've got two quick cars out there that allow them to race, but if they feel like one car's being held up by the other, then get them to switch around. We haven't actually had team orders as such here, because it's been flat out racing, particularly on the infield. But now Nick Tandy, Matt Campbell going to have the company of Scott Dixon and Kevin Magnussen's BMW. Is this going to give a bit more of a shout for the BMW fans as well? Not for the 25, that's remaining 3 laps back, but the 24 is still very much in contention.
Well, it does allow that 25 car to potentially get one of those laps back, which
Indeed.
is really important. The pits are open for prototypes, so I suspect that Joe Bradley may be about to get quite busy, but a lot of the GTP cars have over 80% of their energy in, but there's still a few takers as they come in now, led by one of the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines. Indeed, it's the number 6 that's come in and will be arriving at the toes of our intrepid pit lane reporter, Joe Bradley.
Well, guys, actually, I think that's going to be on my end of the pit lane. This should just be a splash. All of these cars were in for a moment. And when we're talking about virtual energy, can we talk about a splash? Is it just a virtual splash? Hard to say, but that's all we're seeing out of the GTP runners. I'm also kind of in the midst of some LMP2 pit stops, and same thing here. They were not anywhere near needing to come in, but most of the teams, that was Spike the Dragon from AO Racing leaving just a moment ago, electing to come in for a splash of fuel, top off the tanks. A lot of windshield tear-offs coming up off of the windscreens as well. That's so important now as the sun comes up to get rid of some of that glare that the drivers will be dealing with here in the morning hours. Everything seemed clean and nominal. One longer stop would have been from the JDC Miller number 85. Pascal Wehrlein, the Formula E reigning world champion, was on board. Couldn't tell if he got out or not, but that car had been slightly off sequence and had been pitting earlier than the rest, so maybe this is an opportunity for them to play a slightly different strategy card to get them into the mix.
Ryan Marine with that CrowdStrike pit report. It's an interesting point you raised there, actually. A splash and dash, but a virtual one. I'll have to try and come up with a name for that, where we concentrate on energy that is put into a car rather than the physical fuel. It's a combination of the two. So the 7 Porsche yet to come in, that will get the opportunity to do so next time around. Matt Campbell, though, in and back out again. We're currently working lap 600 of the 63rd edition of the Rolex 24, live on RS2 IMSA Radio. It is very nearly 8:10 in the morning here at Daytona. Good morning if you're just joining us. Many hardy souls I know have committed to try and be up for the duration. Well, you're into the final quarter of this race now, but still got the best part of a standard World Endurance Championship race to go, with 5.5 hours still on the clock. Ryan Marine has been either thinking quite hard or is getting suggestions fired to him on social media. So go ahead, Ryan. What's the first one? I kind of like this.
Open this one up to the peanut gallery here, and we've got Reese, who does PR for the Porsche folks. He suggests flash and dash. What do you guys think of that one?
Yeah, I think that could stick. So the energy, which will supply the spark, if you like. So a flash and dash that some of these GTP cars are getting. LMP2s in and out as well. So the 8 car for Tower Motorsports, Dane Cameron and the AO Racing crew as well. And in the GT Daytona division, Matt Bell brings the AWA Corvette in, and straight to Joe Bradley with this crowd shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see where these Dormers have gone. They are certainly missing from the car. Matt brings the car in from the lead of GTD. Fine stint there from the Geordie. Tyres going on. Brand new sticker, Michelin's as well. And the fueling going in. Driver just being pushed in there as well. And we'll get a word with Matt. It's off the jacks. And then the OrlandoCore.com sponsored car gets back in the fray.
A whole bunch of activity in the GTD Pro side of things, and a number of teams electing to do brake changes at this stage. That includes the GTD Pro class leader. They're doing the front brakes on that. Now, they've got the left side done already. A hang-up, though, on the right-hand side, the right front brakes, giving the mechanics trouble. They keep going back in with the tools, trying to figure out what the issue might be, and just a shake of the head every single time from the mechanic. Now they're just shoving that assembly right there, trying to get it to seat properly. It looks like they're getting closer because the tire carrier is there, but as I say that, the work continues. This is costly. They were going to lose track position anyway, but now they're going to lose track position relative to the other cars that elected to do brake changes, and that includes a couple of Mercedes-AMG GT3s, Windward, as well as Get Speed. All right, the brake change finally done, but the right side mechanic just chucked the wheel gun over towards the wall, and that car peels out with a roar. Rexy, a little bit frustrated here this morning, guys.
Ryan Marine, and before that, Joe Bradley. Joe's hunting drivers as well, outgoing drivers that we can catch up with, but a couple of CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports back to back there. 21 minutes on the stint for Nick Tandy, who is waiting for his opportunity, or maybe they're just going to pass it up in the number 7 car on lap 600 to come in to take some energy and fuel on board. But the number 6 car has made its stop. Also stopping within this full course yellow, Scott Dixon, Kevin Magnussen. Philippe Albuquerque has not so far. He is staying out, as now here comes Bryce Aaron in the JDC Miller Motorsports car. About to tick off 600 laps there. LMP2 led by Dane Cameron and the AO Racing car having just made a stop. Sebastian Alvarez and Tower Motorsports, James Allen and the United Autosports USA crew, with Ryan DL in the Era Motorsports car as well, with Maxime Vaxivière into pit lane. And the GT Daytona entry, car number 80, is driven by Ralph Aron, and that car into pit lane as well. New driver into the AWA Corvette, by the way, is Marvin Kirchhofer. Still got a GT Daytona bronze combination, leading everybody else in that class, which I hadn't really expected this far into the race. I don't know how much bronze time has been done in car number 13, but nevertheless that's impressive.
I would suspect quite a lot. That seems to be the strategy for a lot of the teams that have a bronze driver, whether that be in GTD or in LMP2, to get that 4.5 hour minimum done early, to allow their top pro drivers to take it for the sprint to the flag, which we're very much coming into that period now. So I would suspect so. And for Ori Fadani, last year the winner of the Aiken Award for the top bronze graded driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and that gets you an invite to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So we'll see Ori Fadani race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2025, I believe in a Corvette, and potentially with the AWA group going over there to make their debut at the 24 Hours. That hasn't been confirmed yet, but that's certainly everything that's been hinted at this stage. So, I mean, if they could add a Rolex 24 GTD win, would be amazing. And to see a car with a bronze driver in it to win GTD, because it's not mandatory like it is in LMP2, if you were to see a bronze-graded driver in a lineup that was winning in GTD, that would be very impressive indeed.
Certainly so. BMW at the Le Mans chicane is the 24 of Kevin Magnussen, 25 trying to work out whether enough ground has been made up for that car and Marco Wittmann to get one of its laps back. Well, the last time I checked it was 3 laps down. It's now only showing 2 down. Is that correct? 2 down from the overall race leader. Yeah, I think that would be, that would tie in. So
buy that for $1.
So yeah, the BMW that's not exactly out of contention, but it's less likely to reach the podium, gets a touch closer as a result of this full course yellow, as the class splits are instructed to begin. Remember, the new for 2025 rule is to separate the GTD pros from the GT Daytona cars. Porsche from Porsche, with still the race leader, Nick Tandy, car number 7, deciding not to pass up road position, whereas the Matt Campbell car in behind does have a bit more energy on board and therefore should be able to go just less than 20 more minutes into the next stint.
So what that means then, we've got 4 cars on the lead lap. We've got the 2 Penske Porsche Motorsport machines, 7 from 6, the 60 Meyershank Acura, and the 24 BMW M Hybrid V8 of Kevin Magnussen. That said, in terms of energy, the Nick Tandy car, of course Nick Tandy did not pit, so he's got 78%, whereas Matt Campbell behind him has 93, having pitted at that last stop. So they've got a bit of an edge on fuel now, actually. Philippe Albuquerque is the first car off the lead lap in the number 10 Cadillac Wayne Taylor racing machine, and did not pit there. So Wayne Taylor racing a little bit backed into a corner, a little bit on the back foot here with 5 hours and 23 minutes to go.
AWA Corvette's just pitted from the lead of the GT Daytona class as described, and the outgoing driver Matt Bell is now able to talk to Joe Bradley in this CrowdStrike update.
He brought the car in from the lead of GTD. I'm just taking the mick out of him because he's put about 7 layers on, and he's from the same part of England as me, and he's an absolute disgrace to Newcastle. Matt, that aside, always a nice warm feeling bringing the car in from the lead, I would think.
Yeah, no, the car's pairing along nicely. The Chevrolet Corvette 06 GT3, prepped by AWA. Yeah, it's just singing along just nice. So we feel we've got a good car under us. It's a highly competitive field, so we are absolutely not counting our chickens. We need to be pinpoint accurate in every detail to maintain this lead. There's some serious competition chasing us and trying to go for this Rolex, but we feel confident.
We noticed that the car is aerodynamically optimized with the lack of door mirrors. Is that causing you an issue?
Yeah, some of my teammates decided to do a little bit in NASCAR whilst they were on the. One of them's laughing right behind you here, actually. So yeah, not an intentional drag reduction system, but IMSA racing is close, hard-fought stuff. I think this series allows the best racing in the world, and every now and again a mirror is a sacrifice for that racing.
Is it a problem though, from a driving sense? Or the Corvette's got that camera in the rear. You've got like a TV screen, haven't you?
I mean, of course, it's not optimal, but we have the Bosch radar system giving us review, and then top-class spotters, Ken and Justin spotting from up on the top of the Daytona building there. So yeah, we're still we're just eyes forward, looking in the front. If we can just walk away from everybody, that means we don't have to look behind.
Great stuff. Is your dad here?
No, he's not. He's watching on TV. Hello, Dad.
Hello, Steve.
How we doing?
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, hello, Steve. Hello, the rest of the Bell family. It's not gone well for some of the other GT cars, though, at the restart. Porsche lead with Nick Tandy and Matt Campbell, but we've lost 1, 2, 3 GT. Are they all GT Daytona cars?
Yeah,
yes, they are.
The 4078 Lamborghini driving away, but the Lone Star Mercedes AMG isn't moving, and I don't think we'll see the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari moving either, because it's stuck in the tyre wall. Now, what happened here with this bunch? It's very frantic. The 40 Lamborghini moves on, and then, it's all arms and elbows. It looks like the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari got hit from the rear. Very weirdly, that the Lone Star Mercedes and the Ferrari both spun, lost the rear almost simultaneously.
I think Scott Andrews is having a moment in the number 80 Mercedes, but then behind that, the 21 had lost traction as well on the cold tyres. A Lamborghini had gone straight and then side swipes the Lambo, which was already going straight. So there were 3 cars having individual moments there, and they all ended up tangling as they spun. It's back to full course yellow, not for the first time in this year's Rolex 24. A yellow breeds the next one very swiftly indeed. So a short yellow, we won't have the full wave by process, and the 80 car not able to pull away from the scene. That car, and also limping its way on the infield, is the 78 Lamborghini, which was one of the first to overshoot the first corner. Thought it had got away with it. This is Smisha Goitberg in the Huracan, but then it got sideswiped by a spinning 21 Ferrari, the car of Alessandro Pierguidi.
Well, it's how many times have we seen that? Turn 1, both in, after a long period of green flag running, or indeed at a restart. So the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari loses it on its own, and just John Virgo trick shot style just plows the 7840 car, which is a completely innocent bystander. And heavy hit. How that 78 Lamborghini is driven away from that hit from the 21 Ferrari, I have no idea.
So the 78 Lamborghini outbrakes itself. That's out in the dust. The Ferrari's lost it, but the Mercedes is already sideways. Yes, the 21 Ferrari of Pierguidi slapped the side of the 70 Mercedes, but it was already in a half spin. And just hearing that the 80 car has rejoined the race, so the Scott Andrews car was obviously stopped for quite some time, but is now moving again. So I still maintain that it's almost 3 separate spins, and then they've all got together after the cars are out of control.
The only one I would say is that the 40 car was just simply running on. It wasn't actually spinning, but it just got wiped out by the spinning Ferrari. And I think it gives you an impression of how tricky the conditions are right now, because we had Colton Herta, one of the top drivers in IndyCar, a double winner of this racing class, tipped for Formula One, seemed to make a driver error. It may have been a technical failure, but say if it was a driver error, the conditions are clearly tough. Alessandro Pierguidi, he's a multiple world champion. He's a Le Mans winner. He's one of the very best drivers that Ferrari have. He's won this race in class before, and he lost the rear really early there. So I think the conditions are so tough, particularly on restarts.
It's the low ambient temperature, the low track temperature as well. There's some dust offline, and you naturally get that this far into a race. We're over 18 hours done now into the Rolex 24, so there's tyre pickup offline, but there's also quite a lot of just general dust and debris. So if you're out of the groove, it's really easy to run wide at turn 1, and we've had a few cars do that just in the middle of their stints. 52 degrees Fahrenheit on the track, slightly less than that in the air, very little wind here, but the bigger issue really is just the low ambient temperature and the cold tyres after tootling around behind the safety cars under the full course caution. And just like returning to the racetrack from a pit stop, it's not quite as bad as a brand new set of tyres being put on that are absolutely stone cold, but you've got to start racing straight away, otherwise you're going to lose places hand over fist. The problem is the only time that you know, or is the kind of true test that you've got tyre temperature, is the turning point at turn 1, and when the car doesn't turn in, it's kind of too late to react.
Poor old Misha Goikberg being led out of the 40 Racing Lamborghini, which has ground to a halt, looks like up towards the Western Horseshoe. So he tried to get it back to the pits, but couldn't. It looked almost, just stunned, I think would be the word I would use. Well, why don't we, poor old Misha Goikberg just shaking his head because he did nothing wrong there. Yes, he was running a little bit wide, but would have easily brought that back onto the track, and then all of a sudden, bang, a spinning Ferrari takes him out of the race. And 40, they had pace. The Lamborghinis had been strong in the hands of all 3 cars. The FAF car, which was also taken out earlier on. So this has not been Lamborghini's race fortune-wise. They've brought a fast car here, and it just has not gone their way. I think while the pits are closed and we're under full course yellow, it'll be a good time to take a slightly early VP Fuels in-race update, given that we can't have pit callers, certainly not from the front runners anyway. So Nick Tandy for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7 leads the way by, under safety car from his teammate Matt Campbell in car number 6 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Then it's the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura of Scott Dixon, with Kevin Magnussen in the number 24 BMW completing the 4 cars that remain on the lead lap. Then just 1 lap back from the leaders is Philippe Albuquerque for the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. In 6th, it's the JDC Miller Porsche. Sitting in 7th is the BMW M Hybrid V8 of Marco Wittmann. LMP2, well, at the moment,
you do that,
yes,
yeah.
LMP2, the best part of the VP Fuel in-race update. A huge round of applause, I think, is deserved for the APR team, the Algarve Pro Racing team who run the CrowdStrike car. They have repaired that car in double quick time, and it is back out on track with Colton Herta at the wheel. And Johnny Palmer, it looks brand new.
Superb, isn't it?
Wow.
I mean, that's testament to Algarve Pro Racing looking after the CrowdStrike car. And it's back into the race. Colton Herta still at the wheel, and he was able to give, I was hearing an interview to NBC, collecting his thoughts pretty well. Still to determine precisely what caused that spin. It did look like driver error only because he was on his own, but it may well have been that something snapped on the car at the point of turning. Sorry, I've jumped all over your VP Racing update. So finish that off, and then we'll get to Ryan in the pits.
That's a huge development in LMP2. I have to say that's extraordinary from that crew. So leading the LMP2 category is the 22 United Autosport car of James Allen, then Dane Cameron for AO Racing, chased by the number 8 Taron Motorsport machine of Sebastian Alvarez. Then it's Ryan Diel on his 20th start at the Rolex 24 at Daytona on the lead lap for Era Motorsport. Then it's Mathieu Vaxivière for the number 88 Pecom car run by AF Corsa. Then it's Felipe Massa, yes, that Felipe Massa for the number 74 Riley Ranch Resort team. Then it's Matthias Besch for the 52 PR1 Matheson squad, and the 04 CrowdStrike machine in 8th place rejoins the race, having lost a few laps, of course, but is back in the race. In GTD Pro, it's the 65 Ford Mustang of Dennis Olsen, then the number 1 BMW for Paul Miller Racing of Neil Verhagen, then Antonio Garcia for Corvette Racing, chased by his teammate Nico Verone in the number 4. GTD is led at the moment by AWA Racing, Marvin Kirchhofer, chased by the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin of Zachary Robichon, and rounding out the top 3 there, Kenton Cook for Korthoff Competition AMG.
Thank you, P-Mac. That's the latest VP Racing in-race update. And let's get straight to Ryan Marine for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Had a chance to catch up with one of the drivers in the leading car in GTD Pro, Chris Meese. It's Dennis Olsen in the car right now, Fred Vervish, the other driver. It's been 19 or so hours, but it was a Ford front row in GTD Pro. The cars have made it through the night. They still look fast. Carrying any battle scars, though? How are the cars at this stage?
They're in a pretty good shape. I think we have no scratch on the car. Obviously, qualifying went well with the 1-2. And since then, the competition picked up some pace. So it was a tough battle so far. So I think now the real race starts.
Now maybe everybody picks up a little pace, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the track is rubbering up. We had like quite cold weather the whole week with rain and stuff, so it was quite greasy outside on track. And now obviously with a lot of running, a lot of Michelin rubber on track now, lap times are getting faster and faster. So I think it's going to be an intense battle.
You spent so many years with Audi. By the end, that R8 was a tried and true proposition. How different has it been coming over to join Ford Multimatic ahead of last year, helping to develop this Ford Mustang GT3 from the ground up?
Yeah, well, it's basically 1 year ago we started our first race. So the Audi was a good race car, proven and everything, but also you can feel the difference between a 2016 car and a brand new car. So the Ford and Multimatic have done an amazing job to develop this car. We obviously gave our input once we joined the program, and we kept developing the car the whole year. So I think it finally paid off, and we could show that the car is finally able to fight for podium and wins. It's reliable since the first day, and we sorted all the hiccups we had, and yeah, I think it's looking good so far.
When you say you feel the difference from a 2016 car to a 2024 effectively car, what kind of things do you notice?
Top secret.
Fair enough. Keep the cards close to the vest, I understand. A couple, 5 hours or so to go. How do you feel at this stage?
Tired. I didn't sleep much, but I think that's the same for everyone. We just try to keep out of troubles. So far it worked well. We're now in the lead, obviously changing all the time, so we had a good pit stop by the boys and girls, so hope we can stay there for the next couple of hours. Obviously it will change. We just have to be there in the mix in the last half an hour, and then let's see where we end up.
You'll be climbing in next?
I'm climbing in next, yeah.
All right, we'll let him go. That's Chris Mees, guys.
Fabulous job by the CrowdStrike. Sorry, Joe, we talked over one another. CrowdStrike 04, we saw the car heavily damaged after that incident. Colton Hurt had just took over the car. Stuart Cox, not what you wanted on a Sunday morning after a hard night, but great job from the team.
Well, it wasn't really a hard night, to be honest. We were just minding our own business, doing our job. We had a quick car, saving fuel throughout the whole of the race. Literally, all that we wanted to do was get it to the last hour, and it all went pear-shaped very, very quickly. So there was a lot of damage. The boys and myself, as you can see, my hands up.
Of course you did, Stuart. We know you.
Couldn't help myself. I jumped in, and we did a whole rear corner, right inside pod, floor, engine cover tail section, and a quick setup, and she's good to go. So this, how many hours? 5.5, I reckon. I don't know how long. I don't know how many laps we are, but we haven't given up. We pushed like man to get it done.
Well, you had a couple of long yellows bred yellow.
They help big time, and you know sometimes in IMSA it's lucky you cause a yellow yourself, and then you win from it while you're repairing. So, and then I think there was another one, but for sure. I think as everybody gets more and more tired, more and more mistakes will be made, and we'll just get laps back, and I'll bang Jakobsen in, and he'll just clean up at the end of it.
What caused it? Was it a simple driver error?
I won't say.
Oh, all right, okay, you have said. Thank you, Stuart.
Do you know what? Stuart and Sam Cox are two of the most brilliant people ever in the paddock. It's great to have them here. And I remember it was at... Joe, was at Le Mans, wasn't it? That they rebuilt the whole car and went on to win, I think it was. Coming back to green flag. Coming back to green flag. Nick Tandy, Matt Campbell, Scott Dixon, Kevin Magnussen, Philippe Albuquerque. That's not a bad 5-car train at the front of the field. Still the two Porsches.
All contact between Albuquerque and the BMW. The BMW goes around, so Albuquerque trying to get back on the lead lap. He's punted the number 24 of Kevin Magnussen.
Oh my goodness me. Well, Albuquerque, we've seen a number of drivers, and there's more locking up down at the International Horseshoe as well. We've seen a few drivers being very, very aggressive when laps down in this race. There's no obligation to let people go, particularly if you're only a single lap down. You'll want to get back on it and be able to compete for the top positions. And the midfield of the GT categories, 1, 2, 3 wide as well.
I apologise, it was the 25, it was Marco Wittmann.
Right.
I do apologise. So Magnussen is through, which is the front-running BMW. So apologies, BMW fans. You can breathe a sigh of relief, but that was surely going to cop Philippe Albuquerque a penalty, and there is bound to be damage to that Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac.
Well, also a penalty for a jumped restart. That was the previous restart. That's the United's USA car, and that's the leader in class, and a pit lane speed violation for the Acura number 60. Again, 1 kilometre an hour, but it's an absolute. They'll have another drive-through.
Just when they're on, they got those couple of yellows have brought them back to the front of the field, or fighting with the front of the field.
That's the second time that's happened to them, that they've got back to the front of the field and then a penalty. What do we talked about? The Porsche keys to the race. It still can bite you. It can bite you, and it can bite you again. Side-by-side action with the LMP2s again. Matthias Besch Matthias Besch and Colton Hurt are in there as well as the...
No, that's the PR1 Matheson. I've made that mistake as well. It's the 52 PR1 Matheson machine. It's a similar colour scheme to the CrowdStrike car this year, so it's in the lead. It is the 22 United Autosports, but as you just mentioned, John, it's got a drive-through penalty. The PR1 Matheson wins car is trying to get back he's trying to get laps back, so effectively your net race leader is the 99 of Dane Cameron for AO.
Sorry, I was pointing there. It is the Zakata, number 81, I think, has gone off at turn 2, and that has continued. That's so little blip there for the Ferrari of Miguel Molina, who we spoke to earlier on, and that car back in the right direction and moving forward. 609 laps completed. Still people asking about the distance record.
Huge lock-up
to 773 now on the computer.
Massive lock-up from Albuquerque going up the inside there, the 25 BMW, and oh dear, Philippe.
Yeah, if that BMW hasn't got a puncture, I'll be very, very surprised. That was quite a stout contact.
To the pits comes that 25.
Yeah. Ryan Marine is down there.
Spot on, John. It is a puncture at the left rear of that BMW, so they bring it in. Lost a lot of time. Of course, this car already delayed a couple of laps after a miscue on the rear brake change that was explained to us was planned. The two BMWs both did it, but this one had an issue on the left rear overnight that cost them a couple of laps and now further delayed, unfortunately. They have that tire carcass off, and that's the good news. So the replacement on, they'll now put another right rear on that machine and quickly send it back out, but lost another lap. This has been a difficult day for the 25 that started out so promisingly.
Thank you, Ryan. Outstanding stuff from the CrowdStrike pit lane team, particularly in that long overnight section when we were single crewed in the pits during our sacred coffee. 6-hour night shift. Quarter of the race that those guys worked for us down in the pit lane there, and great stuff. The incident between the Wayne Taylor Cadillac and the number 25 BMW, as you might imagine, is under review. Mercifully, race control have not been busy overnight, and not too much to go through. Jamie Howe rejoining the team, along with Ryan Marine. And it's a bizarre feature of how we work here and how far apart we are sometimes, that whilst I've been talking to Jamie for hours, I've actually never seen her in person this week.
Neither have I. I've never met her. Looking forward to later, though.
Yes, you will.
Just coming up to 5 hours to go then, and it's LMP2 was the real battle last year. It's going to be the same again this year. The 99 AO Racing machine battling away with the 88 AF Corsa Pecom racing car of Mathieu Vaxivière, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, car number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, drive-through penalty for incident responsibility.
I've got a feeling that I'm waiting for this to be confirmed, but I've got a feeling that the number 60 Acura has been pinged for speeding in the pit lane whilst it was driving down the pit lane, answering it's speeding in the pit lane. So they've got their pit lane speed limit set wrong if that's the case. Ryan Marine was watching that. Ryan, am I imagining things, or is that a second penalty for that 60 car?
Well, I know it just served a drive-through a moment ago, so I got to wait and see here what timing and scoring says if it just was given another. I think you're exactly right. I think that is what we saw, but we'll have to take a look and see if they come back in. That is really frustrating for them. Another drive-through penalty, by the way, that was served. It was the erstwhile LMP2 class leader. They had a pit lane infraction, the number 22 from United Autosports. They've already served that drive-through from the lead down to 7th in class.
Thanks, Ryan. CrowdStrike pit lane report.
That's a very un-Meyershank thing to do. They've won this race on a couple of occasions. Once in the last DPI race and the first GTP race, and they're an impressive outfit. For that to keep happening they just can't afford. They don't appear, certainly in the cool of night anyway, they didn't appear to have the pace of the Penske Porsches. I don't think anybody has in those conditions, but we're going to get warmer, so the order could flip on its head. But if you're going to give away drive-through penalties with 5 hours to go, it's going to punish you.
Ryan Marine has checked with our ever-helpful pit lane officiating crew. It was just the one penalty.
Okay.
It was just the one penalty. It's still on the screen. It has actually been served. That's what slightly threw me out.
And still on the lead lap. They're 46 seconds back, but another full course yellow and they're right back in the mix. So Meyershank Racing, they're toying with it. It's all very frantic down there, but they are still in with the hunt. GTD Pro, what a battle this has been. When Corvette announced their GT3 car with the Z06 GT3R, when Mustang announced with Ford announced their Mustang GT3 program, we're like, yes, GM versus Ford, the old classic battle. And that's what's emerging right now in GTD Pro, but it's emerging behind the race leader, Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller BMW. They've had a race of mixed emotions, really. Their 48 car, which was running so strongly at the start of the race, was taken out in that big incident in the 7th hour. But their sister car, the number 1, is actually carried on and picked up the baton and leading the race right now by 1.4 seconds. But don't also forget the AMG Mercedes, the 69 in there as well, of Maxime Martin on his debut with AMG.
Yeah. They would have been praying for a bit of rain, because Martin is an absolute rainmeister in anything that he drives. Good morning to those of you who are just coming back to the track, maybe at just coming up to 8:45 here. That means we're well into the early afternoon in the UK and Europe, where a lot of our listeners are. I don't think I want to do the arithmetic as far as that's concerned, but plenty of international listeners from around the world. Simon H has tweeted at IMSA Radio, where are all the fans with 5 hours to go at the moment? The grandstands are bursting. All the fans are here. They are in the infield. There's getting on for 100,000 people have been in the infield all night. We've got a good set of fans have already settled themselves down in the sunshine down towards turn 1 and the exit from the infield. That's a cracking place to watch, because you've got 2 places of interest right there as well. Ryan Marine has got an update with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, curious situation here. The Proton number 20 GTD Pro entry is in the pits now for the 2nd consecutive lap. The first stop was just a very quick one, and I didn't exactly see what they were doing, but I think I know what the issue is now. The front is up on the car, the front bodywork, and the crew, now they close it, but they've spent about 30, 45 seconds down there with the compressed air hose, trying to clear off any obstruction to the radiator. They were also very busy at the air intake at the front of that Porsche 911 and took off some of the tape as well that they had been using on the front to try and control the heat and the temperature in that car overnight. So it looks like that car has now dropped off the lead lap in class with apparent overheating issues. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
What a pity for the Proton competition squad. Drive-through penalty for car number 3. This is important in GTD Pro. 4th position in GTD Pro for Antonio Garcia for incident responsibility with the 81. Now 81 off the top of my head. That's an LMP2 car, isn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Forgive me for not having that. I'm just a little bit rusty this time in the morning. In fact, no, it's not. 81.
No, 81's the Dragon Speed car. Of course
apologies.
It is.
Of course
no,
it is.
That's
the Ferrari.
me as well,
yes, my apologies. Getting used to Dragon Speed in GTD Pro. So
yes.
Yeah, they're Ferrari, which in conjunction with Risi Competizione. So that's big news then for Corvette. Antonio Garcia will have to come in and serve a drive-through penalties. Battle on track then between the number 6 and Matt Campbell, trying to squeeze into 2nd position over Kevin Magnussen, the former Formula 1 star. And Matt Campbell, he loves those moves, and he's up into 2nd position to maintain or to re-establish that Porsche Penske Motorsport 1 32. Oh, that was tight.
Also, I think we saw a penalty there that flashed up on the screen for the Wayne Taylor number 10 car. So that is going to be a drive-through. Hello to Gary Paravani. Oscar having his 15th birthday party today. Melody watching Daytona with Gary, the whole family, including baby Avani, watching her first car race. And also, good afternoon to James in Birchington, Kent in the UK. Never misses these races. And it's Tony Campbell who has mentioned you for being such a big fan of IMSA, James. Thank you for your support, and Tony, lovely to hear from you as well.
Switch again for second position. The number 24, Kevin Magnussen, returns the favour on Matt Campbell, saying, I come from the school of hard knocks as well. And through he goes. So there's that switching of position between Magnussen and Campbell is just allowing Nick Tandy to clear away at the front of the motor race. 3.4 seconds the gap at the front.
Peter Mackay and John Hindorf in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre.
So it was turn 1 as well for the number 3 Corvette, just trying to sneak up the inside of the Dragon Speed number 81 Ferrari, and instant responsibility. Antonio Garcia, one of the most experienced, the most decorated drivers in American sports car racing history, has to serve a drive-through penalty.
Good morning to Dave Monks, or good afternoon as he's in the West Midlands. He's still in his sleeping bag in the garage, lost count of how many cups of tea have been consumed. Dave Monks' garage is better than the first flat that I lived in when I was working for Autosport down in London. It does have the advantage of a classic BMW parked in there, as well as the biggest TV screen you have ever seen. Good afternoon, Dave. Thanks for your support as well. Been such a busy time on the social medias. Thank you very much indeed. Because Race Car, hearing you loud and clear in Nashville, one of my favourite places. Enjoying the coverage. Not been to Nashville, you need to.
Never been?
Oh, Peter. I'll give you a great hotel. You've got to go down to Broadway, you need to do that once, but that's not really that's like saying Newcastle upon Tyne is only about the big market. But Broadway you have to see to believe it. Get out of the town a little bit. We go up towards the university, stay up there, and there's some brilliant restaurants and bars to go up there as well. And whether or not you are an aficionado of country music, and why wouldn't you be, particularly with the way new country is and the crossover, it's a fantastic place to go. Great sports town as well. I could see you in a Stetson.
I know my wife would enjoy that trip. She's a big fan of new country music.
Is she?
Yes.
Lucy. Oh, that's something else. I knew I liked her. Works for a distillery and likes new country music.
There you go.
That's a keeper there, Peter, no doubt. LMP2 battles continue. The number 88 is Matthew Vaxivier, and he at the moment is right on the tail of Dane Cameron. Spike is back at the front of the LMP2 battle. There's a tenth between them in the sunshine. Temperatures will be coming up, particularly on the track now. 57 Fahrenheit is 14 Celsius. The air temperature 12 Celsius. That's what, 54 on the Fahrenheit scale. And this is going to come up quickly. And the last few hours of the race, tyre pressures are going to be as crucial as they have been at any stage. We got up to 34 Celsius on the track at start time. But honestly, with a clear sky and the sun beating down, what did I say it was? 14. Yeah, expect that in the next 10 or 15 minutes to go up possibly quickly. 10 Celsius.
Yeah, that could double by the end of the race.
Oh yeah, it will. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it will. So that's good. Think of what the teams have got to be on top of, setting those pressures on those Michelin tyres before they're fitted on the car, and they've got to be watching it all the time. This is why, for example, if you're a team like Matchsank Racing, you've got two cars, the 60 and the 93. The 60 is still in the hunt for the race win. The 93 unfortunately is not, after an issue earlier on, but you can use the 93 as a guinea pig. Likewise,
that's a very good point.
Paul racing with their number 48, which was leading early on very well. It's out of the running, but it is out there on track. You can use that as a guinea pig. So if you've got 2 cars entered, and particularly if you've got one that's out of contention, actually, you can use that to your advantage.
Hello to Mark in Wollongong, New South Wales. Been watching for the whole race. 1 o'clock in the morning there. Can't possibly go to bed, he says. This racing is so exciting. See you at Bathurst at 12 hours. And hello to Mark Russell, who is doing the double as a corner worker. He's here now, and he's jumping on a plane to go to the mountain. Thank you very much to all of our corner workers. Thank you very much indeed for all your hard work. I want to say a quick hello as well to Alex Lesniak, who's had a bit of personal tragedy recently, and one of his favourite memories of his parents, who he lost both of recently, was watching IMSA with them. So we pass on our condolences, Alex, and our thoughts for Kathleen and George. May they rest in peace and may their memories be a blessing. And unfortunately, I can't do what you say that you want to hear, because there isn't any debris on the track at the moment. Oh, I did. There you see. Now you see.
Does that complete their bingo card by any chance?
It would do, I think. Now, if it was our WEC, Eduardo Freitas, race director, he would have said there is debris on the track at turn 1. Our condolences with you, Alex. I hope this race is bringing you a bit of happy memories of your mum and dad. Awful thing to have had happen in close proximity. Moving in towards the 9 o'clock hour here, Peter, and this race shows no signs of letting up. It's been incredible, really. I know we've had quite a few interventions by the various safety cars. Now, 12 times the race has been neutralised, but it just seems as though that actually has, in some ways, reinvigorated the race every time it's happened.
Well, that's the big plus of this system. Yes, there are pluses and minuses to every way that the rules can work. You know, there's, for example, at the Nürburgring 24, there are no safety cars. It's local slow zones and code 60s, etc. In the Creventic 24-hour series, it's code 60s. But here in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, it's full course yellows where the field are bunched up, and I personally absolutely love it. And the thing is, as well, is that yes, we've had 12 full course cautions, but because the AMR safety crew and all the corner workers and everyone working here at the Daytona International Speedway have cleared up every incident so quickly, we haven't been behind the safety car for ages and ages and ages. So we've been able to get back racing and get some good action there. So I think it's brilliant. And right now, LMP2 is one of the battles to watch. It could sometimes be overlooked, but last year it was one of the battles to watch with ERA and with CrowdStrike, and this year, well, at the moment it's an absolute dogfight between AO Racing, Dane Cameron, and Mathieu Vaxivière for Pecom Racing. And for Dane Cameron, you know, he won the race overall last year. He got a big monkey off his back there for Porsche Penske Motorsport, and listening to him in our CrowdStrike pit lane reports this week, he's just seemed so relaxed. He seemed in such great spirits, and he is driving beautifully. And what a way to, well, maybe Rolex watches are like London buses. Once you've won one, they start flowing.
Oh yeah, very good. Very good indeed. Joe Bramble may have come up with something here. Hello, Joe. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever. He says, it seems that BMW pace that they had earlier on in the GTP car is back with a vengeance. They've clearly just been waiting till the track's warmed up again. This is like Sebring, where you set the car up. That's where we're off to next in mid-March. You set the car up for the darkness at Sebring. You've got to be good. Do your best work in the dark. That will be on Porsche Keys to Race at Sebring. Spoiler alert. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But he might be onto something there, because they have shown good speed all the way through. They've stayed with the lead pack, but he's quicker than the leader the last couple of laps around. By a couple of tenths, Peter, that's all. But Nick Tandy never gives anything less than 100%. And Kevin Magnussen is bringing that gap down. It's a tad under 2 seconds, 1964 at the moment, 1.964 seconds.
Rewind the clock back 19 hours or so, and Dries Vanthoor started from pole in fairly similar conditions to now, and basically pulled away at the front of the field at a rapid rate of knots, put in an amazing double stint, and at the time was thinking, oh wow, that 24 BMW looks like a rocket ship. They could drive away with this, but of course you never really drive away in the Rolex 24. It's way too competitive for that. So if you're a BMW fan, you have maybe reason to be cheerful, because if that pace that they had at the start of the race appears as the heat gets up in towards the end, well, you never know. They could be very much the force to be reckoned with.
Guy Fleshborn asking how many times I've been to Le Mans as a commentator. Only ever been to Le Mans as a commentator, never been there as a spectator, and we'll do the same for Peter McKay. You've not been to Le Mans before, have you?
Not on site, no. I commentated on it remotely in 2021, but I've never been there, so I'm immensely excited to see the most iconic, one of the most iconic venues in motorsport.
89 was my first year, Guy. I missed 91 with chicken pox when Master won, and we did a couple, 20 and 21 we did remotely, but every time other than that I've been trackside at least for race week, and more often than not for the test weekend as well, since Radio Show Limited were honoured to be given the opportunity to look after Radio Le Mans by the ACO in 2006. We made a commitment to cover the test day. We'll do the same this year. Have free live coverage from that in June. Going to be a busy few weeks. We've got an IMSA race, then test day on consecutive weekends, then Le Mans, and then the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which happens to be the same weekend as the Sale and 6 hours of the Glen. Yes, and yes is the answer. We're cloning Ryan, Johnny, Jamie, Peter. I'm too old to be cloned. Can't get any decent DNA out of me now. That's it. I'm stuck with what
we'll just have to order extra lozenges and honey for that weekend.
Do you think so?
Yes.
And have a lot of very long cables. Yeah, absolutely. At IMSA Radio, you've kept us going as much as the action this time. You are a part of this, every single one of you who are watching and listening. This is a community event. Our IMSA Radio and IMSA TV broadcast is community radio, but it's not a geographic community because it's global. We've had people from South America, Central America, from Africa, New Zealand and Australia, pretty much every. Burundi, my first listener from Burundi we had earlier on when President John Doonan was here, and you are as much a part of this, as I say, as the action on our community of sports car enthusiasts that come together for these major events. CrowdStrike pit lane report as we head towards 9 o'clock. Here's Ryan Marine.
Yeah, thanks, John. Swapped into the pit lane, by the way, for your records with Jamie, and have a chance now to talk to the leaders in the GTD class, Ori Fidani, Lars Kern here, kind of behind the pit lane, actually. And what are you guys doing back here? You're kind of pacing around. You look a little nervous.
A little nervous. Kind of want this to finish now with where we're at. It's just hard to watch because we're just so excited.
That's Ori Fidani's voice, by the way. Ori, are you done driving? Have you met your minimum drive at this time?
Yes, I have. I finished my drive time all yesterday before about 8 p.m.
So now you're stuck watching the rest of the way with the rest of us.
Yeah, exactly. Just waiting for it to end, and hopefully it ends this way.
And Lars, for you then, how much driving do you still have left?
I think I did like 6.5 hours and I'm done. So it was all about like keeping it or preparing everything for Marvin and Matt for the end. And I think, yeah, everything worked out well. We gave the car over in P2 and they moved up to first. And yeah, everything looks good, but we were just joking. Like, I mean, doing a quadruple stint is way easier than just standing here. And we're just trying to kill time. But yeah, it's great.
Doing my best to help distract you guys a little bit. How is the car at this stage? Everyone's carrying some battle scars, but how is your Corvette from AWA?
Yeah, we have not much vision to the rear anymore because both mirrors are gone. But aside of that, the car's been in pretty good shape. The car has been quick all the time. Yeah, we came a long way with the team. It's great having this group together, and yeah, I mean, we were just we were just joking, saying like, no matter how this race goes or how it's going to end, we can still be proud on what we achieved. We're running on the top for a long time now, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
How useful are those side mirrors anyway? Do you use them that much with the rearward-facing cameras?
No, actually, I was in the car since 3 hours, and I went on the radio and was like, "There's no mirror on the right side." They're like, "Yeah, it's since 5 hours. There's no mirror." So I didn't even realize.
Well, there you go. Probably don't look into it that much then. Guys, best of luck the rest of the way. Nervous pacing and a lot of it back here from the AWA crew.
Mentioned that British Touring Car champion Tim Harvey, twice British Touring Car champion Tim Harvey, was on site here yesterday. Excuse me, once a champion in British Touring Car Championship, but also was a podium finisher at Le Mans, won the Macau saloon car race as well. He's here enjoying the race. I said he'd probably be in hospitality. He sent me a text yesterday, and I meant to mention this to pay this off. He said yes, he was at AWA, having a good time.
I spotted him in catering and he had an AWA hat on, so I thought, yes, that might be it.
I do. Tim now is ranked as an FIA bronze driver, and I bet he could still turn laps in a GT3 car.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm just
maybe
putting that out there, Tim.
Was the
if you
purpose
get
of his
anything, I
visit.
want 10% or some hospitality passes. You know, I'll work for food as well. Jamie down in the pit lane has some news of the leading cars.
Yes, it is time to get to some GTP pit stops. The first stop I'm expecting to be the number 7 from Penske, the Porsche Penske Motorsports team. There will be a driver change, so Nick Tandy will climb out of that car, and it looks like Lawrence Vantor is up on the wall and ready to go. We'll let you know when they're here, John.
Jamie Howe with another pit and paddock report, crowd strike, and 4 hours 40 minutes still to go, just a couple of seconds separating Nick Tandy, but now back to a BMW. And just a couple of moments ago, was there a clash coming out of turn 6 between two GT cars? Yes, there was. Corvette up against Lexus as that car picked its way through. Was that Verone's number 4 car? Yeah, the Chevy Corvette on the inside line there, and potentially losing a bit of bodywork in the process, John.
I think it was Carl Kirkwood in the Lexus that he was alongside. Sunshine streaming in through the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre windows on a beautiful morning, Sunday morning. This is your Sunday morning service for the number 7 Porsche coming in from the lead. BMW back at the head of the field. Let's go down to Jamie Howe, who's watching this pit stop taking place.
And perfectly on the mark, Nick Tandy brought that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry to pit lane. Crew able to quickly get to work. The driver change being executed now as Lawrence Vantor being strapped in. A clean windscreen in front of him using one of those tear-offs. You can see him now getting his belts fastened, just waiting on the fuel. That's how quick these teams are able to do these tire changes and everything that they need to do, even in these later stages of a 24-hour race. It is just truly remarkable what these crew members are capable of. Countdown on the radio, 3, 2, 1. It is time to go for Lawrence Vantor.
Exceptionally efficient, I would rate that. Very Penske. And there's still an opportunity for 2 Porsches from that team to be on the podium. Could it be an all 963 podium lockout? Possibly not, with Tandy having lost a lap, and with Bryce Aaron rather having lost a lap. But there's pit stops coming here, and there's still 4.5 hours to go, JP.
Yeah, that's been some difficulty as well for Matt Campbell, who lost about 10 seconds. What was that, about an hour or so ago at the end of a flying lap, and outbraked himself into the first corner. So he had to do a U-turn and then rejoin. But BMW are slowly working their way back into this. The last caution did not help with the Porsche. The Porsche's first and second. The Lexus, if you reckon Carl Kirkwood is now limping back. But let's get straight to Jamie Howe for a crowd strike pit report. Nick Tandy, the outgoing driver in Porsche number 7.
I'm going to try and get a word with Nick Tandy. I know he's going to be leaving the pit area fairly quickly with a TV commitment. I'm just looking around right now to see if I can possibly find him before he makes his way over there. I'll let you know once he comes down the stairs, though. I'm trying to move out of the way as there, all these crew members trying to get the pit lane set up for their next pit stop as well. Tires rolling through, the Michelin rubber being put up onto the wall. And I'll let you know once I have Nick Tandy.
Excellent, thank you for that.
It was Kyle Kirkwood limping back to the pit lane.
Yeah, so he's made it now, and the team quickly assessing the damage on the left-hand side of the Lexus, which got a side glance from the Corvette that runs well in GTD Pro.
Start to think about JP, and I'll say this to all of the broadcast team, whether they're on air or not. I know you're all listening. BDO Nose Strategy Award extended this year rather than one for the whole field. Throughout this IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season, we'll be awarding a BDO Nose Strategy Award for prototype and for GT, and so that could be GTD or GTD Pro, LMP2 or GTP. I'm going to put an early marker, an early stake in the ground for the GT version of it with the Windward car. Lost a whole heap of time.
Yeah.
Did they say they'd gone down 7 laps at one stage?
Yes.
I knew they'd gone down a handful of laps. I hadn't realised it was that far, to be honest. I'd lost track of that. And it's easy to count those cars out. We've got 45 cars on the first screen of timing in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. They're back on the lead lap and have been for quite some time. In fact, they've been up at the sharp end of the field. They're right back in the fight. As far as the prototypes are concerned, you've got to say that BMW, number 25, that had a problem earlier on, they're back again within, I think, 2 laps. Possibly, no, they've dropped a little back a little further, haven't they? But they did a good job earlier on. LMP2, everybody's had to fight something. I don't think anybody's had a clean race in LMP2. It's been about minimising problems there. So just have a little think. Jamie and Ryan, Nick and Joe, P-Mac and Johnny. So 1 GT car, 1 prototype car for the BDO Nose Strategy Award. And on Wednesday, once we've had the data through, we'll be letting you know on Midweek Motorsport, which will be coming live from Mount Panorama Bathurst, the CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award. This is a arithmetical algorithm that takes into account qualifying, fastest lap in the race, as well as a little bit of a pick from us, the broadcast team, as well. In terms of the teamwork version, the endurance and speed comes from raw data, and that's why we can't do it until Wednesday. And that'll be announced within Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. We've also got some big news about some of our endurance coverage as well on Wednesday, that we've been holding back for a little while. And now we can confirm it. That'll be on Wednesday. That's at 3 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock UK, and 7 o'clock in the morning in the press room. Coming to you live. That will be our 5th different venue for Midweek Motorsport for the start of this 20th season of our flagship Motorsport magazine programme. Almost another half an hour completed, Johnny.
Still absolutely fascinated by the GTD Pro fight, which the gaps between those top GT cars, absolutely nothing at all. 0.2 of a second between Neil Verhagen and Nico Varone. In the GT Daytona class, it's Tom Sargent in the 120 Porsche closing in on Rexy, who, remember, is a GTD Pro car, and in that 77 at the moment, it's Alessio Picariello.
More penalties in the pit lane. Nice alliteration, but bad news for the teams. Leaving with equipment attached, that's a drive-through for the Riley Ranch 74 LMP2 currently in 4th position, and the 0-4 in the same class. Again, a problem for the CrowdStrike machine, refueling when the car was in the air. This is basic stuff, guys. Really tired fingers, tired minds at this time of the day. You think you've got through. We said in our Porsche keys to the race, JP, you break the race up into manageable chunks. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's pretty much exactly the same for a 24-hour race. If you think, oh my goodness, we've got 24 hours to go, you psych yourself out, you break it down. We've made it to the morning and to breakfast time. And now we're effectively on the sprint, the 4.5-hour sprint, but that doesn't mean that people get automatically a shot of energy.
Race leaders due in pit road very, very shortly, the 24 BMW of Kevin Magnussen. But before that, let's head to Ayantjinguven chatting to Ryan Marine from the 120 Porsche with his CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, we'll make it quick with those pit stops imminent, and I think Ayunchan's about to get in the car as well. How's it been so far? First time to Daytona. Car was on pole, and right now running second, very much in contention.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first Daytona, and it's quite exciting, to be honest. Like, my first restart in the night, I was shocked. I mean, like, we have 16 hours to go, and everyone diving each other and stuff. But yeah, luckily we survived until now. Still more than 4 hours to go, but we have a good race car, and team is well prepared. So I think we will. If everything goes planned, we will have shot at the end, and then, you know.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you know, here it's always.
I see we got GTP pit stops underway, so we'll let you go.
Yeah, well, let's get to Jamie Howe, who's watching the stops for both the 24 BMW and the 6 Porsche in from first and second, Jamie.
Yes, just watching up pit lane. I'm behind the 6 car. I can see the 24 a little further up pit lane, and there's no driver change for the number 24. Kevin Magnussen staying in, and just in the same order they came into pit lane, about the same gap. Very, very similar time on pit lane as you would expect at this stage of the race for both machines, and they're both heading towards pit out now.
Great to have Kevin Magnussen back. Give us a great interview earlier on in the weekend, and Kevin, understandably, wanted another shot at his F1 dream, went away and took it. Had a couple of 3 years in the madness that is Formula One. And I'm sure had a good time, and it's great to have him back. Remember when his father was in Formula One, it seems a very, very long time ago. Probably even a bit younger than Kevin is now. We were at the British Grand Prix doing the radio station there, and he came over to our encampment for one of our barbecues. That's Jan, of course, not Kevin. Kevin wouldn't have been born back then, I don't think. So under 4.5 to go. Here comes the Riley into the pit lane. Now that had a penalty recently. I think that's been served because this is a proper pit stop that is going on. Looks to be VP Racing Fuel only, no tyres over the wall. Just starting to get a little bit of respite now, the teams, because the sun is right behind them, and so there's a little bit of shadow towards the working side of the car, the left-hand side of the car. Sun streaming in through the 4 Performance Global Broadcast Centre windows, probably now for another hour and a half till around about 11 o'clock. It gets a little bit higher and a little further over until we can get in a little bit of shade ourselves.
So that's Felipe Massa who's brought the Riley LMP2 car in. Dane Cameron continuing to lead, but it's fairly early on in his stint actually, so should be fine for another half an hour or so in the AO Racing Spike the Dragon car. Nick Nielsen pitting at around about the same time as well in the 88 second placed LMP2 car. In the GT Daytona class, Marvin Kirchhofer leading from Tom Sargent, and that's a gap of about 7 seconds now. Tom Sargent establishing himself in the second position. We were hearing from Ayantjinguven though that it may not be too far away from a stop for the Turkish driver to take over.
Johnny, the gaps in GTD Pro, top 3 are, I think, within a second, if I'm reading that timing screen correctly. And that would be the BMW of the BMW of Neil Verhagen, Nico Veron in the number 4 Corvette, and the Ford Mustang GT3 of Dennis Olsen. Only 5.5 seconds back to the next car, which is the Mercedes of Maxime Martin on his AMG debut. So GTD Pro still very much in play there for all 3 of the podium positions.
Problem for the door again on the right side of the 74 car, so that's the passenger side of this Riley machine. They're taking that door off, in fact, and applying a new one, but I'm not sure whether it's the catches, the hinges that are the issue. They are still struggling to get that new component into position, so this is proving to be a lengthy stop now for the Felipe Massa car.
That's a point of entry and exit as well, so this is a safety. You can't just tape that up because you've got to be able to get outside of both sides of the cars. It's a entry and exit point for these drivers. I'm honestly not sure that I would be able to get through there, not with any dignity or speed anyway. Coming back from behind the wall, Scott Andrews in the number 80 Mercedes. After their trials and tribulations early in the race, again, that never say die attitude, which has brought that car from Lone Star Racing back from behind the wall. I feel though I've said that quite a lot when I've been standing here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. There has been quite a lot of mechanical issues and attrition. A bit of contact as well has influenced that.
Yeah.
But this has been a race that's been run at pace, Johnny.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're running at this kind of pace, you're putting stress on the racing machines, and not just for 2 hours and 40 minutes, not just for a 6-hour or 12-hour race. This is a race of 24 hours that has been run at exceptional pace.
Yeah, and actually, all things considered, the pauses in between the green flags have been relatively limited. However, when we've had a full course yellow on 2 separate occasions, 2 big incidents at the restarts, not least to eliminate, what was it, 4 or 5 cars, and notably the 40 Cadillac in the darkness hours. The 80 cars coming back from a 3-car pile-up in the GTs when we got going about 45 minutes or so ago. It's had difficulties before that as well, but we had a Lamborghini overshoot, and the 21 Ferrari ended up in the tyre wall, and the 80 car was also involved with that too. So thankfully that can rejoin the race, and still in the hands of Scott Andrews, is it? Just waiting for that to re-emerge.
I think it
Still in
was.
the pit road, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it certainly was when it came in, but I haven't seen the transponder come through as they're going out of the pit lane. That's BMW, that's Corvette tracking down BMW. Battle for first place in GTD Pro. Said it was very close, and it's half a second, and behind them there's a GT3 Ford Mustang in the hands of Dennis Olsen. Very lucky, I thought. Oh dear, how many times have we called the number of the Acura, number 93, for problems? And it's had another off, and again it's at the far end. The action areas over the past, 18 hours or thereabouts, has certainly been at the Western Horseshoe. And again, that's just a nasty jink from that car, just avoiding the tyre wall on driver's left, all the way down. And it's slightly downhill as well on that grass, which is still damp. See the glisten in the early morning sunshine. But back out and on the track. Turn 6 has been a problem as well, going back up onto the banking, and turn 1, 2 as well, although that has tended to be people being perhaps slightly over-ambitious in terms of how much speed they're taking in, and perhaps thinking that they could overcome the laws of physics.
just hearing from Jamie Howe, she's been so patient waiting for Nick Tandy to be released from a team briefing to bring us a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. It looks like that's not going to happen now because they're almost changing the rotation, the order of the drivers as we speak. So it might be that during the next pit stop, Nick's going to go straight back in again. That discussion is still being had.
Still this battle, JP, through traffic. The Neil Verhagen driven #1 Paul Miller racing car in far more BMW Works type colours. The Works supported Pratt Miller car right in behind for Corvette, and then the GT3 Mustang, that's the Multimatic car. 3 different manufacturers absolutely handed hammer and tongs. 3 different manufacturers that represent the very best in endurance racing down through the years. When you think about the blue and white propeller design of the bonnet badge of the BMW, the absolutely iconic bow tie of the Chevy Corvette, which peels off and rather robs us of a bit of excitement there, but in comes that Chevy Corvette with Nico Varron, and of course the pony and the blue oval of Ford. So that leaves BMW and Ford now to scrap it out at the head of GTD Pro before they make the pit stop that will go along with the #4 car, which has come in from 2nd position. By the time the tyres come off, it's dropped down a couple of spots because that GTD Pro field are pretty much all there, down to 8th or 9th position. Davide Rigon and Lucas Stoltz still on the lead lap.
The other car that's pitting from the lead of GT Daytona might well be a bronze-entered car as far as its combination is concerned, but Marvin Kirchhofer coming to the end of a stint in the AWA Chevrolet Corvette, and Ryan Marine's watching this stop.
And we heard from Ori Fadani, who is the bronze in that lineup, so his drive time is done, which means effectively this car is on the same footing as the rest of the class. It basically turns into just a normal GTD entry, or even GTD Pro entry for that matter, the rest of the way. 4 tires, 4 Michelins on the car. Marvin Kirchhofer, who brought it in, he'll stay aboard. They've had a really strong race. They had a lead of a couple of seconds over Wright Motorsports when they came in, and crucially, they were able to extend that stint about 2 laps longer than the number 120 from Wright Motorsports, and that was a long stint. Pretty much all of the class went over an hour. Now, some of that was yellow assisted, but really interesting to note as we get down to the nitty-gritty.
Battle for the lead in GTD Pro, very evenly matched as they come into the tri-oval. The BMW and the Ford, it's going to be down to the pit stop here. The race for the lead is a race onto and through the pit lane. BMW peels off first to its pit stall, and the mechanics go to work. Looks like a full service. Yes, it's going to be new set of Michelin tyres there. Meantime, further up the pit lane, the number 65 Ford Mustang GT3 is getting full service as well. That's a new set of Michelins going onto that car.
Let's get a CrowdStrike pit report on the BMW #1 then. Here's Jamie Howe.
Yes, it is full service for the #1 from Paul Miller Motors Racing. There's a driver change as well. So Connor De Filippi now behind the wheel. Team telling him, go ahead, fire up that car. He's already got the 4 Michelins in place. Great clean pit stop. I'm just going to look up pit lane to see how much ahead of that Ford Mustang they were able to get just as they came in. 1, 2, it looks like we're going to be able to maintain that position all the way to pit exit.
Yeah, and they've got the BMW prototype number 25 between them there. For a moment, I thought they might have just short-filled the Ford to try and get track position. As the BMW, that's quite funny actually, because the BMW GTP is just weaving around and playing tail gunner at the moment, or at least that's how it looks to its GT stablemate. No affiliation between the two teams other than the blue propeller. Oh yes, there was definitely just a little hesitation from the GTP car as it was coming out. Now that car is battling for the lead with Kevin Magnussen. He straight away gets through and tries to head off up the road. And right in that mix as well is the Chevrolet Corvette in 3rd position with Tommy Milner behind it. So top 3 in GTD Pro. When did Tommy last pit, JP. Is that a genuine? Oh no, that's right. He just came in. He came in the lap before, didn't he? That was the 3 cars battling for the lead. And Lucas Stoltz in the number 69 Mercedes-AMG GT3, he is only another 5.5 seconds or so behind. So the top 4 in GTD Pro separated by probably 6 or 7 seconds at best.
Yeah, Lucas Stoltz in the Get Speed Mercedes was the first of that little group to pit. Then the Corvette of Milner, and then the 1 and the 65 as we described. Paul Miller Racing BMW, the Ford Mustang of Multimatic Motorsports pitting as the latter group. So it's Connor De Filippi now in the number 1, Chris Meese in car number 65. And steering about a spin at turn 1, but a spin and continued. Try and identify which car that was again in a moment. It's the 19 Aston Martin that has looped
Van der Steur Racing machine.
Van der Steur Racing, yeah. But got going again.
They've had an eventful 18 or thereabouts hours. Seem to be in the thick of it. Not always making mistakes or having problems, but quite often when we were describing through the Sacred Coffee nighttime hours, when we were describing battles, the Van der Steur Racing number 19 car was in there, either in that battle or around that battle or in somebody else's battle, and you saw a lot of the back of that car. Kevin Magnussen on lap number 639 has just reset the fastest lap of the race, Johnny Palmer.
So impressive that, but yes, so the BMWs are pushing like crazy, and 1:35.977 is the fastest time from that BMW.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that hasn't been reflected on the timing screen, what I saw there. His last lap of 39.544, his best lap of 35.977, and that was the lap, maybe that was the last before, lap before, excuse me. 1:35.977 is the fastest lap of the race to that car, so that possibly set a little bit earlier on, but proving again that the BMW has got pace, and maybe the weather conditions and the track temperature in this bright sunshine beginning to come to the Munich brand and to Kevin Magnussen, who has, I think, seamlessly, JP, slotted back into his sports car career. It's as if he's just been off on a couple of weeks holiday rather than a few years away in Formula One, and he's got back into the nip and tuck, the Eggman floor, the cut and thrust.
Yeah, I think it was always in the blood though, wasn't it?
Certainly.
I had a dad like Jan, so you know, you could argue that he's come back home again, but who can blame him for trying to chase that F1 career with as F1? That fastest lap for the 24 BMW, would you believe, was set on lap 3 of the race.
Right, okay.
It's not improved upon, but that's purely because there was no traffic that early on in the race. 1:35.9. We did have a spell probably just before sunrise where other classes had the opportunity to set fastest laps within their category when the conditions were absolutely perfect, but we didn't have that for the prototypes, and I wonder whether that's because the temperature was so cold. Actually, it was the cars that have far more mechanical grip that were able to up the pace in the race. That wasn't copied in GTP, though.
Just before we go to our VP Racing hourly update, we need to get Peter Mackay back for this, because we are in the presence of motorsport royalty. Excuse me for a moment, dear listener and viewer, while I shake the hands of one of my genuine heroes, and nice to see Hurley Haywood has joined us in the booth. We'll stick a headset on him. He's got plenty of accreditation round his neck that just says simply VIP. I would have thought that your face, Mr. Haywood, would have been on the accreditation that you need. How are you doing, sir? First of all, I haven't seen you for a little while, so how's the year been since I saw you last?
It's been good. I mean, you know, it's I'm busy and doing stuff I love doing, so it all worked out.
You and this place kind of go together like strawberries and cream. I can't think of this place without you. I can't think of you without thinking of this place. Is that how it feels to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is like home for me. The first time I came here was 1969, and the France family kind of wrapped their arms around me, and they've been a great partner, and I just love coming down here. And it's close to home. I live in St. Augustine, so it's only an hour away.
You were a serial collector of this race. 5 times you won the Rolex here. Do you have a particular favourite among the wins that you collected in those years?
Well, I think probably the most important one was 73. Peter and myself won it. We weren't, you know, we weren't out there to win. Because we ran a prototype with a basically stock, or not stock, but a body that was with an RS car, so it was very skinny, not a lot of downforce, but all the underpinnings of that car were from the RSR.
Yeah.
So Penske had one car and we had one car, and it was fun to race against them, but they had a mechanical problem, and we went on to win. So that was probably the most important win in my early career, and that kind of set the stage. Then we came back and won Sebring the next race, and that kind of capped it off.
You're synonymous not just with this place, but Porsche at this place. Porsche looking fairly strong at the moment, but what a battle between Porsche, BMW and Acura in the GTPs. We called the HSR race yesterday now, seems like a week ago, on Saturday morning. And the new concept, this current GTP, is so close to the philosophy of original GTP. Go to a chassis manufacturer, be it March or Lola or whoever it was in those days, stick a manufacturer engine on it and go racing. And here we're kind of doing the same thing, whether it's Dallara or Multimatic or Ligier or Orica, and the manufacturers have come to play. They realise this is a really good concept.
Yeah, when you look at the field in all the classes, so many cars are on the lead lap. I mean, it's just incredible. And the fans just love it. And, you know, the cars are tight together, and the racing is good from all the classes. So they're on the right track.
And we still have the variety in the top classes as you had in your day. It's not everybody using the same V6 or V12, turbo, non-turbo. No, we've got everything. We've got the big booming Cadillac that seems to hit you in the sternum every time it goes by, the high-revving V6 of the Acura. But surely that is the essence of sports car racing, Hurley, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you want variety, you want different manufacturers in it, and everybody now is running in, and you can see how close the racing is with variable engine combinations. And so I think that's good. That entices people to come into the sport and test their philosophy and their equipment. This is a great place to do it.
And the so-called showroom class, the GTD, the GTD Pro, the times that they're knocking out now in these GT3, a global formula of GT3. So we've got, in the prototype top class and in the GT top class, we've got global formulas. And that's massive for the sport, not just here, but worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of IMSA's goals, was to have cars that could compete both here and in Europe under the same rule structure. So they're really doing a great job, and I think the future is looking really good.
I'm sure Patrick Long is somewhere listening and watching this, because he was only a class winner here. Not an overall winner like yourself. I believe there's a bit of banter that goes backwards and forwards between you and Patrick.
Well, you know, Patrick is a great ambassador for Porsche, and very well-spoken, and certainly a very fast driver. I was really disappointed that Dane Cameron left the Porsche side on the top class, but you know, he was the ex-champion from last year, and I don't know what happened, but it's too bad that there's not an American on the top rung of the Porsche platform.
Now, you're still a Porsche ambassador, of course, still very close with the Porsche street cars of today, but you've got a pretty special collection of cars, including a 911 with some special modifications for your second great love after motor racing, which is your dogs.
Yeah, my dogs love coming to the racetrack, but it's just too much trouble to have them, and you know, have somebody watching them and make sure that they don't get loose and run onto the track. But you know, I just love all of the variety that Porsche offers. You know, we have electric cars in the family now, and the whole lineup is just so spectacular. I was driving a Taycan, which I just love driving. My next car, I'm driving a 911 Targa now, which is wonderful. And then the next car that I pick up on Tuesday is a Panamera hybrid. So all of these different variables on the model lineup, all are spectacular in their own right. So it's pretty cool.
Thanks to Porsche in the UAE over the last couple of weeks while I've been out there working, I drove the Taycan Turbo S and the new Macan BEV.
Yep.
And that was the turbo as well. Obviously that's a trim level or a performance level. It doesn't have a turbo on it being a full electric car. But I love that even with the electric cars, Hurley, that Taycan Turbo, it's a two-motor car, one on the front axle, one on the back. The one on the back, Porsche have made it distinctively different from the VAG platform that everyone else is using, because they've taken the motor on the back axle, and how very Porsche is this? It's been moved from the front of the axle to behind the axle to help rotation of this car into the corners, and with the four-wheel steer, the rear steer, the car is exceptional. And the Taycan Turbo S, I mean, they've just launched a Taycan GT Turbo, a proper flax-built car with 938 horsepower. Yeah. I mean, that's more than you were racing with at one stage.
It's just crazy, yet it's still, when you get behind the wheel and you drive it, it's still definitely a Porsche.
Totally
even though you've got this weight restriction, you know, 5,000 pounds close, a little over 5,000 pounds, but it doesn't feel like a 5,000 pound car. It's nimble, it's quick, it's really a lot of fun to drive. And the thing I love about an electric car, when you get on the throttle, it's instant. There's no delay, and so it's really fun to be able to drive that kind of car.
Bit of hip and shoulder in the GTD Pro category between BMW and Corvette. That is not the way to go. Endurance racing, that is the battle for the lead. Connor De Filippi and Tommy Milner. Tommy just holding sway there.
No, I think it's the 48 actually.
So
the
was
48's a number of laps down, but maybe the BMW looking to try and hold up the Chevy as much as possible.
Yeah.
And it nearly worked.
Yes, you're right. Sorry. Identical colour schemes on those cars. So, Hurley, what's next for you? Are you going to pop down and see us at Sebring and have a listen to that V12 Aston Martin Valkyrie that's coming to play?
Well, to be decided. haven't gotten the game plan yet, but Sebring is such a classic race. I've won it 2 times, and you know, it's an amazing track. But it still has that character that it had back in 1969. I think was the first time I raced there. So,
and the home of endurance racing in some respects is here in Florida for the United States, with what we affectionately call the 36 hours of Florida, this opening 2 races of the season. 4 hours left to go. What will you be doing? Will you have time to take in some of the racing, or do your Porsche duty keep you rather busy?
I'm busy, so you know you never know what's going to happen. You know, even though we've got the lead right now in several different classes, anything can happen. And I have this feeling that, you know, BMW hasn't shown their hand yet. They're kind of lurking in the bushes. But, you know, I'm sure that the Penske guys have got a game plan in case that happens. So we'll see.
You have to be up pretty early in the morning, and possibly several mornings ahead, to get ahead of the captain and Roger Penske. It was ever thus, though, wasn't it?
That is absolutely the truth.
Hurley Haywood, legend, Porsche ambassador. You know you're welcome in here anytime, and hopefully we'll see you at Le Mans this year as well.
Yep, maybe.
Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Hurley Haywood, 5 times the winner of this race, and always make time for him. A little bit of action on the track while that was going on, JP, but can't miss up an opportunity to just link the history. That's why this race, for me, has so much interest, because there's Hurley just pops in to say hello this morning. Haven't seen him for a year, pretty much. I saw him at Le Mans actually, but you know, haven't seen him for half a year. And we pick up a conversation if it was yesterday. And he is genuinely, they say never meet your heroes. I've been fortunate enough with Hurley, with Derek Bell and many others to have done that and never have been disappointed. And Hurley never disappoints, does he?
No, certainly not, and it got me straight away Googling images of Brumos Porsches from the 1970s. Hurley talking about one of his most favourite wins here in 73 with Peter Craig. They managed 670 laps that season, well clear of the second-placed Ferrari 365 of the North American racing team. So that famous tussle continuing on this year as well in the GT class between Porsche and Ferrari. Both marques are struggling a little bit. The best placed of either in GTD Pro is in 5th position in the 77 car, Porsche for Alessio Picariello. But a hip and shoulder, quite a bit of contact between the Chevrolet Corvette of Tommy Milner that was looking to waste as little time as possible, but Augusto Farfus deliberately not making it easy for the number 4 car to go through the kink that is parallel with the pit lane exit road, and not the number 1 BMW that it tripped over, but instead the 48, which is many laps down. But the sister car doing Connor Di Filippi a big favour there in just holding up his nearest rival. Car 48 for the record is the last running car in the race now, down in 48th position. So we have had 13 retirements and a whole mixture of LMP2s and GTPs. 3 of GTPs are no longer in the race, they being the 63 Lamborghini that retired very early on, the Nico Pino number 5 Proton Competition Porsche 963, and in a big way the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, the Louis Delatraz car out of the race in the big crash. Peter Mackay.
Isn't it wonderful just to sit and enjoy listening to Hurley Haywood's thoughts on the Rolex 24 at Daytona and his amazing history with this race, a record equaling 5 overall wins. Just quite remarkable, starting back all the way back in 1973, and it's just a joy to listen to him. And just under 4 hours to go, I feel we've got another classic Rolex 24 in progress.
The 63rd edition of the 24 Hours of Daytona. You're tuned to IMSA Radio, RS2 here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Another little change around in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre with Peter Mackay and Johnny Palmer for the next 20 minutes or so. Just under 4 hours to go then in the 63rd edition. Ten seconds is the advantage for Lawrence Vantor in the number 7 Porsche, ahead of Kevin Magnussen's number 24 BMW, and the 6 Porsche, which had a half spin in the stint before last. Mathieu Jaminet 1.2 seconds back in that 3rd spot, but Vantor's lap times mightily impressive, slicing his way through the traffic. The only car comfortably into the 137s. There was a 138 last time around for Colin Brown, but everyone else is higher, slower, north of a 139. And in fact, Sheldon van der Linde struggling on that particularly in the number 25 car. So that 10 seconds advantage could grow yet further, PMAC, as we work lap 650. In fact, just ticked off for the Belgian.
Just before I popped off for some breakfast, we were considering whether, when the heat came in, would the BMW forge to the front, because the Porsche, they've been at their most, I'm not going to use the word dominant because nobody's ever been dominant in this race, but they're at their best under the cool of night. But that appears to be the case as we heat up as well. So that must be reason to be cheerful for Porsche Penske Motorsport, the 7 car leading at the moment. Of course, it was the 7 car that won last year, albeit with a slightly different crew. Last year with Dean Cameron, Felipe Nasr, Joseph Newgarden and Matt Campbell. Of course, there's been a real shuffle of driver lineup this year, with the 7 car with Lawrence Vantor coming in for the endurance races, and full season Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy.
The AO LMP2 car has just come down pit road with Dane Cameron at the wheel. That was the class-leading LMP2 car, and Nick Damon was watching the stop.
Yeah, I was kind of watching it like, oh well, fine, it's another stop. Then they kind of had to sort of do some patchwork. It's had a little bit of scuffage on the rear left behind the rear right, on the sort of the side where the side panel, which leads up to the mounting of the wing, and they've had to put a little tape protector over it. So obviously nothing too serious. It's not about to fall to pieces, but has been some sort of contact with either another vehicle or something solid. My guess is another vehicle.
Thank you, Nick, with another CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock report. Don't forget that we'll be awarding the BDO Nose Strategy Award actually after the race. In fact, it will be on Wednesday night on Midweek Motorsport, 8 o'clock in the UK, although at the one time of the year when it's actually a breakfast show, when it's done live in Australia, I think 7 a.m. on the Thursday morning from Mount Panorama Bathurst. But the BDO Nose Strategy Award, there's going to be 2 of them, so one for the prototype class and one for the GT class as a whole. So prototype class includes obviously GTP and the LMP2s, and one award going to anybody entered into GTD Pro or GTD. And once all the data comes out post the checkered flag, we'll be able to award the BDO Nose Strategy Award on Wednesday evening.
Pit stop for Formula Racing BMW from GTD Pro, cleaning out the kidney grille there. This is the 48 car, which was so strong at the start of the race. Unfortunately not in contention anymore after all the repairs that were required, but a very good guinea pig to have in the hutch to test things, whether it be tyre pressures or what have you, for the #1 car, the sister car, which leads the category at the moment.
The other thing it can do, though, but not overly so, but you were out of the booth when this happened, the second place car, the Chevrolet Corvette of Tommy Milner, ultimately trying to hunt down Conor De Filippi, he needed to lap the 48 car, and Augusto Farfus had clearly been given a bit of a briefing to say, make this as difficult as possible as Tommy Milner looks to lap you, and so much so there was contact on I think 2 separate occasions as they went round the back of the paddock area, and parallel with that pit wall, didn't draw the 2 of them in, but it did mean that both cars had to go 2 wheels on the grass as they were side to side. Proper touring car action, really, grand touring car action.
Well, that's Augusto Farfus for you, isn't it? He's got some great background in touring car racing. But yeah, you're right, you've got to be very careful with that though, because you don't want race control to think that there's foul play going on. Yes, you can, like you say, make it as difficult as possible, but within the confines of the rules. But again, that is the advantage if you've got in a field as tight, in a contest as tight as the Rolex 24 Daytona, and indeed the IMSA WeatherTech Championship as a whole, having 2 cars entered is so important. I mean, think about for Wayne Taylor Racing, you know, losing their number 40 car after 8 hours or so, they still had their number 10 car to fight for a podium or the victory. So it's very, very important to have 2 cars if you can.
So that's now back onto the high banks, the 48 car. The gap between the 1 BMW that leads GTD Pro and the 4 Corvette is still only 2 seconds. GTD as the AM category, so without the full pro lineup, has Marvin Kerkhofer at the wheel. 4 seconds back is Tom Sargent's Porsche, so Chevrolet, Porsche, Mercedes, Aston, 4 different manufacturers at the sharp end of GT Daytona. And I just noticed a couple of LMP2 race leaders coming into pit lane, one of which is now on an out lap, so Paul-Luc Chateau rejoining. They've done a driver change in the 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsport car as well, so that took a little bit longer, whereas the 18, I think, retained its driver, and they head back out again. But that'll put the 99 AO Racing Dane Cameron's car back to the front, even though there was a bit of extra work to be done on that car, as Nick Damon described in the previous pit stop. BMW getting level there with, or in fact being passed, was it, by Mathieu Jaminet? Yes, that was Jaminet and Magnussen very, very close to one another, and the 24 car back to 3rd position.
after a good drive from Mathieu Jaminet. Started the lap just 0.2 of a second, realised he needed to turn the screw, and he's got past the BMW into second position.
I wonder if Magnussen's maybe now starting to struggle on tyre. There's about 7 laps or so left of his stint, and maybe the life is just going out the tyre possibly. But Jaminet goes through, so it's back to a Porsche Penske Motorsport 1 and 2.
The next car due in about 8 minutes before those two we were just talking about is Laurens Vanthoor. The 7 car, in fact, is about to come in now. So this is a little earlier than I was expecting. And here is Nick Damon watching the stop with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, it's a full service with tyres. Well, is it 4 tyres? Yes, it is. Now, the interesting thing is, just chatting to Jamie Howe, who's now gone to the other end of the pit lane, but she was, he said there's been some consternation in the pit garage about with the driver order. Nick Tandy apparently thought he was going to be finished, but now it looks more like he's going to come back into the car again after Laurens. So normally, obviously, it would go on rotation to Philippe Nasr, but it looks like they're going to have Nick in for at least one, and perhaps even to the end, because Laurens now will take it for another 40 minutes or so. So they are changing the rotation based on the way they've seen the race pan out. Something that's not particularly rare for Porsche. Don't forget, at Le Mans last year, they just completely dropped Andre Lotterer for the last 14 hours of the race once he'd done his minimum drive time, and just ran it with 2 for the rest of it, because they just felt that was the best performance option. You know, it's a hard world here down at the Porsche end, but it's also a very successful world.
Yeah, at Le Mans it's perhaps, well, I was going to say more of a surprise, but of course these 2 cars are running with 3 drivers anyway. A lot of cars in this race have 4, so the option to drop one doesn't impact too much, but to go from an original 3 to only 2 potentially could really, as Vanthoor then comes out of pit road and deliberately lights up the rear tyres there, but came perilously close to the pit wall as he did so. Also heading through the kink, it was pretty nip and tuck, but it does rather mean that the end of the race is some heavy lifting for 2 particular drivers, and maybe Philippe Nasr is done, but that would be maybe a stretch with 3 hours and 48 minutes to go. Certainly it's going to be a Vanthoor stint between now and 50 minutes from now, and it remains to be seen whether Nasr's going to get another go or whether it will be Tandy to the finish on that point.
If you look at the sector times last year, Felipe Nasr was put in for that fight for the win with the 31 Whale and Cadillac, and that was because you looked at the sector times and the lap times. Nasr was the quickest driver in the car. Now, whether that's we won't get the analysis until after the race, but you know, that's exactly what Porsche Penske Motorsport will be looking at. And they, like as Nick rightly says, they'll just be looking at who's quickest on the day, who's in the groove, who's in the best form, and that will be that. Now, I can't remember who raised the question at IMSA Radio on X. When was the last time that Porsche had a 1-2? They are the most successful manufacturer overall with 19 overall wins. But when was the last time they had a 1-2? It was 1987. Was the last time they had a 1-2. The race was won by Al Holbert's team with Elliott Ford Robertson, Derek Bell, Al Unser Jr. and Al Holbert ahead of the Brunn Motorsports 962. So 1987, the last time there was a 1-2 for Porsche, but I think with 3 hours and 47 minutes to go, early to be having the conversation, but there it is, we put the line in the sand.
Another CrowdStrike pit report with Nick is the number 10 Cadillac.
That's coming in. It's no driver change, so they are putting on 4 new boots. It's all mediums now. I think they've gone past, not that they won't really like the softs very much, but I think they've gone past the official time you can use them. I think it was up till 10 o'clock. I mean, not sure where you have to take them off by 10 o'clock, but they can't be put on new by 10 o'clock. Anyway, with the temperature going up, everyone's gone for mediums. So the Cadillac comes to a halt, and it's already having the various clean-up efforts, air blow and a clean out of the various gullies and gutters where the tyre debris can collect. It's got a new windscreen tear off, and I think we're going to get in the number 6 Porsche soon, which seems like a bit early. Are these teams now back timing already, thinking it's going to go green the whole way?
It's certainly a thought. Thank you, Nick, with that CrowdStrike pit report. Yes, the cut-off time was 10 o'clock. I didn't actually read the regulation itself, just the info on SportsCar 365, but you can use the soft tyre between 5 p.m. on Saturday and 10 a.m. Sunday morning. We're only 6 minutes away from that, so I don't think it's a case of if you put the softs on you can continue to run them beyond 10 o'clock. I think they all need to be off the car. A moment or two ago, Porsche side by side with BMW. This was at the time the battle for second position, which has subsequently become the race lead, and almost leaning on the BMW of Kevin Magnussen. Mathieu Jaminet, he needed to be very confident that he was clear of the BMW, but it was down the inside of the international horseshoe to initially draw level. That then gave Mathieu the wrong line for the kink on the infield, but the BMW, there was a hint of it just got out of the kink itself. The BMW got out of the throttle, maybe on the brakes slightly early to allow the Porsche safely through.
And both drivers are going to be in at the end of this lap or the lap after that, so it's because they're both down to their last 9 and 10% respectively of usable energy, so that might well be why Kevin Magnussen just said, you know what, off you go, you have it
for
just
now.
have it.
That will be a very, very different story had it been the final lap, of course, and the two arriving absolutely together at the kink. Let's hope we do get that in about 3 hours and 42 minutes or so. Feels like the finish to this race is within touching distance, but it's still a big old chunk away, and yeah, why not start back timing if you can? You can't necessarily rely on a full course yellow. The rate that they've been coming in, I mean, I haven't done the calculation to work out how many full course yellows we've had kind of per hour. There's been 12 to this point, totaling just over 4 hours of running. So the likelihood is surely that there'll be at least one more, but the teams can't rely on that, and they need to at the moment just work on staying green all the way through till 1:40 this afternoon. It's a tough one, isn't it? You know, there's always going to be a plan B, just in case that yellow flag flies again.
Yeah, I think you basically have to, plan A is for all green, but the likelihood of that is probably
slim,
less than it is more. So, now, very important in LMP2, the leader has just got a drive-through penalty. The 99 AO Racing machine has, now, failure to adhere to tyre operational requirements. That's tyre pressures. So AO Racing are going to have to bring in the number 99 of Dane Cameron, and that will hand the lead over to the 88, AF Corsa machine then of Christian Nielsen.
Yep, so it flips around again. LMP2 has the feeling of a class that nobody wants to win, or every time somebody becomes established within that, there's then a bump in the road which changes the complexion of the secondary prototype class. So Dane Cameron's next job will be to head down pit lane. This will cost him, well, it takes about 45 seconds, is it, from point to point? You're still moving throughout that, so you don't actually lose 45 seconds per se, but it's a significant delay which will be felt on the timing screen in just a tick.
Yeah, that's a tough one for AO Racing, really tough one. Another tough one, the number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Too many crew over the wall, considered working on the car, drive-through penalty. Now that could drive a nail in the coffin of any chance of victory for Wayne Taylor Racing, unless we get a flurry of yellow flags, because right now they sit a couple of laps off the lead, and with a drive-through penalty they risk losing another lap as AO Racing come in to serve that drive-through penalty, as already the number 10 Cadillac for Wayne Taylor Racing serving its drive-through penalty.
Let's get to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit report. Back with Porsche again, Nick.
Yeah, number 6 has come in. Driver staying on board, tyres go on. Yeah, both those two cars did their drive-through penalties, the AO car and the Cadillac number 10, just serving their penalties. They've moved through that tyre pressure thing. Is you get kind of one warning where you're allowed to fix it, and the second time you're in trouble and off you go. It's just basically, as with all racing cars, you get to a point where the lowest possible tyre pressure is the fastest way to run the cars, but there is a minimum tyre pressure for safety reasons, obviously, within the Michelin logbook, and if you go under it, you get pinged. And so, but of course, it's a battle the whole time, because tyre pressure is not just initially, it's once it comes up to pressure, that's all affected by obviously the ambient temperature and of course the temperature of the track and of course the amount of work you're putting through it. So if people are not missing it by like 3 pounds per square inch, they're missing it because they're just undergoing by a quarter. Think, yeah, we'll get that pressure increase during this stint, and it doesn't happen. So that's the gamble they're taking. It's a finite gamble, but there's so much. Yeah, never forget, in any motor racing, be it 2 wheels or 4 wheels, the most important things are those contact patches of rubber, and anything you can do to improve those will have a exponential bigger effect than a clever tweak on the aero.
Less than a minute to go now for the soft tyre window to be open. I was discussing with Nick, trying to work out, PMAC, if you put softs on now, would you be permitted to complete that stint, or do the tyres have to be off the car?
You could do.
Oh, you could.
It
So
doesn't
you actually
seem like anyone's taking that
you
option.
can go beyond 10 o'clock.
Yeah, as long as they're fitted before then. Yeah, well, it doesn't. Certainly the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Mathieu Jamanek put new mediums on. Of course, Nick Damon mentioned 2-wheel sport. Of course, MotoGP, Michelin, the tyre supplier there, as well as they are here in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Pit stop for BMW.
Yep, Nick is there with a CrowdStrike report.
This one does have a driver change, so Kevin Magnussen has got out. Not quite. I think it's Dries who's got in, but I wouldn't put my house on it. I put like a large part of the driveway on it. But look, cleaning again. They just want to clean out. They've got a slight problem with the one of the indicator lights, the positional light, which indicates how much fuel they have. That's had to be stuck back down again. They took off mediums. They're putting back on mediums, so no issue one way about the softs. And away it goes silently. Hybrid V8 fires up, and she is away.
Thanks for that. And back into the race very efficiently indeed. Mathieu Jamanet still trying to build the tyre temperature, meanwhile, on car number 6. And the next car we expect to come in, either at the end of this lap or the next, will be Colin Brown's Acura from Meyer-Shank Racing. Leading the race, gets a chance to do this every 50 minutes or so, but only for about a lap, maybe a couple at best, and then has to bail out. But I suppose it's all about when the checkered flag's going to fly. As to whether the 60 car can fashion an opportunity to be in front at exactly that point. But I'm sure Porsche Penske Motorsport have thought about that, together with the BMW crew, who seem to have one bullet in the gun really for a podium finish, hunting down that race win, of course, with car 24.
And no question about it, Porsche Penske Motorsport will be looking to, you're right, they'll be watching that 60 Acura like a hawk from Meyer-Shank Racing, because yes, right now they're sort of just a little bit off strategy and just a tiny bit behind, but not by much. It just takes one full course yellow to fall at the right time for them, and they are right back in the mix. And we know how quick the Acura can be on that sprint pace. And well, you look at the drivers that they have in that crew; they know how to get the job done as well. Tiptoeing from the number 24 of Philipp Eng. It's like he's driving on an icy road at home in Austria, trying to get the tyres up to temperature and pressure, weaving on the banking to try and just generate that little bit extra friction to get back down to business. And after that pit stop, we'll wait till they come over the timeline to confirm to see who's got the edge here. The last pit stop times for those crews always makes interesting reading. To see who's quickest on the pit road. So for the number 6, Mathieu Jamanet, 1 minute 29.2. Philipp Eng, 1 minute 30.9. So Porsche Penske Motorsport ever so slightly get their car out quicker.
Let's take a CrowdStrike pit report with Jamie Howe on the 96 car into pit road.
Yes, getting some callers from the GTD category right now. Jens Klingman now behind the wheel of the number 96 Turner Motorsports BMW, of course, getting a fresh set of Michelin tires as well as this team. We've seen them leading at different stages of this race, still right there in the hunt with several hours still remaining in the race, not giving up quite yet. It was a clean pit stop for Turner Motorsports, and they've got Jens back out.
Thank you for that. And let's stay in pit road with another CrowdStrike pit report, because Nick Damon's watching more pit stops.
Yeah, the 85, the JDC Miller Motorsport car, bright yellow machine, came in. They had a full service. It was a bit far away from me, so all I know is a man got out and a man got in. Again, there's a lot of cleaning up going on. I get the impression that the cars are beginning to get very attracted to the marbles. Any second now, this number 60 car is going to come in. The pit crew are all hunched on the wall, looking expectantly down to pit entry. You've probably got a track, and you can see how close it is. Here he comes. The bright white. I do like these new colour schemes on the Acuras, actually, compared to last year. It's quite a pretty look to them. And in the machine comes, pulls across. Colin Brown will see if he can hit his marks. If he doesn't hit his marks, he's going to hit me. So, yep, he hits his marks, thankfully. No driver change. Tyres coming off. Yeah, it's 4 new tyres. They're giving up this kind of left side only or right side only thing. They're taking mediums off and putting mediums on. Apart from looking a bit weather beaten by detritus, the car looks absolutely fine. New windscreen tear off as well for the blue and white Acura. And just clear out again, lots of duct clearing out going on. Let's make sure we get some air in this machine as it gets warmer. And again, we now just wait for the fuel to go in. And it is still ticking, actually. And again, there's a little run of lights which the fueler can watch. It goes from red to amber to green, and there's 3 of each of them. So when the third green light pings up the LEDs, that's when he knows he's done 100%, he can pull it off. So he has pulled it off, and off goes the car. So that is, I think, all of the competitive GTPs through this most recent rotation.
I would concur with that. Thank you, Nick. Another CrowdStrike pit report from Nick Damon there, and it's left a Porsche 1-2 once again. Car 7 ahead of car 6 to the tune of nearly 13 seconds. Interesting to me that at times the 6 car has looked the quicker of the 2, but on the whole the 7's deserved its lead, not least because of the recent times that Lawrence Vantor's been able to put in.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about Lawrence Vantor when you're the third driver in the car with the full season pairing of Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy, and you're being, entrusted with double stints and lots of seat time with such a short amount of time left in the race. That says a lot about what his pace is like. Lawrence is an amazing athlete, works so hard at his craft, his fitness, everything, his diet, everything involved in being the best driver he can be, and right now that all that hard work that he puts in is paying off in spades. But what do BMW have? Because they have the fastest lap of the race. It was a 1 minute 35.868 set by Sheldon van der Linde. But most, I think, crucially, every single one of the 3 sectors, a BMW is quickest. Wow. So that gives you an idea that they have a fast car all the way around the circuit.
Yep. And that will be crucial heading into the closing stages, perhaps. 59 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, that's 15 Celsius, with a track temperature of 70 right now, so just north of 21 degrees Celsius for the alternative measurement scale. Very little wind in the air, but it's pretty humid out there. We've not had this weather all week, so great to be basking in the sunshine in the closing stages of the 63rd edition of the Rolex 24. 3:33 on the clock. That's a famous one for Ferrari fans. 3 hours 33 minutes still to go.
Interesting. Kevin Magnussen in the back of the BMW Team RLL pits having a debrief with another Danish racing driver, Tom Christensen. Yeah, a real kinship there, I am sure. You think how many top, particularly endurance racing drivers, have come from Denmark? I think John Nielsen, Tom Christensen, Kasper Elgaard, Michael Christensen, Nicholas Nielsen, and on and on and on the list goes. There's something in the water there, I'm sure of it.
Let's take another CrowdStrike pit report, because Nick Damon has found Renger van der Zande.
I suppose, Renger, you're not where you want to be at this point. So my question for the people who are watching, why are you still pounding around for the remaining 3 hours? What's the aim of the car in these last 3 hours?
Well, we're part of the championship, so if we finished the car where we stopped at the first time, we would have been P12 or P11. Now we're P8, so who knows? Somebody else falls off the track and we move up another spot for the point. So hey, this is endurance racing. You never go up, right?
Absolutely. Well, the car obviously ground to a halt with that suspension failure. Was that like a unique thing that never happened before? That kind of failure on the rear end.
You know, these cars are so complicated, and it's everything you expect to break, and not 2 bolts on a suspension, which is, 50 years of racing, there's bolts in every car. They should be figured that one out. But I think there's something to do with the bus stop, because we're not the only one who had it. I think the 31 had it, a BMW maybe or something. I don't know, but yeah, it's very painful because it's a $20 bolt that breaks and finishes and ruins the chances of winning the Rolex again. But yeah, let's see what the 60 can do. We'll try to help them as much as we can. See if they can win this race, and I'm gonna finish it for our car and see what we can do.
So how can the 93 help the 60? Is it just a case of being difficult to lap, or just trying to run interference? Obviously within the rules of the game, but what do you do as a car trying to help a teammate?
Whatever it takes, man. No, I'm not gonna hurt anyone. Maybe make it a little bit more difficult and make it life easier for the 60. That's all. So hey, it's racing on the limit, high stakes, but we have to play it fair. So
when you're in for that last stint to take you to the finish, I mean, is your motivation as high as it would be if you're going for a win? Does the pride mean you're going to do every lap perfectly, or do you wind back 2 or 3% because you know it's not that important?
It's really weird. Like when you're fighting for the win and fighting for the last bit, you have that little extra. At least I do. And when you're so much down, you have different problems. You have different items. It's a different feeling in the car. So you know, you try to give the best to what you have for that moment, but it's not the same as when you're fighting for the win.
Thanks, Ringo. I hope you enjoy that. You just enjoy driving a fantastic GTP round Daytona. It's not that bad, really, is it?
Hey, you know me, I'm a huge fan of IMSA. I'm a huge fan of this track. I won it twice. I'm enjoying every moment of it, even if it's so much lap down. But it would have been even greater fighting with a win, that's for sure.
Thanks, Ringo.
Thank you.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. John Hindorf reporting for duty. Hello. Sorry, I was a little late on parade there. Johnny and Peter filling in nicely for me. Earlier on this week, might have caught it that Brembo were named as the official brake technology partner of IMSA, and they've relayed to us some Brembo brake facts. This circuit with the tricky infield is rated 3 out of 5 by the Brembo brake technicians. That's not just a finger in the air and a cup of coffee and a chat around the table. They're looking at the wear rate, and of course it's 24 hours long, so that takes it up a little bit. Turn 1, as you might expect from the prototypes, at least the GTPs, from over 200 miles an hour. 203 I think is the highest I've seen. That's the heaviest braking point in turn 1 on the banking. 3 Gs for the GTPs and 2 Gs under braking for the GTDs. 2 Gs for a car, remember, that comes from, based on a street car. Pedal pressure's an issue here as well. It's a real workout for the left foot of these drivers. Between 60 and 85 pounds. These do not have power assistance and brake boost, if you will. And so you're jumping on that brake, and the drivers, they'll feel it in their calves, in their ankles. And oddly, where I always used to get it, even in a short race, was on the ball of my foot. Often get cramped there. Over 1600 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's been added up 3,805 times in 24 hours. 3,805, mind you, not 4 or 6. We had Mike Messina in, if you didn't hear that overnight. Brilliant description of everything that's going on and the technology that goes in behind the brakes and making the brakes interface with everything else, particularly on the hybrid cars at the front of the field. And working with Michelin now as well, because it's the contact patch that actually brings the car and slows the car down. The brakes have to slow the tyre down, and so it makes sense for those two excellent suppliers to work together. That's your Brembo brake facts here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Some GTD cars coming in while we're discussing that. The Winward number 57 AMG, but a moment or two ago, Jamie Howe, you had the Wright Motorsport Porsche number 120 in.
Yes, and there was a driver change for Wright Motorsports. So it is now Elliott Skier that's behind the wheel of that Porsche. We're waiting for the number 13, the class leading car from AWA, to make their pit stop as well. They're just about a lap separated in terms of their strategy right now, running about 56 minutes is what they're able to put up on the clock at this stage of the race. And I don't see another driver up on the wall to get into that number 13, so I don't believe there'll be a driver change there. But some great pit stops happening down here, John.
Just had the comeback king, the 57, the Winwood Racing Machine in. That is, of course, came back from several laps back. I mean, there's a debate whether it was 4, 5, 6 or 7, but a lot of laps back. And Phil Ellis has stayed on board. That car is right up to in competition with everyone else. Currently, it was scored second as it came over the line and into the pits, and there's no reason why that particular pit stop should have damaged that in any way whatsoever, John.
I've got to tell you, Nick, that is absolutely my GTD pick at the moment for BDO North Strategy. This is a team that knows how to win here. They won, what, 4 out of the first 5 last year and really almost sealed the championship in that run. They had a terrible start to this race and dropped. I'm pretty certain the team told us it was 7 laps. You're spot on there, mate. And yeah, all right, there's been 12 full course cautions, but you've got to use them, and that's where the strategy comes in. You've got to be in the right place at the right time and know when to use the wave buys. Need to ask them next time we speak to them, Nick and Jamie, or indeed Joe or Ryan, if the GTD split from the GTD Pro has helped them or hindered them in that endeavour. But that's my pick in the GT category for BDO North Strategy. You could pick anybody in LMP too, because they've all had a bit of problems. The 8 and 88, second and first at the moment, separated by 15 seconds. And at the front of the field, it's Porsche to the front, and to the fore, 12 seconds between Lawrence Vance and Mathieu Jaminet. We have got Rexy in the pit lane at the moment with Nick. He's going to keep an eye on that. Oh. And in fact, actually, he can give us a quick update on Rexy.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the quickest possible in that Klaus Bachler has climbed abroad. Also had the 91 WeatherTech Corvette in, and we got the 81 Pro Ferrari, which obviously is the Risi Ferrari, but not racing under Risi's name. I can tell it's the Risi Ferrari because Mr. Risi is actually sitting in there. And just behind me, number 4 Corvette from Pratt & Miller goes into its box, but that's now pretty empty now for me as the 81 Dragon Speed machine rolls down the pit lane.
Down pit lane, we have Tom Sargent, who just got out of the number 120 from Wright Motorsports, very first Rolex 24. You were just telling me how you watched this race as a kid growing up many, many years. What was your experience like out there?
It's way better than I could ever imagine. Like you mentioned, I grew up watching this race a lot. Really always wanted to be an endurance driver. So to finally get my start for Wright Motorsport to give me a chance to do this, massive thanks to them. So it was really surreal being out there battling with a lot of people I grew up watching, but I had so much fun doing it. So really excited to see how it plays out.
I know that you moved over to Mooresville, North Carolina from your home in Australia to be able to compete here in America. Having the opportunities like this, how does that justify that decision?
And without a doubt, it just makes it so worth it. When I decided to pack up and move over here by myself, it was a big call. I was 21, so it was a lot to think about, but it was the best move I've ever done. So the fact that I'm here today doing this is where I want to be, so it's all worth it in the end.
The car as it is right now, what do they have left to work with in the closing stages of this race?
It'll be interesting. Obviously, we just did a little bit of a change just then to the car, hopefully tune it up, give it a little bit more performance. Everyone else seems to have picked up a little bit of pace towards the end of the race, so it'll be interesting to see what people have left in the tank or not. But I think we're in a pretty strong position. We got Elliott and Ian Shinduvan to finish, so we got a really strong lineup.
It's great to see you out here. Congratulations on this opportunity, and happy Australia Day.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, what a way to celebrate Australia's National Day. Traditionally, A massive opportunity for Aussies to get together with their mates, get outside. It's summertime on the other side of the world. Getting towards the end of the summer, but still summertime, be nice and warm down there. Hello to everyone who's been tuned in, following all of the Australian drivers. Been a lot of you on the social. Now, is looking across there into the pit lane. Let's go to Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
With Alessio Picarello, just out of the 77, Rexy, the AO Porsche. Alessio, you obviously in the car for quite recently, where the temperature was rising all the way through that, well, quite dramatically. I'm really hot now, being freezing cold for 3 days. How did that affect the car during that stint?
To be honest, it was a bit difficult for us. We have some damage on the rear diffuser, it can't touch us, so now the car is a bit tricky to drive. So we will see what we will do, but yeah, it was not the easiest stint for me. But we are still in contention. We will try to maximize what we have, and we will see at the end.
When you've got damage like that, and you obviously haven't got time to replace the diffuser, are there any tools in the car, any minor setup changes you can make which will help to slightly alleviate that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we try to adapt our driving style, and then we can help. We can play with the ABS, the brake bias. But here it was difficult. I had a bit of everything, understeer, oversteer, so I was It was really tricky. I was trying to do my best, but luckily the Porsche is a good car, so it's quite easy to change parts. So let's see if we do it in the next yellow.
3 hours to go. Are you getting back in again, or are you finished for the day?
I'm finished for the day, so I can relax now.
Just watch everyone else struggling.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thanks, Alessio. Alessio Picarello out of the 77 AO, better known as Rexy.
Thank you, Nick. Damon down on the pit lane with our CrowdStrike pit lane report. And we're now heading towards 10:30 here at Daytona International Speedway. Just a moment or two ago, once again, GTD Pro find it providing us with some great action. BMW and Corvette going up onto the high banks at turn 6. And that was the the Corvette of Tommy Milner going past Connor De Filippi for the lead in that class. So that has changed again. It's shuffled backwards and forwards. We've got Daniel Huncadeo rejoining the two Ford Mustang GT3, the Multimatic run cars, heading back out on the circuit as well. And with 3 hours and 20 still to go, we're starting to come into the last set of pit stops for these guys. They'll be counting back to 20 minutes before 2 in the afternoon. Seems a long way away. We haven't actually hit a normal length IMSA race yet in terms of the 2 hours and 40. That is what we would normally race. So still plenty of strategizing to do. Talking about the BDO No Strategy Award, we'll have that before the checkered flag. We've got Michelin post-race tech as well, hashtag Michelin PRT. A bit of an all skate for that. Get your points arising, questions. Anything that you want to ask, clarification or whatever, or if you just want to make a point about something through the race. The Porsche 963 is at the front of the field, separated now by 13 seconds. Sun streaming in through the window here. I'm actually going to have to get my vintage IMSA hat out that I've had for a long time. And, used to play cricket in this one, so it's a little raggy round the edges, but the peak works. Know that from yesterday. at IMSA Radio. Thanks very much indeed to everyone who's been contributing. 1:20 a.m. in the morning, 1:23 in Australia, backing the Ford Mustang GT, says Conrad Donahue. And hope everyone in the comms box has enjoyed their breakfast. Yeah, we've all cycled through. CrowdStrike pit lane reporters enjoying a bit of sunshine as well. Temperatures. We said that the track temperature would double the last time I was on. It was 14 then, it's 25 now. So we're not far away. Air temperature 16 Celsius, that's 61 Fahrenheit in the air and 77 on the track. And that is just going to keep rising until the checkered flag later on this afternoon. Getting towards another dangerous time for Lawrence Vonteur at the front of the field, as he's got a huge amount of traffic. He's going to hit the battle in GTD in just a second, as the number 77 of AO Racing Porsche is right up alongside the 57. That's the GTD car of Phil Ellis. They're battling on the track, but in separate classes, of course, now, with the GTD Pro and the GTD's been completely split, including for reorganisation during safety car. But those are two of the cars, and in front of those two, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9 different cars in different categories. A couple of LMP2s as well for Laurent Vantour. Laurent Vantour closing on this very quickly. Leader, if I look across to my left-hand side, just coming across the start-finish line now and underneath. Oh, a little touch there. Coming out of turn number 1. That was the Heart of Racing Aston Martin in the thick of it again. There's the damage on the front of that car. Don't think so. And they were playing hard to get with another of the Aston Martins there. And looked like that was the 10th place car in the GTD category. And in that case, that would have been the Van der Steur Racing number 19. I mentioned earlier that they seem to have been in the thick of everything. In the pit lane, and a number of callers, including EOS number 99. Jamie Howe is watching this one.
Yes, a couple of the LMP2 cars, the 8 also on pit road, as well as the number 73 that was right in front of the 99. There's a driver change. Dane Cameron is now out of after leading the class for so long and then having to come in to serve a penalty. If you remember, during his stint, this last stint, for tire pressures being too low. So we'll see if we can get a word from Dane, but lots of clean pit stops, Sean.
Yeah, Hurley Haywood singing the praises of Dane Cameron when he was with us about an hour ago. And if you've captured the attention of Hurley Haywood with your driving, you're doing something right. 5 overall victories and multiple class victories as well for the legend that is Hurley Haywood. Hello to High Five Collectibles. My wife is watching and enjoying her first ever IMSA 24-hour race, says Les McDonald from Toronto in Ontario, Canada. Lee, you didn't tell me, Les, sorry, you didn't tell me your wife's name, but I'm delighted that Mrs. McDonald is enjoying it. Welcome to the IMSA family, welcome to the sports cars. And you can follow along all of the races, particularly in Canada, where we have all of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship available for you on Rev. And next up, of course, in the middle of March, will be the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Also in Canada, Peter John Ashurst enjoying the race as well. Truly international audience over the last 18 or 19 hours. Just coming out the pits, the AF Corsa, the bright blue car. This is the LMP2 machine, and that came in from the lead, and I'm just trying to work out. In fact, I think it might hold the lead actually, because Paul-Luc Chatin in the Era Motorsport number 18, there's another car that's been up and down as far as the timing and scoring is concerned. I think the Era car's just pitted, it has. Paul-Luc Chatin into the pit as Nicholas Nielsen came out. So that Oreca will hold the lead. All of the LMP2s, Orecas this year. Also in the pit lane from LMP2 is Benjamin Pedersen. And he has just dropped off the lead lap, but he's only one back. Whereas Paul di Resta, he's actually, and was only 5 seconds ahead of Paul di Resta before he came in. I can see that Nick Damon is lurking by that car.
Well, I was having a look rather than lurking. I was lurking.
No, that
looking,
was
yes,
a lurk, mate. That was a definite lurk.
Fair enough. I've got a bit of a lurking. Yes, because whenever you look at the timing screens, it depends where you are on the lap. It still sounds good after how, well, I think these Orecas now, what, 1972 they first came out?
That's right, yes.
Whenever you look, they are so close together. It's the CrowdStrike car, which of course has had to is a few laps down after that repair goes past, but they are really, really close. GTD and P2 really close at the top, and it kind of went out at the point really where you're thinking, are they going to run green for the remaining 3 hours and 10 minutes? Which is kind of like, ooh. I'm sure there's as many teams down this pit lane, John, who wanted to run green, as who also, there's many, many teams who would love another yellow.
Nick, the genesis of that car, the origins of that car, I should say, because we've got Genesis coming, and I don't want to confuse everybody.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, goes back beyond 07. They are all 07s, but the previous version of the Oreca LMP2.
Was it an 05?
It was an 05, and
was that based on the that wasn't based on the Courage, was it?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is long in the tooth. To say that Oreca have amortised their investment would be putting it mildly. Talked to Bart Hayton earlier in the weekend, who's still doing work for Oreca, and there was a conversion kit. I'm pretty certain there was a conversion kit from the earlier car to the 07, which means that you could have cars racing now, chassis racing now, that in this race that would also be eligible for HSR racing in this country, because they
apparently are also. Sorry, John. Apparently, I was told by, I think Ryan told me this, that as of I think it might be sometime this year, or certainly beginning of next year, the current IndyCar is eligible for historic racing as well.
Yeah, that's fine, eligible for historic racing, but we're talking about a chassis that could be in this race.
Well,
that
is
true. The conversion kit to the 7 from the earlier one would also, it would still be competitive. It's exactly the same.
You have to please their carbon fibre and not mild steel like a 1970s British Leyland car, because the cars will be rusting by now.
Well, I think you'd want to have them all crack tested, but yes, you're absolutely right. Still waiting. The technical regulations for the new LMP2 are supposedly due in the next couple of weeks. At least the sort of the virtual regulations, the discussion document. Number of manufacturers and engine suppliers pitching for the engine supply. I think it'll probably be a V6 turbo rather than the Nissan-based V8. So we'll find out about that a couple of months' time. But I think it's very important to hold on to the secondary LMP class or prototype class. It's a good training ground, and look at the standard of the drivers that we've got here and the standard of the teams. Absolutely marvellous. Joe Bradley has sidled gently into the pit lane. Good morning, Joseph. How are you? Did you get a bit of rest, and if you had breakfast? That's the first two important questions.
Oh, rest was ages ago. Where I've been out, saw the sun come up this morning. I had the romantic hour. Saw the sun come up.
First time in a while for you.
Much up. Yeah, it is first time in a while for everybody here, isn't it? And that's what I'm going to talk about now, mate. Because these temperatures that we're seeing are not just the ambient temperatures, which are becoming very, very nice indeed, very comfortable. Probably need your sunscreen out here at the moment. But track temperatures are going to soar, and they're going to soar beyond any kind of track temperature that we've seen for the last week or so. So we've had no running on track temperatures like these. Now, I know it's not the first time we've been here with these cars. There will be data from similar track conditions. But it's going to be a bit of a, the tyre engineers are going to have to be on their game with regards to pressuring the tyres.
Yeah.
You don't want them to go off too early in the stint, do you?
Absolutely. And just the problem is that these track temperatures rising rapidly now. 28 Celsius is 82 Fahrenheit. Quite easy for drivers to get carried away. Just over 3 hours to go, and the fastest lap was set, I think, relatively recently, certainly in the 600s by the BMW. That holds the quickest lap. That's the Sheldon von der Linde car, 6:38 with a 1:35.868. So there's pace out there, and there's still pace to be had. I'm not sure how much people are pacing themselves. 9% energy remaining for Lawrence Vanthoor, so he'll be in soon. Let's do a quick VP Racing update. Lawrence Vanthoor by 10.3 seconds from his teammate Mathieu Jaminet. 7 from 6 in the Porsche Penske Motorsport car, still holding sway from BMW. And that's BMW M Hybrid V8 of Philip Eng, the 24 car. Has rather come to life as it's warmed up. Then the Acura, the sole contending Acura now, with Colin Brown back at the wheel in the number 60 car. Then just on the end of the lead lap, JDC Miller, Tijmen van der Helm in the 85. That's the JDC Miller car, the bright yellow machine. I've said he's on the end of the lead lap. I'm just checking to make sure that is so, actually. And here he comes, I think, round to the start-finish line. Off the lead lap, Will Stevens. And that's the number 10 Cadillac from Wayne Racing. They got so close. In fact, no, they got back to the lead lap, then pulled a couple of penalties. And Porsche keys to the race was just how costly that could be. And Sheldon von der Linde, with that fastest lap, was closing in and looking to be back on the lead lap. But then again, they've had a couple of issues. So that's your top running GTP cars. LMP2 AF Corsa from Tower Motorsports by over a minute at the moment. That's ebbing and flowing with the pit stops. AO Racing in third for Johnny Edgar in the number 99 Spike. Fourth for Paul Di Resta in the United Autosports number 22. Paul-Luc Chatin for the number 18 Aero Motorsport, and Matthias Besch for PR1 Matheson Motorsport at 52. GTD Pro, what a scrap street fight for the street-based cars. Corvette at the head of the field by just 2.3 seconds for Conor De Filippi in the Paul Miller BMW. That's 4 from 1. Get speed half a minute further back in the 69 Lucas Stoltz driven AMG. Then the 2 Ford Mustang GT3, the Multimatic Motorsports car, 65 from 64, and Klaus Bachler for AO Racing. That's the 77 bright green car. Marvin Kirchhoffer, best of the Bronze Cup cars and leading GTD for AWA. They've been there or thereabouts all through the race. 3 seconds ahead of Wright Motorsports, who've led a lot of laps. Elliot Skier, starting driver, back in that 120 Porsche, ahead of Matthias Drudy by about 12 seconds for Harter Racing Team. And the number 27, again, there or thereabouts all day. Daniel Morad, caught off competition. That's been quick. He's only half a second behind Drudy at the moment. Jens Klingman for BMW and Turner Motorsport beginning to be a factor as well. That's how it stands with 682 laps completed. VP Racing in-race update. Porsche Penske Motorsport first and second as we come down to the last 3 hours of the race. Forte Racing in the 78 with the 78 Forte Lamborghini. Lawrence Vantor should be coming in this time around. He's down below 6%, 5% now as he pulls in to Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
Yeah, he's effectively out of fuel, isn't he? And I'm not talking petroleum. He's going to have to replenish that energy. We're going to replenish the driver as well. Driver getting out, Laurent Vantor out of the car. New tyres going on. Those brilliant Michelins working really well now that the sun has come up. They've been really dominant, Porsche, haven't they? I know we're not to the flag yet. I know there's a little bit to go, but they've had pace, they've had consistency. Every time we look, they're battling it out at the front, and this is going to continue. Still the fuel goes on, fueling still being done. It's pretty much ready to get going though. We have took tyres, we've took brand new Michelins, and there's the number 7. So, energy replenished, fuel gone in, new driver, 4 new tyres, we're back out.
Now at the head of the field, the team car, Mathieu Jaminet, still has 14% in the virtual fuel tank. 21% for Philippe Eng, so there is a little bit of a differential as these top cars are heading in to the last 3 hours. RS2 is IMSA Radio around the world. Sirius XM 206 here in North America, 107.9 FM around the track and on IMSA TV and on the video player at imsaradio.com. 3 hours to go. 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona from a beautifully sunny Daytona International Speedway. Temperature rising, anticipation going up just as quick. 3 hours still remain. Spin for the number 27 Aston Martin of Heart of Racing, and again it's the horseshoe, the Eastern Horseshoe, or the International Horseshoe as it's called, bedecked as it is with all the flags of nations of drivers and teams who are represented here, drivers, teams and manufacturers. The marker of doom, I'm afraid, can chalk off another of the cars. The number 15 has now been an official retirement. So 1-5 and 8-0. And if you've been following those, you'll know they've had some issues. The 80 is the Lone Star Racing car of Dan Cox, Scott Andrews, Eric Figueras and Ralph Aaron. And to say the other one, that was the 3-car GTD smash that happened earlier this morning. And the 80 was one of those cars, the Lone Star machine. And I have got some good news for you, because we have a returning car from behind the wall. That's the number 78 Forte racing car. I mentioned it was on the circuit. That's a very, very pretty blue colour, involved in that same 3-car schmozzle, which has just cost us the 80 car. That car is out and circulating again, although laps down, of course. But as we've kept saying, you've got to keep hammering on. The 93 Acura dropped right the way down the field, now up to 16th position overall. Now, okay, overall position doesn't matter, but the class position does. I think they were 11th in class, but once that number 93 car was fixed, it was sitting 38 laps down to the leaders from memory. It's now 40 laps down, but Alex Palou and the rest of the Acura ARX 93 team are in 8th position in the GTP class, so that's important for the championship. And you've got to remember, yes, of course, everyone wants to be on the top step of the podium and take the Rolex Daytona Cosmograph back home. They can all afford to buy one, these factory drivers, but you can't buy the version that you win here. It is very special indeed. And if you're not going to get that, then next up, think about the rest of the season. This is a point-scoring round for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship and indeed for the Michelin Endurance Cup. So full season and Endurance Cup points as Philip Eng, 14 seconds behind the leader, charges through the Le Mans chicane and onto Speedway Turn 3. Got a bit of a gap ahead of him. There's hardly been any gaps all the way through the race for GTD Pro. Ford, Mustang, BMW and Ford and Chevrolet Corvette have been battling out, and still that is the running order, with Chevy Corvette of Tommy Milner leading the race, and hovering into view behind is the number 1 BMW. Now the bad news for Tommy is he's got the other Paul Miller racing BMW right ahead of him, and that car's many laps down, having completed 578, where the lead laps in GTD Pro are on 6:34 now. So this is a little bit of a temperature rise, a blood pressure rise perhaps for Tommy Milner. Here comes the BMW across the tri-oval, goes to the right, dives to the left, down to the inside for the bright yellow Corvette. Now this is danger time, out to turn 2, down towards the International Horseshoe. The Corvette is the meat in the Paul Miller Racing BMW sandwich at the moment. Yeah, holding him up on the apex. Augusto Farfus parked the 48 car to give his teammate an opportunity maybe to get a better exit through the kink. Heading down towards the western end of the infield. It's very canny driving by all of them here, right in the middle of the road. And towards turn 6. No flashing the headlights down the inside. This is the battle for the lead in the GTD Pro category. Mild touch. Right front to left rear. BMW to Corvette. But Tommy Milner has held his own and given himself a little bit of breathing space from the back of the Paul Miller BMW that is laps down. He's got 3 car lengths. 2.5. 2 car lengths now. Going towards the Le Mans chicane. It's a car length and a half. It's now a car's length. It's now nothing at all. Oh, there was a jink there in the braking area by Tommy Milner. Was that a reaction to what was going on? Blocking here is very much discouraged. If you move in reaction to the car behind, that will be looked at as they come round to make another lap. We'll stay with this for a second. Joe Bradley waiting patiently for a CrowdStrike pit lane update. We'll get down to him in a second, but this is the lead in GTD Pro. Across the line, they rumble down towards turn 1, and once again, Tommy Milner has the same problem. Augusto Farfus in front of him, not really playing tail gunner, as we've got the caught-off Mercedes AMG and the Aston Martin number 27 under review for an incident as well. That's now being looked at in race control to my left. So once again, Tommy Milner has this double BMW problem with Augusto Farfus, who sits in 12th position in GTD Pro, but with many laps to make up. But he can't get past him. The cars are very similar in performance, and Tommy Milner does not want to risk the Corvette. Reasonably so, he's leading the class, and he's got another BMW from the same team. Tommy plants the car in the middle of the road as he comes to the left-hander to go up onto the high banks. Here we go again. Ding, ding, ding. Seconds out, round 3. And it will be into the braking area at the Le Mans chicane. Now, can Tommy get a little bit of a draft from Augusto Farfus? He seems to be. He'll have to go down the inside. Farfus, I would think, will stick on the yellow line here on the inside, and that's exactly what he is doing. Here comes a prototype as well. It's the number 88. For AF Corsa, inserting itself into the mix as they come through at the moment, and that's the leader in LMP2. Johnny Edgar coming through, passing the leader in GTD Pro. Carves his way underneath the Corvette, over the top of the BMW. He's been chased down by Job van Eyck, job for Nighter. Sorry, it's Nick Nielsen that's in that car. It's Johnny Edgar who's chasing him down. My apologies. Back again for another crack at this. I'll keep an eye on this as we go down to Joe Bradley for a quick CrowdStrike pit lane paddock report.
Yeah, just to keep you up to date with the Porsche Penske pit stops. We had the number 7 in, full service, driver tyres, fuel, and likewise the number 6 followed suit very shortly after that. So both Porsches out there, and pretty, very standard, straightforward, well choreographed, very swift pit stops for the 2 leaders.
Caught off AMG's copping a penalty. It's a drive-through for the Mercedes AMG GT3, and that means Daniel Morad will have to come down the pit lane again. This is not a replay that I'm seeing in front of me. Back to turn 6, and again, Augusto Farfus towing the company line. I don't see Farfus doing anything wrong. He's not moving around under braking. He's putting his car in exactly the place that Tommy Milner doesn't want it to be. But this time Milner gets a really good draft. Can he dispose of that lapped BMW and put that between himself and the car that's trying to take the lead of class? He'd have to go down the inside. The last of the late brake is here. He does not do that. Farfus leaves his braking late, rolls through the left and then the 2 rights, exits the Le Mans chicane, onto the high banks again. 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. And in terms of when we might see these cars into the pits, well, they're all on a pretty similar pit lane strategy and fuel strategy. Been out for 16 and 17 laps respectively, the BMW of Paul Miller, the number 1 car, Paul Miller Motorsport car, and the Corvette. Right, down the international hairpin, Farfus presumably will steer to the inside. Confirmation of Daniel Morad and the drive-through penalty after contact with the Aston Martin Heart of Racing Vantage. Well, we'll ask Tommy Milner when he gets out of the Chevrolet Corvette number 4 what the part number on the BMW M4 GT3 rear wing is of Augusto Farfus, because he's been looking at it that much he must have memorised everything on the back of there now. He's been close a couple of times. What's interesting to me is that Conor De Filippi in that number 1 car behind Tommy Milner has not been able to make a concerted effort. It's 21 seconds further back before we see the first of the Ford Mustang GT3s with Chris Mees and Mike Rockenfeller. Down to the Le Mans chicane again. I think Tommy Milner has now settled for the fact that he's not easily going to pass that BMW ahead of him. And he's more... I was going to say he's more looking at what's going on behind. Race control have intervened. Farfus has been called for blocking, and that will be a drive-through. Well, there's a talking point right there. There's many ways that you can block, and Farfus does it again. This time, now that time he did move towards the apex. I was about to say, it's not as if he's been weaving around under braking, but that time he left the door open and then closed it. Again, right in the middle of the road as they come to the International Horseshoe. There's contact. Contact between the number 1 car and the Corvette. So that's the 2nd place car in GTD Pro hitting the left rear of the leading car. This could be another penalty for BMW here. Both of their cars involved bodywork in the air floor of the back left-hand side, flapping around now for Tommy Milner. There was a certain inevitability about this as they went into the International Horseshoe. Milner goes down the inside and then gets stood up in the middle of the corner again by Augusto Farfus. De Filippi comes round the outside. Sure could have changed his line there. Picked the bones out of that race control. So, a drive-through penalty for blocking for that number 48 car. But is the damage done to that Corvette enough that it might have to come in? Huge chunk of rear bodywork flapping around. That's dangerous. He might have to come in for a mechanical black flag. Oh, there's going to be some chat about this afterwards. Into the pit lane for the drive-through, Augusto Farfus. Not going to ruin his race by any stretch of the imagination. He'll stay in 12th position in GTD Pro. Now, can Tommy Milner pull away? Tommy Milner will not be happy with that at all. Drivers have got very long memories. It's a little bit wide going in. And Tommy Milner just saying, look, I'm in first position here. You should have given way. I'm pretty certain that's what that gesture meant. From out of the window. Make of that what you will. But Milner not at all happy, and you can understand why. His car is now damaged. Not seen race control looking at the contact between the Corvette and the BMW. But my goodness, how quickly could they change that rear clip if they needed to? Because right now, you've got to think that race control are looking at that. That could cause a full course caution if it came out. They may be giving a little bit of leeway because of how it occurred. But that was robust, to say the least, from the two BMWs ganging up on the leading GTD Pro Corvette. And that's lit up our socials. Sure, to be honest, as I said, that I honestly think that Conor De Phillippi didn't do much wrong there. I think we're going to see this Corvette have to come in. I cannot believe that it will continue to run with half of the rear end of the car. As in comes the number 1 car for its pit stop. So De Phillippi is into the pits for a standard pit stop. And new sticker tyres, at least on the right-hand side of that car. And that's down at the pit-in end of things. So for the moment, this battle has been called time on. I think that was just right-hand side tyres for the number 1 BMW. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm quite a way away from that, but I did not see any tyres going on the left-hand side. So that's that number 1 back out off the apron now and heading back out. And here's the sister car, the 48, the culprit of the bad guy and all of that. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. It's the 96. No. I thought it was the 48
that's
coming in
Turner
to take
car.
Penalty.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, the Turner car just comes by.
The Augusto Farfus took the penalty the lap before its team car came in. My question now, Joe Bradley, and maybe you can hang out around the Corvette pit, is that number 4? Oh, that's Nick Damon, who's at the Corvette pit. Do you reckon, Nick Damon, that Corvette number 4 is going to come in? It is a big piece of bodywork. They must be being talked to by race control. Nick Damon?
Yeah, it's about to come in, but they are not preparing a new clip. They're preparing a large amount of tank tape. They've got these pre-made large patches of tank tape, which they'll attempt to bridge over the gap. What I would say, as I was watching it, everyone who criticises Formula 1 rules, where you have to get out of the way to a blue flag, that's why. Because otherwise you're going to have teammates holding up people tactically, which an hour and a half race is just not tenable. I don't think it's tenable here. I know it's the rules. I would always want to see someone on a fast lap be let through to continue their battle fairly, but there we go. And in comes that Corvette right now, number 4 down, obviously fueled up, 4 new tyres. We come around the back of it, how bad is that damage? Oh, it's kind of bent the whole kind of plasticky rear end of the Corvette. I mean, it's not a major structural piece, it's obviously more about aero. There is one edge of the diffuser that's kind of incorporated into it, They're pushing it back into place. It's broken the rear left clip. It's actually sheared it off, and now they're just using effectively as much tape as they can to try to... But they didn't bother waiting for the tape to go on, so they only got 1.5 slices of tape on there because they didn't want to lose any time in the pits.
Correct.
And away he goes. I think they'd have been better off giving it 5 more seconds and putting more tape on, because my experience is how much tape you think you need on a high-speed aero-based circuit, you need at least 3 times more than that.
Yeah, there is a coefficient on a high-speed circuit. Even these cars are doing 160, 170 miles an hour, possibly a little more for the GTDs. It is, however, yellow tape that has gone on there, which I know Nick Damon does like to see the colour key tape very sideways coming out the pit lane for a wound-up Tommy Milner. It's Chris Meese that he's racing out in the Ford Mustang. Well, he's a little bit further back. The battle is going to be recommenced. The BMW of Paul Miller is right on his tail as well now, and these two cars a lap apart in terms of the tyre warm-up. And here comes the #1 car round the outside and makes that pass very, very easily indeed, courtesy of getting those tyres on early. That is the maximising of the new tyres. You can call it whatever you will, but that was a strategy call there, I think, for the BMW. They could have gone a lap or 2 more, but they've decided to use the excess performance, and he's pulled out 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 cars lengths, and Tommy Milner will be absolutely seething about that. The one thing I would say to Nick, and there's contact between the 120 Wright Porsche and the number 57 Winward car going into the International Horseshoe. So that's Phil Ellis and Elliott Skier. That was a pass for 2nd position in GTD. They're 4.5 seconds behind Marvin Kirchhofer in the AWA Corvette. The one thing I would say about passing that Nick Damon mentioned there, I think if you're trying to stay on the lead lap in your class, I don't mind seeing a bit of robust defence, but when you're many laps down and you're helping your teammate, that starts to get just a little bit dicey. So Tommy Miller getting back up to speed now. René Rast, by the way, is taking over the 25 BMW GTP, still in 7th position, a couple of 3 laps off the lead. As I say, the contact that caused that damage at the left rear of the Corvette, Conor De Filippi's front end, just clipping that as they were coming out of the International Horseshoe before the pit stops. I don't think Conor did that much wrong there, and I haven't seen that being investigated. Now, a moment or 2 ago, all 4 Michelin tyres off the ground by the number 10 Cadillac of Will Stevens, as he took way too much of the entry curb to the Le Mans chicane. Will Stevens will be again part of the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac squad. Hertz Team Jota moving to work status, factory status. Will staying with them. What an asset he's been. He is getting some extra practice before the... He'll be getting some extra practice in before the start of the FIA WEC season starts with the prologue, the last but 1 weekend of February in Qatar, and then the 1,812 kilometres of Qatar kicks off that season. Big air, get to Joe Bradley in a moment, big air for Will Stevens as he was overtaking the Forte Lamborghini. Ow, that is going to have hurt the car possibly, and Will Stevens. They sit very low down there. He'll have felt that through the small of his back. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit lane report, which for this particular moment is going to be an interview. Who've you got, Joe?
I have got Lucas Stolz, who's just... Stay where you are, Luke, I'll come to you. I've just got out of the number 69 Bartone Mercedes. Still very much in contention at this stage, you guys. But the question I want to ask you, the sun has come out, the track is the hottest we've seen for a long time now. How is the car handling? Has Has the track affected how the car behaves?
Yeah, the team provided a really nice car for the night, and I have to say, on daylight we suffered a bit more with the tires. But yeah, we are still in contention. I think we are P5 at the moment, and we are still fighting for a podium, and it's still a long way. And I think we can improve small bits, and then we see where we end up.
When you say improve, is that down to the engineers to perhaps give you a different pressure?
Yeah, definitely. I always give feedback what I want also for the next driver. Fabi's in the car now, so I have to follow him, and I hope he will improve a bit, and then I think we have a good fight for the podium.
Are you back in the car, Luca, for the finish?
No, it's Fabi to the finish.
All right, so you can rest. Get out of that horrible suit. Thank you, mate. Well done.
When Joe says horrible suit, he means sweaty and damp. And there's nothing worse than a damp race suit, particularly if you've got to put it back on again. So I never know with drivers whether when they're finished with 2.5 hours to go, if they'd rather be doing the last stint than sitting watching on the pit wall and trying to work out if they're doing well or badly with their teammate in the car. They can't really affect anything. Is that a good or a bad thing as far as a racing driver is concerned? I suspect that if they're pro drivers, they want to be in the car. They'd rather be in there. Joe?
We know lots of racing drivers. We have personal friends who are racing drivers. And, they say they're going to call. They never do. You're the one who always calls them. You know who you are, Warren Hughes. They're very selfish beings by the definition of the game.
It's how they got where they were.
Have to be the number one. Yeah, absolutely. And off the track as much as on the track, it's a piranha pool. And to have that self-belief, there is no way that you can sit there as a pro driver. I'm talking about the top-level pro drivers that we have here. There's no way that you can sit there thinking, he's doing a better job than I could. Because you're always going to think, I can do it better. I need to be in that car. I can do the better job. But obviously, it's the team that decides. It's the team rotor. And you know what? You've got pro drivers that there is absolutely nothing between them. How do you choose? Have you seen, some of the driver lineups. How do you choose your favourite child? Impossible.
88 car has come in from the lead in P2. That's the AF course machine. It's a full driver change. Just trying to see. They're very sneaky how they get in. They're very live. You can't read their belts. So that has already changed on that blue car. We've seen that people are running around and trying to get themselves ready for the entirety of the rest of the couple of hours. The tower car's going to come in a minute. That's going to have a nose change. I'm not quite sure what the problem was and why it needed the nose change. But we'll see that when it comes in. May well be that they've realised that with the extra temperature, they want to change the aero layout. And of course you can by putting a new nose in, get either a few more pounds or a few less pounds of downforce on the nose and balance the car up that way. You haven't got a huge amount of tools at your disposal. 24-hour races, but that is something you can do, like aero changes. Suspension-wise, you're stuck.
On at IMSA Radio, that penalty and the kerfuffle between the two BMWs and the Corvette at the front of the GTD Pro field. Splitting opinion here. Martin Short. Hello, Martin. Hope the family's well. Say hi to Michelle for me. Disappointed with that result yesterday in the 90th minute. He says very disappointed with poor team ganging up by BMW. I feel that was excellent stewarding by IMSA. We all knew what was about to kick off. On the other side, well, IMSA gave the penalty to Farfus. Didn't seem he'd done anything wrong. Certainly just staying ahead at that point, says Billy Mann. And I could go on either side of that argument. Ultimately, thank goodness we don't have to make the decision. The Trackhouse Corvette circulating. This is the number 91 WeatherTech supported car in white, red and blue. It's the car that's done very well in what we think might be a single appearance for that car. Let's head down to the pits again. Outside pit lane reporters. We'll do Joe Bradley first this time, then Nick Dim.
Well, crucial pit stop time from now on in, isn't it? Well, actually, it's been crucial pit stop time from the green flag, to be honest. Well, I've got Johnny Edgar in the number 99, the EO car, currently second in LMP2. Johnny Edgar, a youngster who I remember, his family's very well connected to Rowrah. In fact, they kind of own the land it's on. And Johnny becoming a bit of a hot shot in sports car racing, especially prototype racing. AO 99 back out and a full set of Michelin tyres and a full tank of fuel.
And just a bit further up the pit lane, we are with Nicholas Nielsen straight out of the 88 there, of course. Nicholas, it's been a very strong performance by this blue car.
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, like you said, strong performance so far, and I think we've been good throughout the night as well. It's yeah, still a long race, so we don't want to celebrate anything too early, but so far it's looking good. So hopefully we can keep the car going like this, and yeah, then we see what happens to the finish.
The challenge of keeping the car going like this, we've got probably a track temperature now that's probably best part of 25 degrees warmer than it's been before. How is that affecting how the car feels, you know, in a stint?
Everything is obviously moving a bit more. Like in the night when the track is more fresh, it's obviously more nice to drive and more smooth. But you know, in the end, it's the same for everyone. So I know if I start to struggle a bit because it's getting warmer, the others will have the same issue. So yeah, I try not to think about it too much, just to focus on what I have to do, and then yeah, we'll see later on.
And are you getting back in for the end?
Yeah, I think so.
So thank you, Nicholas. And of course we do have our leader, the AWA Corvette. The leader from GTD has just had a full service. Couldn't see the driver change, but certainly it's wandered off absolutely fine. It's kind of pseudo Lotus JPS colours, black and gold, but it's advertising slightly from Orlando. But it's pretty obvious where the inspiration for that has come from, John.
It works on that shape of car, doesn't it? No doubt about that. Marvin Kerkhofer brought the car in. Not only was it leading GTD, but it was also leading the Bronze Cup. It's Matthew Bell, originally from the northeast of England for AWA. These are the times that we want to speak to the drivers and find out what they're feeling as we move into what is effectively a standard length of IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race. They've basically done 23.5 hours to get to this point. Joe Bradley has found another driver, not about to get out, but about to get in, I think, Joe.
Well, eventually he will. He's Johnny Edgar's teammate in the 99 AO LMP2, currently second. We were speculating, Christian Rasmussen, about whether a driver would prefer to be watching from the sidelines or actually in the car towards the end of this race. I think I know what you're going to say. What are you going to say?
Yeah, I definitely want to be in the car. Definitely want to be in the car. But both Dane and Johnny has done an amazing job so far. We just got an unfortunate penalty that took us out of the lead down into P3. So we've been kind of slowly been trying to edge our way back. Currently sitting second in class. So hopefully we can change that over the next couple of hours.
Have you been told whether or not you will get back in the car before the end?
Yeah, I'll be in for the next stint and to the end.
There you go. You're going to get what everybody wants. What you got lined up for this year then? I mean, we're big fans of yours in the UK. We follow Indy next. We saw you take the championship 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm going to be full-time IndyCar this year with the ECR in the 21 car. So super excited for that. Coming back with the same team with a year under my belt in IndyCar is, a massive change from last year. Just the experience that I gained last year in IndyCar is going to be so valuable for me this year. So excited to get started on that. And yeah, obviously we have a start here to IndyCar, and then come month of May we have the big one, Indianapolis 500, which is super exciting. And then, yeah, just getting back in an IndyCar will be amazing.
Do you find anything that you can do in an LMP2 car can translate to a single-seater at all? I mean, it's good to get the rust off over the winter, isn't it?
Yeah, like you say, knock the rust off a little bit, and at the end of the day, it's 4 wheels and a steering wheel, so they are very different cars, but in terms of just getting out and driving something, getting some racecraft in, is going to be valuable, especially with how limited track time testing we get in the IndyCar. So it's good to drive something.
And we'd love to see you back in the sports car, Chris, because, I mean, you IndyCar guys, you only work half a year, so get yourself sorted for a sports car drive. Petit Le Mans, eh?
Oh, Bradley, very good. Christian Rasmussen there with Joe Bradley. I like the idea of basically racecraft coming back. It's a pretty intense way to get yourself dialed back in. Check back in at the front of the field where Nick Tandy and Kevin Estre find themselves on the same part of the circuit down at the western end of the infield at the horseshoe there, onto the short chute between the exit of that horseshoe and turn 6 heading up onto the high banks. I think they've swapped around. Yes, they have since they crossed the line. Kevin Estre ahead of Nick Tandy. It's the white stripes of the number 6 car. I've said that now. I need to just check that out as they go down into the Le Mans chicane. I'll take that back. It's still... No, it is Estre ahead of Tandy. Tandy was leading across the line at the start of this lap, but it is Estre that is now ahead. So my eyes did not deceive me. Still getting used to Nick Tandy not being in the white stripe car. Mustang GT3 pit stops for the Multimatic number 65 car, been there or thereabouts all day, and Chris Meese pits from the lead of GTD Pro. The stagger has not yet unwound. As we're working in terms of the leader, lap 663. Let's have a word with the ERA Racing driver from the number 18 LMP2, the car that's had its ups and downs today, find itself in 5th position. Paul-Loup Chatin has come through the ACO ladder system and finds himself in an LMP2 here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Nick Damon is at the ERA pit.
Paul, it seems that your car is almost there, but just a tiny bit off the pace. Would that be fair?
Yeah, exactly. Since the beginning of the race, we are there, but missing a little bit compared to the fastest. The front splitter is a little bit damaged, so we are waiting for a yellow to be able to change it. But if there is no yellow, we lose too much time to change it, so you know, it's a little bit a grumble, but yeah, we push, but at the moment we are missing something like 2, 3, 4 tenths per lap, so like that it's gonna be difficult, but you know it's Daytona, we will push till the end, and if we can send it, we'll send it, but at the moment we are missing just a little bit.
Is that loss the same now it's much warmer as it was when it's colder? Is it standard loss across all temperatures, or has it got worse now it's warmer?
Yeah, surprisingly it's a little bit worse now. I think around 3 a.m., 4 a.m. it's when the track was the fastest, and looks like the track is a little bit slower now. But it's the same for everybody, but I think it's not in our advantage.
Paul, thanks very much. I've got one quick one. Are you going to get back in and do the finish of the race?
Yeah, I think Ryan will do a double and I will jump back for the last hour.
Thanks, Paul. Paul-Loup Chatin out of the 18 ERA Motorsport LMP2 entry.
Now, little mistake, perhaps, or was it a problem for Nick Tandy in the number 7 Porsche 963? He blew the middle part of the Le Mans chicane. The entry pretty much okay, but then turned in way early, drove across the Le Mans script. Now, when you do that, you have to stay right, go up to the wall and pop out through the tyres and the cones that is closest to the wall. He did not do that. Now, that might just be a warning if they haven't done it again. The track temperature is up at 84 Fahrenheit. That track temperature is 29 Celsius, air temperature is 17. Now, I can say that, and I can say that that is what you're supposed to do, but really? How realistic is it to do that at speed? Are you risking too much on the car? So 84 Fahrenheit on the track, 63 in the air. Very pleasant Florida Sunday now. Well, he's got a warning from race control. Nick Tandy then lives to fight Dropped a couple of seconds. I think he didn't get any advantage from that. In fact, quite the reverse. He dropped about a second at that lap. Almost a full second to his teammate. Maybe that stood in his favour. He wasn't side by side, just a little snap sideways as he came into the chicane. Tandy, the man from right in the middle of England and Bedfordshire, still heavily involved with British National Motorsport, with Porsche Carrera Cup GP. His team manager, the other Nick, runs JTR, that's Joe Tandy Racing, in honour and remembrance of Nick's brother. Well over 100 wins now in competition. Took the 100th win, what, a couple of years ago now. And the next generation, Felix Tandy, already won a GB Championship in the electric Bambino karting world. And Felix setting up for a new season. Be able to follow some of those races with Nick and Joe on Karting TV. Right, let's check in with some of the drivers that we haven't spoken to. It's like a who's who of motorsport. Felipe Massa is out of his car and with Nick Damon.
Felipe, I think the question we have to ask about, as experienced as you in so many different disciplines, where's LMP2 ranking your enjoyment of driving?
It's very nice. It's very enjoyable car to drive. It's very enjoyable race to do. So we have a lot of fun here. It's a great atmosphere, you know, great people. It's very competitive, so I just did my third long stint, 4 stints in a row. I'm even a little bit tired now. Unfortunately, we had a problem with the door. The door of the car was open, and we have to fix it, and we lost maybe 2-3 laps because of that. It's a shame, because the race was going in the reasonable good way, but anyway, let's see if anything changed in the last couple of hours. But it was really nice to be here.
If you're doing a triple or a quad stint in this car, how does that compare physically to a Formula 1 Grand Prix?
Mentally it's the same, because I mean, you need to be in the right spot with the traffic, you know. Mentally you really need to be concentrated for very long, even longer than the Formula 1 race. So it's even more difficult in this way, in my view. Physically it's a bit easier, because we do a very, very long stint. So if you do this type of stints with the Formula 1 car, I think it will be really, really difficult for all of the drivers. So because it's a massive G-force, maybe more than a double compared to these cars. But it's a proper car. It's an amazing car to drive with a lot of downforce, with a lot of fun, and this is pretty good.
And are you in for the whole season, the endurance races? You going to run the whole season with these guys?
No, I do only 24 hours of Daytona, which is a very good fun for me. Also this team, I mean, they got me really in the nice way, great people. So it's really great fun to be here doing this race. I do in Brazil a stock car championship. Last year we finished second in the championship. It's a really competitive championship, very famous in Brazil. So I'm really happy to be there doing one more year that championship. And we're getting old, so we need really to keep doing what we enjoy to do. And you know, when you have the speed in the blood and you're still feeling that, you need to keep doing what you really love to do.
Felipe, thanks, bud. It's great having you here.
Thank you very much, and thank you all of the great people that was here to enjoy Daytona, even the fans. And I really congratulate you guys for this amazing event with a lot of things for the fans and for the drivers as well.
Thanks very much. Obviously, it's not entirely me who arranges this entire event, but I'll take the thanks for everybody. Felipe Massa was one of the first drivers who ever gave me a hot lap. We went just when you signed for Sauber in 2002, John. I got a hot lap in a Subaru Impreza around the track called Lurcy-Levy, which is a small sort of test track quite near to Maycourt. Wow. I can see the twinkle in his eye. He recognised the screaming, so that's fine, yeah. Lovely guy. It was a lovely guy when he started. He stayed a lovely guy the whole way through, which actually is quite rare for Formula 1 drivers.
I give you Mark Webber. He never changed one iota from start to finish as well. Joe and I watched his career from British Formula Ford, and I was at his final race in WEC in Bahrain a few years ago. Mechanical black flag for the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. This is another tyre issue, so they'll have to come in immediately. This is tyre pressure operational requirements. That's the 5th place Porsche at the moment, or 5th place car. Timon van der Helm signed a long-term deal with JDC Miller. Meantime, the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, 6 from 7. Kevin Estre from Nick Tandy. Nick's closed in a tiny bit, around about half a second. Still a healthy lead of 16 seconds back to Philip Eng in the 3rd place car. Nick Tandy will be due into the pit lane shortly. He's down to 8%. Tend to see them down somewhere 7, 6 or 5. It's a little energy advantage for his teammate Kevin Estre, who'll go another few laps. He's still got 21%. And in 3rd, Philip Eng has got 30% of his energy allowance still remaining. Tommy Milner's going to get a mechanical black flag again, as Nick rightly presumed and projected and predicted, and other things beginning with P. The bodywork was not held on by that single piece of bright yellow tape. Our executive producer up in London, Tim Gray, said if there's not a rule about having to use body-coloured racer tape, they absolutely should be. You can tell when the cars had a very tough race because they start off with body-coloured tape, and then they'll get something close to it, and then by the end they just give up and it's white or black. And there is the confirmation that next time around that mechanical black flag will be shown over the start-finish line for Tommy Milner. That's the black flag with the orange disc in the middle. You don't get any leeway on that. Normally flags you have 3 times past the start-finish line, but with a mechanical you have to come in at the next possible opportunity. So often call them meatball flag here. Joe Bradley is down at that pit and is watching the preparations from Pratt Miller. Sorry, Nick Dave.
No,
my apologies.
No, it's me. Yeah, they are preparing more tape, still yellow. That's good, but they obviously need to work out that 2 bits isn't enough. It's going to be a driver change as well. Tommy Miller's going to get out. Just a quick walk through and have a look and see who's getting in. It's going to be Nico Farone, the young Argentinian, is going to take over. But yeah, they should be in the next couple of minutes.
On the lane now,
well,
actually.
They're in now,
yeah.
Absolutely, yes. So we will see some top tape action coming up, I expect, because they're not going to need a full fill. So hopefully at this point, the engineer points out, let's put all 6 bits of tape on, not try and save 2 seconds, because that was an absolute definition of a false economy. They pulled away when the car was ready, but the tape wasn't finished.
Yeah, we'll stay with Nick. He'll watch for us. One of the things, Nick, that I've noticed is that the air hose goes through the back of that, and I wonder if that's why they can't change it easily. Whilst you find that out, Joe Bradley has the 2nd place Porsche, Nick Tandy in, as predicted. Joe?
Number 7 is in, John, and it's going to take a driver change as well as fuel and tyres and the usual, and a good clean out of all of those air intakes at the front of the car. Quite a lot of tyre pickup that I've just seen the mechanics scoop out. Fueling about to come to an end at the
I genuinely don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough tape. They put 3 bits on.
Well, they've tripled it. You said they put 1 bit on
before. 1.5 last time. No, it's 1.5, and now it's 3.
Right.
So I would have gone for at least 4.5. I mean, this is. I imagine that the entirety of the Corvette, the Pratt Miller team, must be absolutely unhappy with the whole situation, and it's one of those things where if it doesn't turn out all right in the end, there's going to be some very disgruntled people leaving this track in a couple of hours' time. That's for sure.
Do you think there might be more finger pointing as we had earlier? Nico Varone did indeed get into that car. Nick Tandy got out of the number 7. Felipe Nasser got in that Porsche with the black pinstripes and black swoosh on the side. Is back into the race, but of course has lost the lead of the race. Lost 2nd place in that race. Philip Eng has gone through in the BMW. next to stop will be Kevin Estre in the leading Porsche. Probably 3 laps, possibly 4. He's got 13% of his energy still to go. Right, now Nick Damon is going to be very brave here and stick a microphone under, I would expect, a quite annoyed Tommy Milner's nose. He's a very seasoned professional, so he knows how to go on with this. I don't expect any rude words here, Mr. Milner.
Tommy, the only way I can put it is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how annoyed are you?
There's not a number for that right now. You know, that kind of racing is not what IMSA's about. It's not what sports car racing's about. First and foremost, the driver should be embarrassed, the team should be embarrassed, BMW should be embarrassed for that kind of racing. It is team racing here, but not like that. When you have a car that's laps down, out of the race, whose only job is to basically help the teammate, and not like that, you know, lap after lap after lap, blocking, waiting for me. It's just, like I said, it's not how sports car racing should be. It's disappointing. I don't have an issue with the one car. Those guys are in their own race. It's just the sister car that is out there just to be a nuisance. And yeah, that's poor sportsmanship, poor driving, just embarrassing on their part.
So the 48, what exactly was he doing? Was he just standing up in the corners or clipping a line?
Well, it sounds like they timed their pit stop to come out in front of me. On their previous stint, they waited for me until I got close and then held me up a little bit, but for whatever reason, either he pit or he got the black flag, whatever it was. And then came out and did it again. So, you know, their only goal is to race dirty. Yeah, again, it's just disappointing. You know, it's not how this kind of race should go. I was content for a while just to sit behind him. I hear my team screaming, so something good happened there. What's that? That's very good for us. Yeah, you know, I'm not a big believer of, you know, spirits and those kind of things, but if karma was going to work, it'd be a good time today.
Tommy, I just say, we're all on your side. It was obvious. It was awful. Thank you.
Nick Damon with that CrowdStrike pit report. The yellow flags are out for the 13th time. Is it lucky 13 for that Corvette? It is the leading LMP2 car who's had the bad luck. The number 88, Mathieu Vaxivière, has ground to a halt at the side of the circuit. He is distraught. He is hanging over the top of the number 88 car from the lead of class. And that looked like something gave way. The flatbed is there. It will bring out the full course yellow, and the safety car will take the opportunity to head down to Joe Bradley in the pit with Nick Tandy, who was battling for the lead, came in out of second.
Yeah, I let him go, John. I thought there was too much action on the track, but he's a little bit disgruntled with the way that the tyres were performing towards the end. I'm not sure whether it was because, I mean, he was gaining ground on his teammate, and that's what I was going to ask him about, but he slumped off.
Oh, this is incredible. The 13th intervention of the safety car. Matt Vaxivière out of the car, looks exceptionally fresh for somebody who's just got out of a hot, sweaty racing car. Runs his fingers through his hair, and he could be doing a hair advert down there. 30 on the track, 17 Celsius in the air. That's 63 in the air and 86 on the track. I just want to nip back to Nick Damon for a second. Good of Tommy to talk to us there, but you could hear the frustration in his voice, Nick. Just lost Nick for a moment. Okay, before we do anything else, the pits are closed. Let's do our VP in race update. Kevin Estre leads for Porsche. All the gaps will disappear, so I'm not going to bother with them at the moment. It's the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 that leads from the 24 of Philip Eng, the BMW team RLL in third. This is not the worst news for the number 7. They just pitted and put Felipe Nasr in. They'll cycle back forward when the 2 cars ahead of them come into the pit lane, and it will even up that pit lane and energy strategy, because they've only been out there for a couple of laps. The Acura ARX-06 of Tom Blomqvist, the number 60, is... Oh, now, I think he might be just off the lead lap here. Where is the leader? No. Yes, yeah, he's just off the lead lap. So only the top 3 on the lead lap here for the moment. Tom Blomqvist will try and stay out. And see if he gets the wave by. Actually, no, he won't, because Felipe Nasr will want to stay out and get back to the front of the field. This is going to be very interesting. If Nasr pits for Porsche Penske Motorsport, then Tom Blomqvist can stay out and might get his lap back. Will Stevens is another lap further back for the number 10 Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. Sorry, I'm working this through in my head as we go through here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Pascal Wehrlein in the 85. JDC Miller is another 2 laps behind Pascal, and that's your top 7 in GTP. AO Racing inherit the lead after the dramatic exit of the number 88 AF Corsa car. 88 out, 99 goes to the top, and it'll be up from Eitert in second for Tower Motorsport, the number 8 car. Ryan DL third in the Era Motorsport. What an up and down day it's been for LMP2. Benjamin Pedersen behind Ryan DL is a lap away from the lead. In GTD Pro, Conor De Philippi leads for Paul Miller Racing, controversially, after that team... I don't know what you call it, Rick. Team screen, maybe? Team blocking? Certainly that's how the steward saw it in the race control to my left here. So number 1 BMW leads from the 2 Mustang GT3 from Multimatic Motorsports. Chris Meese in the 65, Sebastian Priaulx in the 64. About 1 million years ago, they locked out the front row as we came to green yesterday afternoon. Get Speed quietly just continuing to do their thing in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Fabi Schiller behind the wheel of the AMG number 69. Conor Zilic is piloting the Trackhouse by TF Sport Corvette, still on the lead lap and in 5th position in that number 91 WeatherTech sponsored car. Nico Varone has recently been installed in the number 4 Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller, on the lead lap in 6th, and Alexander Sims on the lead lap in 7th in the team car, the number 3. In 8th in GTD Pro, and 1 lap off the lead, is Miguel Molina and Dragon Speed, so they might decide to stay out and get their lap back. Leading, as they have been for some time, in the GTD is the AWA Corvette, the Chevrolet Corvette, also Bronze Cup Bronze Cup entry as well. And just had a note, actually, that gold and black car. I just had a note from the people who designed that and said we absolutely nailed the inspiration for that, the old JPS Lotus. Thank you very much on IMSA Radio. Second, Lucas R for Winwood Racing. They're back in the fight again from 7 laps down. Still my pick for the GT version of the BDO Nose Strategy Award. Alex Skier third. The Wright Motorsport machine's been up at the sharp end. They started on pole position some 22 hours ago. 4th position for Jens Klingman in Turner Motorsports BMW number 96. Matteo Drudi, Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, all still on the lead lap in GTD. And Trent Hinman makes up the top 6 for Wayne Taylor Racing and the Lamborghini Huracan. That's how it stands, with 2 hours and 3 minutes remaining at the front of the field. It's Porsche Penske Motorsport that leads the motor race in the shape of Kevin Estre in the number 6 with 715 laps completed. That's your VP Racing in race updates as we come to the end of another race hour at the 63rd running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, live on 107.9 around the circuits, on Sirius XM 206 here in North America, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and of course in sound and vision, uninterrupted for those of you outside the US, on the live video tab on IMSARadio.com and on YouTube as well. And we've just clicked over, well, actually about an hour ago, we clicked over 2 million views on that YouTube page. Thanks for being with us. We've still got just on 2 hours to go here on the 2025 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season opener. So pits closed at the moment, and we're just waiting for them. In fact, no, they've just opened for the prototypes, and we have got takers. In comes the BMW from, in fact, first and second into the pits. Who's down that end of things?
That would be me, John. And yes, we do have some takers from the GTP class watching the BMW pit stop right now. Tires going on both sides of that number 25 machine. I think we're going to have a very busy pit lane from an LMP2 perspective. Most of those cars were about 2/3 to even 3/4 or slightly beyond in their stints. That's all going to even up here, and it looks like all of the front runners in LMP2 are in. Among the GTP class cars, really it's the Porsche Penske that certainly matters, as does that number 24 pit stop, for BMW. That was really clean by them. They're able to win the race off of pit road relative to the rest of the GTP class. And now we'll turn our focus over to the LMP2 side of things.
So that is a change of position, Ryan Marine, down in the pit lane with that CrowdStrike report. Change of position on pit lane as the number 24 BMW GTP car gets ahead of the Kevin Estre number 6. They are still working on that car. There's a problem with the back of the car, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly right. It looked like just a normal pit stop for quite a while. Now the Porsche Penske mechanics are working hard, and they're scrambling a little bit here. They're actually now putting the wrenches in to take the rear bodywork off of that car. The nominal work is done. Tires on, fuel in. So right now just waiting on this bodywork repair. Tightening the back of that Porsche 963 down, it would appear to my eyes, and whatever it was, and we'll try and get to the bottom of it, it was as simple as tightening that rear bodywork, and they released the car, but a lot of track position lost.
Johnny Egg, it seems like you've been in that car for ages, Johnny. The 99 EO car is what I'm talking about. How long have you been in there?
My first stint was a double stint, and then I had a quad stint, which is the longest I've ever done in a car. And then, just a double now, and then Christian's in to finish. So pretty long time in the car, but everything's been going pretty well. Every time we've dropped back, we've managed to get back to the front. The car's been good for all of us. I think we've found a good compromise between all the drivers, and it seems in all the weather conditions we've been pretty quick.
What did you discover for yourself as a driver in that quad stint? Back to the gym?
No, it wasn't too difficult. I think obviously it was pretty cold, so temperature wasn't an issue, and then this track's one of the easier ones physically with all the straights, so it was not really an issue physically. It starts to feel quite long in the car when you're kind of halfway through and you've got the same amount to do again, but I think when the car's fast, it's pretty enjoyable.
Are you down to do any more IMSA with Theo?
What, sorry?
Are you doing any more IMSA with Theo?
Yeah, I'm doing the rest of the endurance season.
Great stuff. Well done, mate.
Ryan Marine has stayed down with the Porsche Penske Motorsport. Ooh, very close on the pit lane between Corvette and Ford Mustang, as there was almost a coming together as they came out of their respective pit stall. That was the number 64 Ford Mustang of Sebastian Priaulx, or at least Sebastian brought it in. No, actually it wasn't. It was the 65 of Chris Meese and Alexander Sims, I believe, as they were coming out of the pit lane. No harm, no foul, avoiding action taken. Inside the last 2 hours of the race, heading up towards high noon. Temperatures continue to rise. Track temperature 31 Celsius, 88 Fahrenheit. In the air, a pleasant 17 Celsius. This is what I came to Florida 4. It's almost shirt sleeve order. The jackets have been cast aside from the spectators in the grandstand in front of me. Really annoyed Tommy Milner talking to us earlier on. The damage to the back of the car still not properly fixed for that Corvette. By the way, my summation of what might happen has happened. I suppose if you say enough things, enough of the time, one of them's got to come true. And it is Felipe Nasr who cycled back to the front of the field in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. As he had just pitted, or at least Nick Tandy had just pitted, they didn't come in, and they've played the game of we'll take track position, thank you very much indeed, with 88% still in their virtual fuel tank in terms of energy. Dries van Toor, they slipped past the Kevin Estre car with that problem at the back. They've both got 95 and 96. Ryan Marine stayed down there to see what had happened. It looks to me like they put a new rear end on that car, but that's where the problem started. Should have been an easy swap over, Ryan.
Yeah, you would have thought so. It did take them a little while. Now, this was a change that was a long time in the making. Evidently, a stint or two ago, the car was hit in the rear, and they did sustain a little bit of damage. They wanted to wait to make this change under yellow, and this is their opportunity to do so. So just dealing with a little bit of rear bodywork damage, but now with the new rear clip on, it's all taken care of. Now, they did lose some time, lost some track position, but they, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they stayed on the lead lap, so they should still have a weapon to fight with.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. Take this opportunity to thank Jamie Howe, Ryan Marine, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team, for the last 22 hours of work. Also our London production team under Tim Gray. Thank you to those guys for going overnight, and of course everybody at NASCAR Productions, both here at the circuit and back up at Mission Control, and I say that advisedly, up at Concord in North Carolina. Splendid, shiny new building that is, and what an incredible asset that is to this series, and particularly to Aaron and to Alyssa, who've been the voice in my ears over the last 22 hours, but particularly also to the tape apes and to our camera operators, Rooftop Ray, with us for the long night shift. Looking to swap a couple of cars around, and at the front of the GTD Pro field, Race Control are asking Nico Varone in the number 4 Chevy Corvette to drop behind the Mustang in second place of Chris Meese. So they've seen something that either they didn't like, or they need to put something to correct something. So that must have been on the dash out of pit lane. We'll reset the field for you in just a moment when the pit stops have gone through, as Tom Blomqvist also did what we thought he might. He stayed out and now has come in for his pit stop. Back out again. I don't think that's going to get him back on the lead lap. Let's see where he is when he comes out. Felipe Nasr, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, is coming at 7:18. I'll take that back. Number 60 is out now as the leaders are coming back around. So that has put the Acura ARX06 back on the lead lap. Philippe Albuquerque, now the first of the cars not on the lead lap in GTP. In LMP2, EO Racing, Christian Rasmussen, shown at the wheel of the number 99. That's Spike. What a run for Era Motorsport as well. They're on the lead lap in second. Ryan DL being put in. He might go close to the end of the race here. Tower Motorsport, Seb Bourdais, the man from Region 72. That's the Sarthe region of France. Number 8 car in third position, also on the lead lap. Paul de Resta. You see a pattern emerging here, dear viewer and listener. The gun drivers being employed as we're getting into the money laps, or in this case, the Rolex Daytona laps. The 22 United Autosport car, again, on the lead lap in fourth position. Benjamin Pedersen is also on the lead lap, and the first of the LMP2 cars just off the lead lap is Felipe Fraga, who's pitting now and topping that car off. In GTD Pro, the reordering has happened with Chris Mees in the 65 Ford Mustang GT3 run by Multimatic Motorsports is ahead of Nico Varon in the Corvette number 4. Paul Miller Racing's BMW in the number 1 BMW. Seb Prio in the second of the Ford Mustangs from Ford Multimatic Motorsports. In fourth, Fabi Schiller for Get Speed. That Mercedes has been stealthily quick, and it's had relatively few incidents, that number 69 car. Remembered hearing that number called very much. Alexander Sims in the number 3 Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller is in the 6th position. Connor Zilic in 7th in the Trackhouse by TF Sport. What a debut for that organisation. Tom Ferrier, of course, running the Chevrolet Corvettes in the World Endurance Championships as well. So that was a smart move by the Trackhouse organisation to partner up with TF. They're in 7th position. Dragon Speed are just making their pit stop with Miguel Molina, having just got back on the lead lap. Lauren Heinrich on the lead lap for the 77 EOL Racing Porsche. So that is the top 9 in GTD Pro. All of the cars in contention. In GTD, Matt Bell leads the Bronze Cup and the overall in the GTD AWA Corvette. Second for Winwood Racing in the 57. Lucas Howe's been installed there. Aychan Guven, Wright Motorsports Porsche 120 in third. Matthias Drudy in fourth for Heart of Racing and the Aston Martin number 27. And basically everybody in the top 10 here is on the lead lap, so I'll run them down for you. Danny Formal, Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini, number 45. The 7th position car is Maxi Goetz for Court of Competition in the red and white Mercedes number 32. Watch that car with Maxi in it. I've got a feeling that car is going to go very well in the last couple of hours. Arthur Leclerc for AF Corsa is the 2nd of the Bronze Cup cars in 8th overall, and James Collado will restart right behind him in the 021 Triasi Competition Ferrari, 3rd in the Bronze Cup. Michelle Gatting makes up the top 10 in the GTD category for the Iron Dames 83 Porsche. That's how it stands. That VP Racing additional in-race update with an hour and 50 minutes to go. That's how it stands after the pit stops. So, take a little breath. Felipe Nasr leads the cars around. In behind the safety car. And so I think I said earlier on, with just on 22 hours, over 22 hours completed, this is the 13th appearance of the safety car. We've run just over 4 hours and 20 minutes, 81 laps behind the safety car. 780 laps predicted by the strategy computer, so we're down on the 2020 distance record of 8:33. Still to come, Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT. We'll get our nominations in for the BDO Nose strategy. One from the prototypes, one from the GT categories. I'm still trying to work out where my nomination's going to go in the prototypes, and I'll have to do that before Johnny and Peter come in to finish off the race. Lights are out on the safety car, which will drive away from the field. So now a bit of packing up to be done by Felipe Nasr. Just eases gently, everyone else working their way through the Le Mans chicane. Category split has been done. The split in classes have been done. And the Porsche, the red and white Porsche with the black pinstripes weaving left and right. Once you come out of the chicane, by the way, the Le Mans chicane, going back to green. You can't make up any more positions, even if you're trying to come back on a wave by. Oh, God, early, very early indeed. And NASA's caught everybody, NASA has caught everybody sleeping there. He's pulled out 5 lengths as he came to the line. What a brilliant restart by Felipe Nasr as he heads down onto the infield, unchallenged. He can easily take the racing line. He's being reeled in just a little bit now by Dries Van Tor, the BMW, at number 24 in second. He's been very quick off the restart. Behind them, side-by-side action with the Dex Imaging Cadillac, and that was Kevin Estre right in there as well. So a little bit of a jumble in there with some lap cars still there or thereabouts, but we're racing again. It was just as mad in GTD Pro. Chris Meese being cycled to the front, and Nico Verone, who was expecting to restart in the lead, he's lost 2 positions. Kelvin von der Linde in the BMW and Fabi Schiller in the Get Speed AMG have both gone through. So the number 4 Corvette now down in 4th position, having restarted in 2nd place. So Paul Miller Racing making the best of that restart in the BMW. Felipe Nasr then had over half a second at the line. That's just been slightly pulled back. Here comes the BMW, gets the run on the tri-oval, goes to the high side. There's enough room between them, and he's made the pass before the braking area, though that was interesting. Came from a long way back there, but got a great run. He's gone slightly wide on the exit of turn 1. That's allowed the Porsche up the inside. There'll be a challenge here. There was a touch. 2 wheels on the grass from Felipe Nasr. The left-hand Michelin's right over the curb, and he's round the outside at the International Horseshoe. They're still side by side going into the kink. This could be very, very dicey. And a smart move, I think, by Dries Van Tor, who backed out of that. He did get the lead, but left his braking slightly too late. I thought he'd got that done quite easily, to be honest, because he was through and in front of the Porsche before the heavy braking area into turn 1. Now, Brembo Breakfacts telling us that is the heaviest braking on the circuit, with the 3G deceleration just in the last vestiges of the morning before we trip over at high noon. Peter Mackay has rejoined me in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. These restarts, Peter, from hour 1 to now coming into hour 23, there's been no quarter asked or given at all. This might as well be a 5-lap sprint to the finish and every time.
They've been perilous. It cost Louis Delatraz and the number 40 Wayne Taylor team their race. And never in my life have I seen a Le Mans prototype so sideways and the driver get it back again without even actually losing that much time. Dries Van Tor, amazing save. Has well, I thought you weren't supposed to go below the yellow line. 2 cars there, the Windward Mercedes and the Heart of Racing car, both going below the yellow line.
Going 3 wide for the lead on the AWA machine in GTD. Actually, it's the Porsche number 120 that now holds the lead there, with the Lamborghini in 2nd place for Danny Formal. Matt Bell defending for all he's worth against Maxi Goetz and Lucas Hart, who were both below the yellow line. But what about that manoeuvre coming out of turn 1 and into turn 2? BMW got on the curb with the right rear Michelin, so he got in deep. And Dries Van Tor, I think he would have been all right. He's got a bit of forward grip, but he's just ran over the curb. And then the Porsche runs over the curb on the other side. So right rear Michelin on the grass for Dries Van Tor. Left sides for Porsche driver Felipe Nasr. That's not what GTP cars are built to do. Rallycross for GTP cars. Maybe there's a future in that.
Well, the last time the BMW won this race in 1976, a CSL might have been able to pull an angle like that. I just didn't think it were possible. Up the inside, one of the Corvettes there. That will
Battle for position.
That is battle for position. That's the number 4 car going up the inside of the 69 of Fabian Schiller. So your battle for GTD Pro has been this close all the way through. Chris Mies in the 65 from the number 1 BMW of Kelvin van der Linde, and then the Corvette, the previously damaged Corvette number 4, now repaired and in the fight.
Top 9 in GTD Pro, all on the lead lap, so all with a chance of a Rolex watch. Head of the field is Porsche 963, back at the scene of the crime last time around, but right in there as well, Kevin Estre wants to come and play, and he's going to look to the outside at the international hairpin. We've seen a few people try there, but he might do the cutback and come back up the inside. No, can't get it done. Then there's a little gap back to Tom Blomqvist, about 2 seconds further back in the number 60 Acura ARX. Then the Cadillac number 10 of Philippe Albuquerque. He's a couple of laps down in that number 10 car. He would have been hoping to cycle to the front and try and get a lap back and then hope for another safety car. 1 hour, 42 minutes and 29, 28, 27 seconds to go. And this is as hot now in terms of the action on the track as the temperature is rising as well here, as it was when we dropped the flag some 22 hours, 17 minutes and 50 seconds ago. The intensity of this race in the long greens, and certainly on the restarts, Peter, it has not been turned down one iota.
No, all the way through. I've never known Daytona 24 Hours as intense as this. But remember, the only time it hasn't been super close, really, was when Dries Vanthoor pulled away from the field in the opening 2 stints of the race nearly 24 hours ago, in very similar conditions. So what does the BMW have the performance in these conditions? I mean, judging by this restart, you would think so, because Dries Vanthoor's trying everything here to get on the case of Felipe Nasr. But what has Kevin Estre got in that number 6 car in 3rd?
Just to reiterate, there's been quite a few questions on socials. I suspect this will come up in hashtag MichelinPRT about the blue flag rule. It is not pull over immediately as it is in Formula 1, 2 or 3 sectors, or even the FIA WEC. You are being told that there is a faster car or a car higher up the order than you coming round. How you deal with that is up to you, provided you stay within the rules. It was adjudged by race control that Augusto Farfus was blocking by slowing down in the middle of the corners and effectively brake testing or checking up Tommy Milner, and that's why the penalty was assessed. He was certainly putting his car in the place that Tommy didn't want it to be, but he wasn't until right at the very end moving around under braking. But what he was doing was standing up that Corvette in the middle of the corner. By that, I mean he was waiting longer than he normally would to put the power on, or holding the brakes on longer than he normally would, so that the momentum of the car behind was killed. And that basically, if you were defending for your position, I think that would be all right, Peter. But when you're many laps down and it's affecting the race for the lead, that's a whole different kettle of poisson.
Totally tactical by the team to help their sister car. It was absolutely tactical, and it's against the rules. It's really not on, and race control handed a penalty straight away. No, it's not right at all, and no wonder Tommy Milner was so aggrieved, channeling his fellow GM driver John Cleland, who also said he was going for first.
Yeah, that was exactly right. I said at the time, as I saw that down the front straight, again, our replay crew getting a great shot of Tommy Milner saying, I was in first position, you should have given way. I'm absolutely certain that is the universal translation of that hand signal. That's all in the past now, and it's all about the race to the flag, which is 1 hour and 40 minutes away. And in all of the classes, there's something to fight for at the very sharp end of the field. Porsche, BMW, Porsche in GTP. The Oreca's at the head of the field after the massive drama, and what heartbreak for the AF Corsa number 88 while leading the race. Some mechanical issues. We haven't even dared go to speak to them, to be honest, to find out what it was, but it was pretty terminal. And the 88 car out of the race. AO Racing leads from Tower Motorsport in second. Christian Rasmussen from Sebastian Bourdais, from Paul de Resta in the 22 United Autosports and Ben Pedersen and Ryan DL all on the lead lap, those top 5. In GTD4, we've mentioned it, Paul Miller Racing for BMW, Ford Mustang behind, so through Kelvin van der Linde has gone into the lead, then Chris Meese and Nico Varon and Lauren Heinrich and Connor Zilic and Fabi Sheila and Sebastian Prio. Still waiting to see what Fabi Schiller can do with that 69 car. Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre with a great view of what is going on and a beautiful afternoon as it is now. Air temperature moving up to 63 Fahrenheit. Track temperature 90 Fahrenheit, that's 32 Celsius. It's been constant sunshine since just on a quarter past seven, this morning when the sun came up. That was official sunrise after 13 hours and 16 minutes since sunset. And not only has that track temperature risen, but so incredibly has the temperature within, I think, most of the drivers' brains as well, because this has become an absolute barnstormer. It's never let up at all, but somehow, after every restart, every pit stop, we seem to notch it up another click.
That we do, yeah, and it's notching up in GTP at the front of the field with the number 24 of Dries Vanthoor trying to hold off Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Meanwhile, Felipe Nasr leading the way by 1.1 seconds ahead of Dries Vanthoor. Remember, Dries's brother Lawrence is in the team of that 7 car that he's chasing. So this is bragging rights at stake around the Vanthoor dinner table when they get home to Europe in a couple of days' time. But GTD Pro has just raged on, and I tell you what, a new era of how balanced the performance is managed in GTD, and we've got a Ford from a BMW from a Ford, from a Corvette, from a Porsche as well. So
and a Mercedes
in there too.
Further back.
Connor Zilic has just moved up into 5th place in GTD Pro. That 91 WeatherTech car, the Trackhouse by TF Sport car, has just lurked in the background throughout the race. They've never been out of it, and they are now right in this fight for the win in GTD Pro with an hour and 36 minutes to go. Remember, these cars can go just around an hour, normally not much over an hour, but at full push just under an hour. So we've got to keep an eye on that for where their pit stops lie.
Interesting choice to put Connor Zilic, the youngest driver in that team, into the car at this point. He could potentially be taking that car through to the checkered flag. You've got Shane van Gisbergen in there as well. He knows which way is up in anything. NASCAR Cup winner, of course, on the streets of Chicago.
They put Zilic in for qualifying, which I thought was quite telling.
Yeah.
So that means that he then had to start the race. So clearly the WeatherTech team, by Trackhouse by TS Sport, have got a real faith in this young kid.
Ryan Marine has been talking to the Tom Ferrier team that are running this Trackhouse effort, and the plan is right now that Connor Zilic will finish this race, and he's right up on the back of the Porsche now. The bright green Rexy, that is the number 77 car that is sitting in 4th position. The top 4, 5, 6 are back together there. Yes, I know we've had a few safety cars, but my goodness, this is boiling up very, very nicely indeed. Connor Zilic cut his teeth in the Manufacturers Series here on the IMSA package with a stunning season and a half, couple of seasons in Whelen Mazda MX-5, which once again provided great entertainment on Friday and Saturday. He had a great season even when he took time out to go Trans Am racing. That was the start of his apprenticeship, I suppose, with GM and the Corvette brand. And he's been identified as one of their young stars. He's been doing some stock car racing as well, and brought into this team with some real star power drivers. Ben Keating, one of the best bronze drivers in the world in anything that he gets into. Scott McLaughlin, well, he'd drive the wheels off anything as well, of course.
and Shane van Gisbergen, two former Aussie V8 stars.
Connor Zilic, I mean, he's still only 18. You forget he's done so much racing. You forget he's only 18 and won the race last year in LMP2 for Era Motorsport. So I wonder if he's
pretty much faultless last year.
He was amazing. Really came through, and he's right on the tailpipe now of the 77, the 80 Rexy Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, the reigning champion in GTD Pro. And Connor Zilic is right there. And Connor Zilic is 18 years old, and he's right in there in a privately entered car, mixing it with the factory-supported cars for Pratt & Miller as well, and absolutely matching them shade for shade on the timing charts at the moment.
Now, here's an interesting conundrum, because we've got the prototypes coming through that battle for the lead in GTD Pro, and this is a potential danger time for both sets of drivers. The leaders do not want to be held up, and Felipe Nasser cuts his way to the left of the AMG number 69, the Get Speed car. That was very, very smooth indeed as he goes through turn 6. By the same token, none of these GTs have you got side by side behind. That's for second place. Dries van Tor has just been passed by Kevin Estre in an awesome manoeuvre coming out of turn 6. That was incredible. That was traffic influenced, but it had to be pulled off by Estre. But Van Tor thinks he can get down the inside into the Le Mans chicane, and the Porsches squeezed by one of the GT Porsches, I think, actually, as they were going through the first part of that chicane. That would have been, was that Lauren Heinrich in the 77 Rexy? I think it was.
It was the GTD Pro battle anyway, yeah, and ironically a BMW held up Dries van Tor ever so slightly. Kevin Estre, when he's in the mood for it, he just goes on pure instinct and goes on maximum attack. There's nothing quite like it to watch him at the wheel of, I mean, when he was in a GT car, it was impressive, but in a prototype, you see his true brilliance as a driver, and he cut through the traffic there with aplomb. There is a little bit of fortune involved. I mean, it went the other way when he was battling with Kobayashi last night, and Kobayashi got it just right and cut through the traffic and managed to pass him. So it can go either way, but Kevin Estre moves up to make it a Porsche 1-2. Remember, the last time there was a Porsche 1-2 at the Rolex 24 was back in 1987.
Dave Alcock. Hello, Dave. The most positive man on the internet, I think Dave is. And Chris Suku as well. Will we get BMW with the two Van Tors in the car at the end, says Chris. We've seen that before, and it didn't end well at the Nürburgring 24 hours a couple of years ago.
Yes, I think that might have played in there.
The slight pause from Peter Mackay said more than anything that came after it. Hello to Dave Alcock. Smart strategy call. Clearly very beneficial, he says. As John calls it, chess at 200 miles an hour. That was Bradders, actually, who first coined that, I think. But we are seeing exactly that at the moment. How we are going to pick the winner in prototype of the BDO Nose Strategy Award. I'm still going with the number 57 Winward car, still in a podium position and could be better for that Winward AMG. 7 laps down at one stage. Yes, there have been the cautions, but they've had to work them and they've had to be quick. They haven't been able to just sit around and go, oh, let's wait for them to give us our laps back. That's been speed and strategy there. That's excellent work from them, and I'm not moving from that now. But in LMP2 and GTP, looking for one nomination from them. I don't know, in terms of the strategy, I don't know who I'm really leaning towards at the moment. The top 4 have all been quick in GTP with an hour and a half to go. LMP2, at times, has been a battle of attrition. The United Autosports car, actually, has been up and down. Gary Robertshaw and the team there have done a good job with the 22 car. Had problems with the number 2 earlier.
I'd put an early mention in for the 52 crew, the PR1 Masterson car, because they're the only LMP2 entry with 2 bronze drivers. So we need to do 4.5 hours each. So that is where you need to really know your strategy. So they're my early tip for BDO Nose Strategy.
Well, the number 6 car in second place, Kevin Estre, has been told to give back the position to the BMW of Dries van Tor for a shortcut advantage at the Le Mans chicane. Not where the pass took place. That was clean through turn 6. It was turn 7 that the advantage was gained as they were carving their way through the traffic on the high side. They came down into the Le Mans chicane. It will be jumping the curbs or going behind the curbs. Wow, was he all the way over the curb? And he was...
It's hard. Where was he supposed to go?
Yeah.
Harsh, I would say, but there you go.
Well, now, however, on the B side of that, the number 24 of Dries Vanthoor, he braked.
Yeah.
And sat in behind the GTD car, whereas the Porsche did not. And that is probably the telling point. Yes, you could say that he was pushed down there. It was a late lunge, was it, from the Porsche? He's right down under the yellow line, then he's back on the track.
Okay, yeah, no, from that angle, fair enough.
Yeah,
No,
it was the BMW, actually. It wasn't a Porsche. It was the number 1 BMW, the car that is now leading in the category. How close was he? Ooh. Well, his outside wheels were well off, and his inside wheels are on the curb. And if you look at what happened to Dries Vanthoor behind, he checked up and sat in behind the Paul Miller car. I think that's absolutely fine. Another good call from race control.
I should say that, given they're next door, they'll come around and tap me on the shoulder. But no, I see, it's amazing how when you look at the same incident from several camera angles, it can look so different. It's amazing.
Well, and that's that's why race control take their time, because they gather all of the information from the onboards, from the static cameras at the side of the track, from the overhead, and the helicam, if they've got it. And that can give you a very different story.
So this is interesting because Kevin Estra's got to rescind the place to Dries Vanthoor. Where he chooses to do this is very, very important, and how he does. Yeah, you probably
Vanthoor is dropping back. Vanthoor is dropping back here. Now, race control is saying that that penalty has now been served. So the redress has been done, so it would appear that Kevin Estra has repassed the BMW while we were discussing the original infringement. I'll get confirmation of that in just a moment.
Okay.
Looking up to race control, nobody's pointing to anything or seemingly on the radio. So as it stands at the moment, the 2.4-second gap between the two Porsche 963s from Porsche Penske Motorsport is a real gap. We'll keep an eye on that. The spotters up on top, having a much better time of it now. They'll need a bit of sun cream on up there. Ford versus BMW, that's been a story. And it's the number 1 BMW from Paul Miller racing with Kelvin von der Linde, with Chris Meese in the Ford Mustang GT from Multimatic Motorsport in second. Lauren Heinrich just lurking gently in third in the Porsche, and then the Corvette. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. Then another Corvette, Nico Varone. And then the 5th manufacturer in the top 6 is the Get Speed Fabi Schiller 69 AMG. This is epic.
And it's the privateer Corvette that's moving forward. Connor Silic is in the WeatherTech car up into 4th place, and I'm sure David and Cooper McNeil from WeatherTech are watching this very intently. Of course, a huge supporter of this championship, title sponsor of this championship, and quite often enter their own car as well. I mean, their support is amazing.
And of track speed in
good point in NASCAR, yes, of course, of Trackhouse, yes. So, yeah, their support of motorsport shouldn't go unnoticed.
Connor Silic knows how to race in close quarters. It is standard operation procedure from Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup presented by Michelin. His racecraft is outstanding. That's what impressed me, that he translated that into the downforce car last year in the LMP2 when he was part of the winning team. Battle at the front of the field in GTD Pro. Over the top into turn 1. That's going to be difficult. It's going to be doable. It's going to be completed by the Ford Mustang. And the blue oval goes back to the front but drifts wide, and the BMW turns in tighter and takes it back. Magnificent stuff. This is brilliant. This is IMSA racing at its absolute finest. This is the pinnacle of what we expect. Remember that we are 22 and a half hours into a round-the-clock, twice round-the-clock race, and we are still getting drivers who've got the mental capacity. We've still got cars and Michelin tyres that have got the performance potential to race as if this was the last of a 15-lap sprint.
And it's not as if cars have just randomly burst to the front right now. These have been the characters all the way through.
I was going to say, this has been GTD Pro since the flag dropped.
All the way through. I think actually, you know, AO Racing, they've had to recover quite a bit from, they've had a couple of penalties here and there, and they very, very nearly got caught in that big wreck in the 8th hour. Just missed out and no more. They got a little bit of debris pickup, but nothing more, no harm done.
It's exactly the same in GTD, by the way, where the first 4 or 5 are within a second. First 4, indeed, are within a second, and that's Porsche, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Chevrolet, BMW, and that's 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 there. IMSA Technical take a bow because your BOP numbers, you must have been doing a good job. Into the pit lane. Now, 1 hour and 22 minutes. That's what? 82 minutes. One more pit stop from here? 40-minute run? Pretty much, I think so.
Yeah,
Ryan Marine is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. One more stop from here for the LMP2 cars. This is the class leader, Christian Rasmussen. We heard from him a little while ago before he jumped aboard. His plan is to take this car to the checkered flag. It's been a really strong run so far. This pit stop is about fuel only. They're inside the cockpit working on a couple of things at the moment, are the AO Racing crew, but everything seems to be going just fine as they work on the fuel primarily. Now they close the cockpit door, still waiting on the fuel. It's disengaged, a little bit slow to get the gear engaged. He's sitting stationary. Now they open the door again. This is drama for the leader in LMP2. Maybe it was a tad early to come in also. They've shut the engine off, gentlemen. The engine is off on the number 99 AO Racing Spike, the Dragon Orica. They've got the wrenches out and the rear bodywork's about to come off.
Peter Mackay puts his hand to his head. That is the second double-digit leader in LMP2 that has given up the lead with a mechanical issue. First it was the 88 from AF, the bright blue car that just came to a dead stop at the International Horseshoe while leading. That gifted the lead to that number 99 car, and that has happened again, and through goes Sebastian Bourdais to take the lead in the number 8 for Tower. The 22, Paul di Resta, a second and a half behind him. Another 2.5 seconds back is Ben Pedersen. Christian Rasmussen, another 2 or 3 seconds further back. And this is work going on the top of the gearbox. I think Ryan Marine is watching. Ryan?
Yeah, I am, and I think they've got a voltmeter out, so we've heard some talk about a battery, perhaps maybe an alternator, but it's something electrical, certainly. They've had to disconnect some of the mechanical components, the suspension components and things of that nature at the back of the car to get to the part that they're trying to repair. This is devastating here. Just one more pit stop away from making it home at this point. The leading car, one of the top cars all day long in the LMP2 class, and this does not look like it's going to be a quick fix.
Ryan is not going to stick a microphone under anybody's nose right there. I think that might be gear selection. I think he couldn't get it into gear, and that is either an electric or a mechanical problem to the gearbox there. Having to mess around with the top suspension mounts on the gearbox as well. That is dramatic, and with a race that's so close, they are dropping down. They've dropped down to 5th position and they'll not go much further from that for a little while because the Ranch 74 car is 9 laps further back. But any chance of a podium finish or a picking up the Rolex Daytonas, I'm afraid, has evaporated with that issue. And we'll get a line on what that is in just a moment. But real drama then in the LMP2 class, now led by Tower. At the front of the field, the 2 Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport, 7 from 6. And they are now just 0.6 of a second behind. We may have an answer from Ryan down at that, well, crestfallen heel pit now.
That's the perfect description of everyone in the AO Racing pit box at the moment. Everyone downcast, despondent. They know what a great run they had going. Evidently, they had a warning, a low battery warning on the way in. And when that car shut off by regulation for the pit stop, it just would not refire. And so it is apparently, at least that's the early indication, something electrical that has caused this problem for AO Racing.
Wow. The irony is actually you don't have to shut off the car in IMSA Racing. That's WAC, where they've gone back to stopping the car. You can leave the engine running. It could have been that the low voltage has caused other problems, as well as just not being able to restart the car. Why didn't they just bump start it? Probably because they couldn't get it into gear, maybe.
If they could have, they would have, for sure. Anything to keep going in this race. And if they were pitting on schedule, they wouldn't have been able to get home actually on one more stop, because on a 21-lap stint at the LMP2s, it's 35 minutes on the dot. So we're not quite there. If you pit now in LMP2, you're taking quite a big risk. So if you can't, I mean, you're going to keep going as long as you possibly can. We had a pit stop as well from Sebastian Prio in the number 64 Multimatic Ford, and he is still, yes, he's still on the lead lap in GTD Pro, so he cannot get home from here.
No,
of
but
course.
he's a half a stint short, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. So let's
about
keep
50 minutes for those cars, 52, 53?
No, but maybe about 55, I would say,
right, okay.
at full push, yes.
We've got an hour and 17 left,
yeah.
So there's going to be a little splash and go.
It's not going to be long before we get our race leader down at pit road. Felipe Nasr in car number 7 has 15% of usable energy remaining, and his teammate Kevin Estre is charging right now. And after the hullabaloo with having to give the position back to Dries Vanthoor, and he's already run down the gap to the team car, the 7 of Felipe Nasr, as they slip underneath. And remember, Kevin Estre has never won this race.
Yeah,
you know, he's got such an impressive CV, but this is the one that's missing.
I don't think Kevin had done a full season in IMSA until last year, had he? Even in GT.
The only year I was, I think, in the WeatherTech GTLM car, but then again, I think they moved drivers around. Even then, yes.
Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. I can't imagine there's team orders from Team Penske, except don't run into each other. Bradders, what have you got in this CrowdStrike update?
Well, I've had the Era car in, it was 5th in LMP2. It's going to inherit 4th place, isn't it? And you know what? At this stage, I'm going to say everyone's in contention, because anything could happen.
They've put Paul Loubchanin back in that car, and with an hour and 15 minutes to go, call it an hour and 16. What's that? That is 76 minutes. And what did you say they could do? 35 minutes?
35, yeah.
Wow, so that's going to be fuel safe to get that car to the end as well.
Fuel safe, you could get one more stop, and there's a reasonable chance of some yellow, but there's no guarantees of anything at this stage.
If a yellow comes out now, though, wow, now you're talking. An hour and 15, 75 minutes to go, let's call it, as they come down into the first corner for the two Porsche Penske Motorsports. Did you find out when the last 1-2 for
1987.
1987. I knew you would look it up.
So it's if Porsche were to win this race, it would be they're already the record holder for outright wins of 19. It would be their 20th Rolex 24 win.
Wow.
Started off with the 907 in the late 70s when Vic Elford won the Monte Carlo Rally, got on the plane and flew over and won this race as well.
Yeah, incredible.
As you do.
The ultimate all-rounder, Vic Elford. Lovely bloke as well. His son Martin, a very good motorsport photographer, worked with him in my early years at Autosport. In fact, rented his house and did a bit of renovation for him down in Crawley, south of London. Vic, Quick Vic as he was known, and that was a very apt moniker for Vic Elford. Don't see so many crossover stars now, although, you know, we're looking at some here. You think of people like Shane Van Gisbergen, Scotty McLaughlin, they're all still doing other bits and pieces. Connor Zilic in that Trackhouse car.
Shane Van Gisbergen has been on a WRC2 podium in New Zealand.
Yeah.
To go along with his many, many other exploits in so many other various forms of motorsport.
Time for some more LMP2 stops as they're back timing to the end. Joe Bradley has a couple of takers. This will be their penultimate stop, Joe.
Yeah, you know what? We've been taking it for granted since the green flag, haven't we? That these cars will come in, they'll take on tyres, they'll take on fuel, they maybe swap the driver out, and then off they go. But as the 99 AO car, you know, let's not take anything for granted, because the cars can not start, the cars can malfunction. The number 8, the Tower Motorsports car, off the jacks, fuel going in. The 22 is just behind it. Again, everyone in contention in LMP2 is going to be all the way at the flag. Both cars taking off fuel, and the 22 getting off the apron before the number 8, and it's a bit of a fist fight there, but the number 8, Sebastian Bourdais, beats or wins the drag race in LMP2.
Elbows out for the Frenchman as he beat the Scotsman to the line. Bourdais then will hold on to the lead as Matthias Besch had pitted the lap before. So De Resta and Bourdais will go at it for this stint and probably for the whole of the next 1 hour and 13 minutes. De Resta tightening his entry and exit through the International Horseshoe, trying to get as much tyre temp as he can as they go down towards the kink. The battle for the lead in LMP2 once again has been turned up to full blast. Afterburners on for these two now. They know they've got one more trip down the pit lane in about 35 minutes. That's going to leave them about 36, 37 minutes to go. I think that's doable.
Yeah, I do.
And of course, the amount of laps that they do is not down to them. That's down to the leader of the race overall. All the other classes, you can't count laps. You've got to go on time. In comes the Ranch 74 Riley car. That car is laps off the lead, but now up to 5th in class. Christian Rasmussen's car just being passed by it as it goes through, and Spike still being looked at. Now, a couple of shortcuts at turn 7. 021 Triazi machine, but it's a warning for them. And the Ferrari 296 also getting a warning. A fantastic field of cars, a fantastic crowd here for the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona, and what entertainment we have had. The grandstands in front of us here at the start-finish lines gently filling up, but there's a huge crowd on the infield. Joe Bradley is looking at another P2 car with problems, albeit this one a little further out of the reckoning for a podium finish.
Well, the reason it's out of the reckoning for a podium finish, because that passenger door, I'm calling it the passenger door, not that you could ever get a passenger in there, but it's the door opposite the driver's side, and we saw them struggle to get a new door fixed on there. They've got a brand new door, unliveried, in its virgin carbon fibre. They've got it on there now. This car's been delayed quite some time.
Go down.
It's been delayed again.
Let's go down to the other end of the pit lane, where we've got Porsche Penske Motorsport in the pit lane with the number 7 car, Felipe Nasser, teamed up with Nick Tandy and Lawrence Vanto. And the 7 car with Felipe Nasser in the pit lane. That's Ryan's end of things.
That's right, I'm a little ways down at the moment as I was trying to follow up on the AO Racing story, so I think you probably have a better view of the situation than I do at the moment.
Looks like full service in terms of the tyres. Did you see a driver change there, Peter? I did not. I think they're leaving Nasser in that car, but there was definitely at least 2 tyres. Right now, you want to have new sets of tyres at every stop.
Yeah.
An hour and 9 to go. That'll be one more stop for that car before the end of the race. It won't need full fuel, though. Nobody's going to need full fuel in the ancillary stop from this one onwards. They've all got roughly the same energy because they were all in at roughly the same time. What a last hour or so we have got in store. Time for a quick VP Racing update. It is Kevin Estra from Dries Van Toren. We're starting the penultimate stops for the GTP cars. Porsche from BMW, from Porsche from Acura, Wayne Taylor Cadillac, in 5th and Jimmy Bruni in 6th. They're all on the lead lap. It's a bun fight in LMP2 with Bourdais and De Resta and Matthias Besch all within 6 seconds. Paul-Loup Chatton makes it 4 cars in the top 10. It's Kelvin van der Linde for BMW ahead of the Ford Mustang of Chris Meese. Lauren Heinrich for the Porsche. And the top 4 made up by Corvette Racing, then Trackhouse and Connor Zilic and Fabian Schiller for GetSpeed. All within around about 2.5 seconds of each other in GTD Pro, and it's a similar story in GTD with Chan Guven for Wright Motorsport, the car that started on pole position some 22 hours and 52 minutes ago. And that green and yellow stripe number 120 has a 2/10 second lead from Danny Formal, and the Lamborghini from Wayne Taylor. From Winward Racing, Lucas Hauer. That's my nom for the BDO Nose Strategy Award in the GT category. 3rd for the AWA Corvette, Turner Motorsport BMW in 5th, and then Courthoff Motorsport. That's your VP Racing update as we come down to the last hour and 7 minutes of racing.
Kevin Estre has jumped out of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, and in has got Matt Campbell, winner of the race last year. Felipe Nasr staying aboard the number 7 car, so you've basically got the 2 winners of last year's race in 2 different cars, 7 and 6 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. So one more scheduled stop to go if we stay green from now into the flag in an hour and 7 minutes time. GTD Pro, it's now BMW from Porsche. It's Kelvin van der Linde for Paul Miller Racing, car number 1, with Lauren Heinrich chasing him down in the number 77 AO Porsches. Utter heartbreak for AO with their LMP2 car, Spike the Dragon, but Rexy is starting to get those little dinosaur arms flailing, ready for a punch-up with the BMW and whoever else wants to join in. Lucas Hauer in the 57 Mercedes AMG in 3rd right now. Remember, this Winward Mercedes was 7 laps down after a sticky throttle, had to go down behind the wall and repair it, and fought their way back, and is right on the tailpipe of the number 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini in GTD by just a 1/10 of a second between them, and then another couple of tenths up is Chan Guven. So there's just brilliant battles going on. Oh, and why don't you throw in LMP2 for the mix? Sebastian Bourdais, a veteran of American sports car racing, being chased down by the determined former Formula 1 driver, the Scotsman, Paul Di Resta. So we're doing our own little driver change here in the For Performance Global Broadcast Centre. John Hindhaugh taking a very well-deserved break, and in Johnny Palmer. Johnny, you've just saved yourself for the best for last.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I've been in a cold freeze for the last few hours, actually, ready to be thawed out by this race to the finish. And it looks like we've got a barnstormer in all 4 of the categories. Very, very close on the infield section now between a whole load of GT cars, GTD Pros, led by BMW's Kelvin van der Linde. Lauren Heinrich only 0.2 of a second off the back. They're all queuing up behind us. It's such a typical finish here at the Rolex 24. Porsche in the GTP class on lap 747. Matty Campbell at the wheel of that, but being hunted down by Dries Vanthoor, who was the pole man in the BMW, remember, car number 24. There's only 2 seconds between those guys on the infield, and there's now contact as the BMW tries to force its way through some of all of this GT traffic. 2, 4, 6 cars, and you can understand why Dries wanted to waste absolutely no time at all there, heading through turn 6 and up onto the banking.
So the order has switched about completely. When they came into the pits, it was the 7 Penske Porsche machine from the number 6 from the 24 BMW. It's now the number 6 Porsche from the 24 BMW from the 7 Porsche. So it's amazing how it's just flipped around with the stops with an hour and 4 minutes to go in terms of usable energy. Matt Campbell's got 92%, Dries Vanthoor's got 93%, Felipe Nasr's got 90%. You can keep an eye on that as well. IMSA.com/DTP-telemetry. You can get all the info we have here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. This is, it's hard to say if this was the battle that we expected. now we've got a GT car spun at turn 1 as the prototypes just come through. And it was the Triarzi 023 Ferrari that Dries Vanthoor got into a bit of contact with.
Yeah.
And for BMW, now the car bouncing up and down on the brakes into the Le Mans chicane. So is there an issue for that 24 BMW after that contact?
I don't remember it porpoising quite as badly as that into the braking area for the Le Mans chicane. So the next few laps, certainly Dries will be radioing back. He's going to have to dive down the inside of a number of GT cars, particularly at that awkward position at turn 6, because typically at this phase of the race they are starting to clump together, and the incident is going to be looked at by race control between Dries Vanthoor and the 021 Ferrari of James Collado. Well, we know there's not a great deal of love lost between BMW and Ferrari when they drive the 499Ps, and again that BMW is bouncing all over the road as it heads into the Le Mans chicane.
Something not right. There's something not right. I did notice on some of our onboard footage earlier on when Kevin Magnussen was aboard, and there was a face on camera and you could see him bouncing and pogoing around, but it maybe not excessively so, but it's definitely excessive right now for Dries Vanthoor in that number 24 machine. But he's not giving up. He's chasing down the number 6 of Matt Campbell, and oh, that looks nasty as he hits the brakes for turn 1.
Just hearing that it's a warning for the contact with the GT car for Dries Vanthoor, so it was under review. 021 continuing slowly from the speedway as well. So is that as a result? The spinning GT car at turn number 1 was the number 91 Corvette, the white car. And to Dries Vanthoor on the radio in the BMW, clearly something not quite right on that car, but there's nothing that the team can do at this late stage. There will be one more pit stop, surely, for all of the GTP cars. Limping its way back is the 021, maybe as a result as well of that contact. It was a bigger shove than I'd expected for James Collado's Ferrari. Both cars very weather beaten because of that, and the 021 has limped its way back to pit road.
It's not the first time that we've seen this with James Collado in this green JG Wentworth Triarzi Ferrari, where I can't remember which of the Porsches it was, when he just sort of closed the gap a little bit and didn't quite leave the door open. So, but yeah, it does seem to be damage, and for that, that's going to make, you would think, race control look at it with a little bit more of a dim view, although it's on the other side of the car. It's on the right-hand side.
That wasn't the side, like you say.
No, it was not. It was the left-hand side of the Ferrari, which contacted with the right of the BMW. Now, there was big lock-up for James Collado going into that same corner. I think that's as a result of that damage to the tyre. Looks like there's been an issue for the 91 Corvette as well, which has dropped to about 6 seconds or so off the car in front.
BMW off the road that time, so this issue is getting bigger and bigger for Dries Vanthoor. Jamie Howard just reporting to me that there's a new nose ready for the car if it can make it to the pit road. But as it went down towards turn number 1, there was a car in front, nothing to do with the Porsche in front. It was the BMW out-braking itself. That was actually a move for the lead, was it not? He was trying to get underneath Matt Campbell and misjudged it, so nothing to do with an issue with the car, I don't think. The 6 Porsche turned in, the BMW tried to run alongside. In the end, it ran out well wide over the grass and has been rather delayed because of it.
I just could not get it stopped. I mean, that's the most difficult part, difficult braking zone, coming off the high banks onto the flat into turn 1, braking from just under 200 miles an hour to around 85 miles an hour at the apex of the corner. And there's definitely something wrong. The front end pole going up and down for Dries Vanthoor. It's like he's going over speed bumps at the moment. Oh, this is utter heartbreak. BMW, they have got the fastest car in every sector across this race. They have the fastest lap of the race. They were on pole. And with 59 minutes to go, Johnny Palmer, it seems to be unraveling dramatically.
Now, do they think that a nose change will solve it? It's going to surely kill that pursuit of the Porsche, but it's dropping back considerably now. There's no hint of Dries Van Til coming down pit road at the end of this one. Now there's a big issue for the Lamborghini with a rear left puncture. We're inside the final hour, folks, and it's a question of where on earth do we look next, because the Lamborghini has stopped out on track. Green at the moment, but race control will be considering the fact we might have to go for a late race caution. We do go for a late race full course caution. Car 45 it is that is going very, very slowly in this Lamborghini, and the pits are closed, although one of the LMP2s thinks it might have sneaked in at the last possible moment. This is RS2 IMSA Radio. Finally, that first column on the time to go panel disappears to just 2 digits, as in 59 minutes now, 58.5 minutes still to go. It's a 1:40 finish here, and it's not a puncture on the Lamborghini, it's suspension failure on that rear left corner at a very oblique angle, and that 45 car ain't going to go anywhere quickly.
How many times have we said that? Look, thinking it's a puncture, no, it's actually suspension failure. A lot of drivers commenting that it's the new setup at the bus stop, or the old bus stop now known as Le Mans Chicane, but the way that that's been redesigned has caused a lot of issues. And that's absolute heartbreak for Wayne Taylor Racing with their number 45 car, which was running in a podium position in GTD. And for Lamborghini, that basically wipes out their chances of any kind of result at all. One by one, their cars have dropped away, many through no fault of their own. That is absolutely gutting. But for BMW M Team RLL, car number 24, this full course caution is Christmas come early, because they were going to have to pit, surely, under green flag conditions to put a new nose cone on to try and fix this issue. We don't know if it will fix the issue, of course, but this will give them an opportunity to pit under the full course caution, fit a new nose, fit new tyres, and go again. Could this be the lifeline that gives BMW the opportunity to win the Rolex 24 for the first time since 1976?
Let's get to Ryan Marine for an update on one of the cars involved in the latest incident. It looks like this Ferrari's not going to go any further, Ryan.
That's quite right. The 021 Triarsi Competizione Ferrari 296, that's the green J.G. Wentworth sponsored car, is done. It had damage on both sides. Like you talked about, there was the right side damage, I think unrelated to that contact you guys described, but then there was also left side damage. Ultimately, it was the right side that was the issue, some suspension damage that was not going to be repairable in the less than an hour that we have remaining in the race. James Collado got out of the car, took one disgusted look at the right front corner of the car, and just kind of shrugged his shoulders, walked back over the wall. So their day is done after putting together what had been a top 10 effort.
We might be pleased that we've not announced our BDO Nose Strategy Award yet for either of the classes, because with an hour to go and quite possibly one more pit stop for all of the runners, this could be where the strategy goes through the roof in terms of thinking about what they need to be doing at the last possible moment. Pits are pits open? I haven't seen the message. Yep, 3 cars have just entered a closed pit, Ryan Marine. So GTD leader, the 120 car, that's confirmed on the screen. The pits are still closed, Ryan.
Oh, that is massive. They were the leaders in the GTD class. It was right on the cusp of their pit window, effectively, when this yellow came out, and they could not make it another lap. They had to come in for emergency service, so just that splash of fuel, and they'll have to come back in for another pit stop. That is the pole-sitting car in GTD that had controlled the race by and large for the better part of 24 hours, and they're going to have to fight their way back through the GTD field now after having to take emergency service.
You can fill the fuel, but only for 5 seconds if you're that desperate, and you have to complete the pit stop once it goes green again. So the 120 car will be still there or thereabouts, but that will take a very different complexion once we go green again. Windward also in the same situation. The 57 car had to pit from 3rd position, and that was the vague direction that the BDO Nose Strategy Award was going after Windward came from 7 laps down to be a potential podium finisher. And Ryan, you were watching this stop with this CrowdStrike pit report, the 57 in as well, so this could massively change the whole of the podium.
Oh, absolutely. It could turn it on its head, and it might not be done yet because the 13 AWA Corvette is the one that inherits the lead, but it's been on this stint now for an hour and 3 minutes plus. And keep in mind, the pit lane opens for the prototypes before it opens for the GT classes. So they're really going to have to be nursing the fuel and the energy as it is now in 2025 under yellow to avoid a similar fate. And maybe if all of the GT cars have to do this emergency service, and it looks like just about all of the front runners are in a very similar position here. A couple exceptions would be Dragon Speed down in 7th, and also the 64 Ford. They're in a much better spot on fuel. Maybe they cycle to the front, and then those that took emergency service first might end up being in a decent spot. We will soon see.
Depending how long this full course caution is, this could potentially be very, very good for the 64 Ford, as Ryan mentioned, in 8th. Sebastian Priaulx, who pitted on, now let me just get this exactly spot on, the lap 683, so he's pitted 12 laps ago. So he can potentially have the opportunity to come in and have less time at the fuel stop and jump right to the front of the field, or even roll the dice and not pit at all and go right to the front. If they feel like there's enough in the tank. I think that would be a big ask. I mean, that would mean they'd have to make a tank last about an hour and 10 minutes, so you'd need a lot of full course yellow. So I think it's more likely we'll see them come in, but because they've got more fuel on board, they'll be able to take a shorter stop, and that will filter them to the front. And if the Multimatic crew are quick enough, they can maybe get some new boots on there as well.
Ryan's got a further thought on this with his CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, let's make it 2 further thoughts, actually. So with that Ford that we've been talking about there, the big position they're in relative to the cars in front of them, they're not at risk of needing to do the emergency service. The one team that may have pulled a blinder on everyone was the Get Speed Bartone Brothers Racing Mercedes. They pitted a lap or 2 before this full course yellow, and at the time I was thinking that seems early. They're going to be hard-pressed to make it home in one on that final stop, if that was indeed going to be their final stop, barring some yellow. Well, sure enough, they got the yellow, and crucially, you guys make sure this is correct, but I think they stayed on the lead lap. So they might then, with some fuel save, be able to go the distance and be the best place in the GTD Pro class.
I don't even think they're going to need fuel save, you know, Ryan, because they've only had 3 laps and out there since they last stopped. So if they do not stop, they will go to the front of the field, and I think they're good to the end of the race, actually. So by my reckoning, by my maths, I think the 69 Get Speed car are good to the end of the race. The question is whether they have the tyre. Of course, I don't think you're going to wear the tyre out massively in 3 laps, so they could get themselves effectively in pole position for what will be, I don't know, 42, 43 minute sprint to the flag. And where does this leave the GTPs as well? You know, it's
pits are open. I wonder whether the GTPs are going to actually savour this full course yellow, because they were pitting with about an hour and 10 minutes to go, and I was thinking, well, generally a stint in a green flag period is 50 minutes, 45, 50 minutes. They would need to have stopped again. If they managed to make it this far, pitting now is perfect.
Pitting now is almost ideal for the GTPs. I think, by my reckoning, even on a fairly short stint, they can do 46 minutes, and we're not going to go back green in the next 4 minutes. So, yeah, for GTPs, this basically sets us, this is just a race on pit road now. Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters are going to be up on their toes for this one.
So here they all come together. The Porsche's peeling off first, BMW staying to the fast lane. They've got a little further to go, and also in the Acura car number 60. So remind me, guys, who's at the Porsche end? In my ears. So let's go to Jamie Howe first of all for the CrowdStrike pit report on the 2 Porsches stopping very quickly.
Yes, the number 6 already out of the box. It was a very quick energy-only stop. I was wondering what they were going to do with the number 24, and they went ahead and did a tire change as well. He was able to get back out in front of the number 7, and I was listening to the team communication. Dries Vantor telling that BMW team that he felt it go. He all of a sudden just felt something snap, and then all of a sudden it just started bouncing. But they told him, there's nothing we can do. You're just going to have to fight it and bring it home. Both of the Porsches also back out.
And let's stay with Ryan Marine at the other end of pit road. You've been watching pit stops a little closer to you.
Yeah, watching LMP2 and the front runners come in. This is really fascinating for them because they are not safely in their window to go the distance, barring some more yellow, but it looks like just about all of the front runners are going to elect to come in and get some service here. Looks like tires going on at least the right side for the leading car of Sebastian Bourdais. Behind them, we see United Autosports also doing tires. It was a really quick stop behind them for one of the other LMP2 cars. I'll try and identify that in a moment, but it looks like Sebastian Bourdais second off the pit lane in the LMP2 class. United Autosports right behind, and I gotta get the name of the car that got off pit lane first. I'll check on that in just a second.
Thank you for that. So yeah, all 4 of the top 4 runners. Looks like the 18 car is out first. Paul-Luc Chatin, that's the first one with the letter O appearing. So 18 jumps, both all of them. 8, 22, 52, 18 all of a sudden from 4th position to be the leader. Did they get enough fuel into that car? Well, this is a stretch for LMP2.
They're not going to make it. It's 35 minutes-ish. So it depends when we get back to green. It very much depends how quick the sequence is. I mean, maybe Acura are banking on the fact that you can't make it, so just short fill the car, whereas the others have brimmed it right off and hope that that's going to be enough to get them home.
Yeah.
So
favouring track position, you mean Paul-Luc Chatin and the guys for car number 18?
Knowing they've got to stop again, so whereas, or they believe they've got to stop again, whereas maybe the number 8 Tower car, which is the next car along on the road, maybe they've brimmed the tank off.
That's the Acura Motorsport car. Let's get an update from that team from Ryan.
Yeah, just real quick, checked in with them. They did not take tires, so that was the difference, just fuel for them, and they were able to jump the rest of the field to get track position in LMP2.
And back-to-back CrowdStrike pit lane reports. Here's Jamie with the leader in GTD Pro.
Yes, and that is the number 1 from Paul Miller Racing. And Kevin van der Linde will stay behind the wheel. This team has spent less time on pit lane than any other car in the GTD Pro category. This is going to be another fairly quick stop. The team right now saying, just wait, stay patient. They're holding him in the pit box right now. Comes down to these final moments. It's incredible to think over 23 hours of racing, and it all comes down to what these crews are able to do on pit lane. It was a clean stop for the number 1.
They'll be high-fiving each other as it leaves. This should be quite comfortably the final pit stop for the GTD Pro cars and GTD runners, should they choose to pit. But remember, the order in GTD has been jumbled an awful lot because of those 2 cars that had to pit before the pits had officially opened. So the 120 and the 57 have dropped down considerably. New race leader is the 13 Chevrolet Corvette, the AWA car of Matt Bell. And Ryan Marine is watching all the other stops. He's getting busy down with you.
Yeah, it sure is. First of the front runners in GTD to hit their marks. That's the Turner BMW. Very quiet, the snake in the grass, if you will, but they've been quietly lurking there and now find themselves in potential contention to go for the win. Tires and fuel going on that BMW, but the class leader, a great job by all of these folks, by the way, to nurse the fuel and not need to take emergency service. This stint extended over 70 minutes, but we're watching the AWA car that came in as the leader in GTD. That's Matthew Bell. They wait on the fuel, but they're going to lose a couple of positions here in the pit lane. Others needed to take less fuel, so they find themselves on the back foot.
Another BDO Knows Strategy Award nomination. Surely it's kind of hanging in the balance, I realise, but if Acura Motorsport pull this victory off to short fill as they've done and then be able to make the finish, surely they've got to be right up there for car number 18. The GTD pros are on their way now as the 13 car rejoins as well. Ryan, was there a little bit more surrounding the LMP2 story?
Yeah, I got one last little nugget from the 18 team. They had evidently pitted just before the yellow, so they basically got tires a handful of laps before the yellow came out. That also meant they had a relatively full tank of fuel. They needed to put just a splash in to be equal on fuel with the rest of the LMP2 class. Their tires are a couple of laps older, but really good strategic call and a lucky break as well with when that yellow fell, but they were in position to take advantage of it.
Wow, so that could be a legitimate spot now as the leading LMP2 car. The number 18 of Era Motorsport could have pulled off an absolute blinder there and bagged the BDO Nose Strategy Award late in the piece. We've still got 44 minutes to go, but we have to announce that before the end of the race. And I sense that this is going to get so tight, we kind of need to have that decided about 10 minutes out, because we're going to be focusing on all the other battles, Peter Mackay.
So we can't decide it when they're coming out of the launch chicane for the final time, because I think that's when the LMP2 is going to come down to. I'm really sure it's happened before, and I suspect it might happen again. Era Motorsport winners last year, two-time winners of this race, and 21 and 24 in the LMP2 category. Wow, if they could pull this off, it would be quite a get. And for Ryan Dalziel, his 20th Rolex 24, and it would be his 4th win at this event. 3 times in LMP2, and it's a big if right now, because right behind is the number 8 of Sebastian Bourdais and the 22 United Autosport machine of Paul Di Resta. And why don't you throw into the mix there too the PR1 Matheson car, the 52 wins liveried machine, which sits right in there too. So it's a proper shootout in LMP2, and that's, to be honest, we've been promising that all the way through. We've stuck to our guns on that one, a 4-way shootout in LMP2. GTD Pro, well, it's going to be special. Now, the cars that took their emergency service have now come back in. The 57 Windward Mercedes, the 120 Wright Porsche, and the 14 Lexus RCF in GTD Pro, so they will be right at the back of the queue. If they've got any ambitions of even getting to the podium, they've got a heck of a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that's utterly ruined any opportunity that they might have had of certainly being on the podium, and more importantly for the 120 car, it was leading at the time, and I'm sure Achin Guven was screaming away on the radio about the fact that the car would need to get some fuel on board. How could they possibly do that with the caution coming out? If the caution had come out maybe just a lap later, it could have been one heck of a different story. But Eric Skier and Tom Sargent and Adelson as well have driven brilliantly well. It doesn't look like they're going to get the rewards, though, in that Wright Motorsports Porsche. So the new order in GT Daytona sees the 50 Ferrari of AF Corsa now lead. Riccardo Agostini driving that. Mattia Drudi for Heart of Racing team. The 27 Aston Martin is second in GTD. And it's Robbie Foley in the Turner Motorsport BMW number 96 in third. But really all the cars behind them in the queue have a shout for the podium in the closing 41 minutes. Let's get back to Ryan for another CrowdStrike pit report.
All right, I have polled the top couple of cars in LMP2, polled the teams to see, can you make it from here? And I'm getting a lot of less than confident yeses. They think they can do it. They would love to see another yellow, but it's going to be close. The plan, though, for at least the top 2 cars in LMP2 is to go the distance from here. And interestingly, PR1 Matheson just brought their number 52 car in to top off. They had lost track position anyway, so they might as well. They can now go full ridge to the end. That could be one of those strategy plays we've been talking about.
How are we going to call this BDO no strategy early? Because we're not going to know until the end to see who's got this right. Because that's a great call, I think, from PR1 Matheson. If you've lost the track position anyway, top it up and go for it. So they're in a much stronger position than the rest would be. It is going to be a big stretch, but with everyone kind of in the same boat, except that 52 PR1 Matheson car. It's amazing. And don't forget that PR1 Matheson car's got 2 bronze drivers in it, Ben Keating and Rodrigo Salas. In fact, Rodrigo Salas owns the car that was part of that 1-2 for Porsche in 1987.
Incredible stuff.
There you go.
I'm tempted to say that the BDO No Strategy Award has gone out of the window for the 57 crew now as well. I mean, I don't want to take it away from them because they come back from 7 laps down, but the 57 Winward Mercedes is down in 8th place now, and have we almost got to base it on how the top 3 in each GT class turn their cars around in that what should be final stop?
Is it BDO No Strategy or BDO tries to avoid bad luck? Because I think it was just bad luck, wasn't it, for when the full course yellow came out. So I think, come what may for Winward Racing, the fact that they're on the lead lap with 40 minutes to go, and have been for several hours, have been on the lead lap and fighting at the front, having been 7 laps down, I said it, I'll come to eat my hat there. I said when they went behind the wall with a sticky throttle early on, I said, well, it's not going to be another Rolex watch for the Winward guys, and they've proved me wrong, and what a fight back it's been. So I think just for that alone, they still remain my pick for the BDO No Strategy Award.
Seems fair, seems fair. The Riley and Felipe Fraga LMP2 car has just topped off fuel as well. So that is a belt and braces attitude, and the 74 car looking to rejoin. But the problem is we're about to go green this time around, and the LMP2 rejoiners are going to be nowhere near the fight within that class. So they'll be led away at the head of GTP, maybe for the final time. 38 minutes to go by Matt Campbell. And how late on the brakes can Dries Vanthoor be brave to be? Because bear in mind, his BMW is a wounded animal. It's bouncing all over the place, and it can't turn in, and it's going to lose second place at turns 1 and 2. Porsche go back to the front with their 6 and 7 cars then. And let's not discount Felipe Nasser maybe taking the race lead. Here comes Dries Vanthoor on the fight back. So maybe the BMW isn't done. That porpoising problem's not kicking in at these slower speeds. But, Vanthoor's never going to be given the inside line at the kink there by Felipe Nasser, who defends as the rear gunner to Matt Campbell's race-leading car. Now the BMW has its hands full as Tom Blomqvist is all over the back of the Bavarian branded car with the 60 Acura. GTD Pro led by the Ford Mustang of Dennis Olsen from Lauren Heinrich, but they were separated by just 55 thousandths of a second at the line, and that is going to chop and change as well in Pro as much as it will in GTD.
So the 2 Porsches to the front then, Campbell from Nasser, and well, we need to keep a close watch actually. Oh, it's more rubbing because Dries Vanthoor got into the back of one of the Porsches. I couldn't see if it was the 6 or the 7, and he's got more damage on the front left. The bodywork rattling around, there's smoke pouring out the back. And dear, oh dear, oh now penalty for the 22 in LMP2. This is United Autosport. Equipment impeding another competitor, drive-through penalty. It's a drive-through penalty for United Autosport, and it was the leader, the number 6, that Dries Vanthoor got into the back of. And there's more smoke pouring out of the back of Vanthoor's machine as he goes into turn 1. Drama here at Daytona.
Yeah, so that's not going to have helped, is it? I mean, the nose was bad in the first place, but then he piled into the back of Matty Campbell at the first corner at the restart, which I hadn't realised. And this BMW, there is a strong risk that it's going to just chew itself to bits in the closing 37 minutes. Through goes the Acura of Tom Blomqvist. So now the BMW has lost 3rd position, and any chance at this stage of finishing on this year's podium in GTP for the Rolex 24. That United car in now to serve the penalty, or the drive-through rather. You're tuned to IMSA Radio RS2, and if you're just joining us, what a time to arrive. It's 36 minutes to go. Some Rolex 24s over the years have just been starting to settle down now, and teams that have worked their way into good positions are just easing it to the finish. This year is not one of those, P-Mac.
No, it is not. It has been one of the most frantic, intense Rolex 24s I've ever seen. And damage to the front of the 77 AO Porsche in there, as well as one of the Corvettes goes through on one of the Mustangs, battling away. It's really frantic there. It's the 65 of Dennis Olsen actually, and then the 69 Get-Speed Mercedes in there too, and it's all arms and elbows. The number 3 Corvette in there with the Mercedes, the 77 Porsche getting damaged too, and the 4 Corvette in there as well. Huge action in GTD Pro. Is a little bit of Rex's, does he have fur? Scales. Some of his scales goes flying into the air as Dries Vanthoor is going slow on the side of the high banks. He's not on the high banks, he's on basically the access road back to the pits.
Yeah, and again, the nose of that car bouncing all over the place. Has it taken another hit, or is it just the abuse that an ill-fitting piece of bodywork? Now, he couldn't turn in at the Le Mans chicane, so had to then weave its way through the tyres. So clearly it's now in Sector 3. In fact, it's about to arrive on pit road, and this broken and battered BMW is out of the fight this year at the Rolex 24 because it's going to have to dive into pit road, and Jamie Howe is raring to go to see the work that's going to take place for Dries Vanthoor. Jamie.
Dries Vanthoor hit his mark so the team can get to work. They're in this for the full championship, so any points they can gather here in the final stages of this race, they're going to want to take. Right now, trying to get that nose off. They've had the other nose waiting since before that last pit stop, but made the decision not to switch anything out. Crew taking a look at it right now. They knew something was broken. That's the reason it's been bouncing, but as we've said, there was nothing that they could do at that point in time. They just needed to try and bring the car home. Obviously, that is not, this is not the way that they wanted to bring it home, but before they put that nose on, they are going to go ahead and just take a further look at it, see if perhaps this is going to fix the issue. But heartbreak here for the number 24 after making it to this stage of the race, only to be taken out of contention for a podium today.
I think there was only one decision to be made at the time when they didn't know quite how bad it was. You had to commit to just pushing on and pounding round, and if it got too bad, then you'd have to stop, and that's precisely what happened, but it could have flipped the other way. Just seeing how much ground the 50 Riccardo Agostini, of course a Ferrari, has lost in GTD. That was leading from the restart, remember. It's been shuffled all the way down to 8th position after some problems once getting going, and that's now been potentially pinged for an incident with the 57 Lucas Auer Windward Racing car. So incident between those two competitors is now under review. Porsche's side by side as well, so Rexy in the 77 and the 20 car.
Issue for Rexy. Rexy going slow, having lost that front bumper on that AO77. Porsche going slow, getting passed by a lot of the other GTD cars, and there's damage to the front right corner. Could be rubbing on the tyre from that bodywork. So heartbreak for AO Racing and Rexy. Their merchandise stalls completely sold out this weekend. So many fans here for AO Racing, and Rexy is in absolute heartbreak, and gets barged by the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari. And it just shedding positions now is Rexy, and just now going to have to try and get this car to the end of the race. It doesn't look like it's going to be a Rolex 24 win for AO Racing with their Porsche, but they've got the full championship to think about. Much like that 24 BMW, got to get it to the flag.
It's like Rexy's been in a boxing match and had all its teeth knocked out, but it'll come back strong from this once it's been to the dentist, I suppose, and got it all sorted out. But yeah, again, similar situation to the BMW in that a lot of that bodywork risks being shed from the car. It's already lost the main splitter, front bumper, and that won't be helping its run through the air as it goes up onto the banking. So 77 timed as being in 7th place in GTD Pro. It'll got worse than that though since then further around the lap. The Ford Mustang, car number 65 of Dennis Olsen, still is leading the GTD Pro category from the Chevy Corvette of Alex Sims and Kelvin van der Linde's BMW. So the Beamer brand's hopes of getting a podium in the top class GTP will have gone. However, the M4 on its debut in the Evolution state here at Daytona, still on course for a podium there with the number 1 car of van der Linde.
So Era Motorsport in LMP2, Paul-Loup Chatin leads by just a second from the 52 PR1 Matheson wins machine of Matthias Bech. Then it's Sebastian Bourdais for Tower Motorsports, 1, 2 and 3 in LMP2. Do they have enough fuel to get to the end? Well, the 52 has that extra splash, remember. It had that extra splash before the end of the previous caution. So is the 52 the danger car now in LMP2?
Porsche and Penske Motorsport are surely going to work with one another right now because of the complication of the 24 having gone. That's why it was so crucial for Philippe Nasser to depose the 24 as early as it could. It did that, not helped out by the contact between Dries Vanthoor and Matt Campbell's car at the time, but now are they going to work with one another in an effort to pull away from Tom Blomqvist? The problem is that Tom's just about the quickest Acura GTP driver in the field, so he's going to try and stick with at least Nasser and force a mistake from him. But once he's passed one Porsche, he's got to do it again if he wants to win the race.
Well, on the previous lap, he'd set the best lap of the race for that car, a 136.188, and he is closing in big time to the back of the number 7 of Felipe Nasr. So it's going to be Nasr versus Blomqvist for second position in a minute. So Matt Campbell in that number 6, he's got to get a shift on here. I think he might have to leave his teammate behind and say, you deal with him, I'm going to scamper off and get myself another watch. Yeah. As, a little bit of a hold up there for Nasr behind the 32 Kordov Mercedes, and I'm sure Blomqvist will smell blood here. Blomqvist is multiple winner of this race. He knows what these final round dogfights are like, but mind you, so does Matt Campbell, and so does Felipe Nasr.
Just half an hour to go on RS2 IMSA Radio. We're around the world on Sirius XM 206 in North America, 107.9 FM here at the track. It's Peter Mackay and Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Ryan Marine and Jamie Howe bringing us the CrowdStrike pit reports. It should be that all cars pretty much have made their final stops now. Of course, we didn't expect the BMW to have to come in last minute for work on the nose there, taking that out of the GTP fight. Just a second between the top 2 Porsches, both run by Porsche, Penske Motorsport, the 963s, trying to attack this race that one of their cars won last year. But there's not been a top 2 finish for Porsche since back in the 80s. So it's been a long wait, and Tom Blomqvist is trying to close the gap on at least the first car. He did a 137.0, whereas the Porsche of Nasr ahead half a second slower, 0.8 of a second slower than that was Matt Campbell. So there's no doubt that these 2 Porsches are being caught with 28 minutes left on the clock.
Blomqvist is such a special driver. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to that ultimate charge, whether it be a qualifying lap or a final stint, he's one of the very best in the world, and he's really carrying that number 60 Meyershank Acura on his shoulders right now with that Lionheart spirit. Meanwhile, in GTD Pro, a battle that's been literally flag to flag between BMW, between Ford, and between Corvette. And we've got Ford versus Corvette here, Mustang versus Corvette, with Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian, elected to finish this race. What an honor for him, but he's got his mirrors full of a determined Alexander Sims, former IMSA champion, of course, and going to be a little bit later on the brakes there, but Olsen covers it off for now as they come sweeping through turn 1 at around 65 miles an hour and back on the power, and Sims is on the bumper of Dennis Olsen. Olsen has to go defensive here, and Sims goes to the outside. Here goes Sims. Can he make this move? Oh, a bit of a slide, and don't forget, Kelvin van der Linde's in there in the BMW.
That's the nastiest place to be right now, is in the middle, in the Corvette, because Sims wants the lead, but he also doesn't want to give up the place to van der Linde, who is right on his boot lid. The dust was kicked up there by the Mustang as Dennis Olsen got a little too deep into the corner. No, he's still in front, but van der Linde in the BMW is nibbling at the heels of the British driver in the American car for Corvette. They fan out almost Formula Ford style into turn number 6, and this might be van der Linde's opportunity. Alex Sims is caught on the outside line. This will be BMW up to second position in the GTD Pro class, unless the Corvette is spectacular on the straight line speeds. It's coming back to fight because it's got the higher line and a bit of side draft there as well. The problem is when they hit the brakes for the Le Mans chicane, the Corvette's going to be on the outside line. Good car placement from Kelvin van der Linde should seal this overtake, but no, he's going to give it up to the Corvette. So we're back as we were, Sims into second position again.
Alexander Sims so brave on the brakes there, and van der Linde just backed out of it saying, oh, okay then, after you, I'll have another go somewhere else. That was brave from Sims. He is determined to hang on to that position, but while they were bickering over that position, Dennis Olsen's looking in the mirror of his Mustang saying, yes, you guys carry on doing that and I'll try and escape and win at this 63rd Rolex 24. Amazing stuff here. This is what IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship action is all about. One of these battles would be good enough, but we've got multiple of them. We've got 4 of them all going on at once.
I obviously love this, but I also want to visit each of them individually. I might spend the next week doing that just to fully work out precisely what's gone on in all of the scraps. It's now a 4-car train, by the way, in GTD Pro, because joining the back of them, Nico Varone, they all came through the tri-oval together. And was there some contact between some GT cars in GTD as they came off very nearly the AWA Corvette going for a spin after a helping hand from the Aston Martin, and that
was
for the lead.
It wasn't just almost a little tap and run kind of thing. Not that it was deliberate, of course, no, but the ultimate result of that was that the 27 Aston Martin for Art of Racing did get through on the 13 AWA Corvette. Oh, off Era Motorsport. Era Motorsport off the road. Paul-Loup Chatin is off the road at turn 1 in the number 18 Orica. What has gone on there?
Contact, dare I say. Matthias Besch was very close indeed as they crossed the line. It was Era Motorsport from the 52 crew of PR1 Matheson Motorsport. Era Motorsport reporting that the car was hit, but was it hit by the 52 or somebody else caught in that collection of cars, as the two Porsches of Matt Campbell and Felipe Nasr have an awful lot of traffic to deal with in the slowing zone for the Le Mans chicane. They're still right together though, and using that traffic, pulling away from the chicane on the back straight and through Speedway's turns 3 and 4. So the reordering in GTD sees the Aston Martin of Mattia Drudi now ahead of Matt Bell's number 13 car, but it was after a nibble which unsettled the AWA Chevrolet.
And the 120 right Porsche of Aychan Guven that had to take emergency service at the last full course yellow is now only 4.2 seconds off the lead in 4th place. So Aychan Guven has put an enormous number of overtakes in there. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Matt Campbell's having to go defensive because Felipe Nasr has got a big head of steam here as they go through the International Horseshoe. Now, they've got to be smart here. They can't hold each other up because Tom Blomqvist will pounce at any opportunity given to him. This race is in the hands of Porsche. They've got to make sure that they get this win. But for the drivers, I would think it's more about they're thinking, as long as I get this win. Those are the slight conflicting priorities, I guess.
This is a lot easier to follow now because we have GTP and GTD Pro all in the same part of the racetrack, and the Porsche ahead, Matt Campbell being slightly delayed because he couldn't get by Alex Sims. Sims, of course, wanting to get the best line into turn 6 to pass Dennis Alton and to defend from Kelvin van der Linde. And they're going to have a nibble here, side by side down the back straight between the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, and Felipe Nasr on the inside will take the race lead of the Rolex 24 hours this year. So it's still a Porsche 1-2, but 7 now ahead of 6 with 22.5 minutes to go.
Wow, the brilliant Brazilian strikes again. Felipe Nasr, many times a champion in this championship, winner last year in the Rolex 24, but Matt Campbell, who was in the car with him, is going to go back at it again around the high side, going through the tri-oval, the two Porsche Penske machines, but Nasr saying no way, hits the brakes a little bit later, but Campbell's going to try and tough it out on the outside, but no, Nasr holds it off, and Tom Blomqvist just rubbing his hands going, yes, you guys keep doing that, I'm going to come and join in and make this a three-way flight.
Yeah, so the Acura will be loving this because it kind of been left behind as they were formation flying, and clearly the order remains at Penske that they're free to race. Either that or Felipe Nasr just did not get the memo, and Felipe Nasr now leading, although he's gone a little bit wide into the Western Horseshoe. 7 ahead of 6, ahead of the chasing number 60 Acura. Order remaining the same for the time being in GTD Pro. So let's get this CrowdStrike update from Jamie Howe.
Watching from the Porsche Penske pits, and it's very clear that these two cars, these two teams, all under the same roof, they're allowed to battle it out. But when they're one behind the other, the word is you protect each other, you stay together, you do what you have to do to hold off the rest of the field. But when one of them can make a move around the other, it is one man for themselves. And you just watch as the teams, there is no strife here underneath the tents in the pit lane, and everybody's just watching on, biting their nails, trying to figure out which one of these two cars are going to take home the victory.
And to cover off the LMP2 story, the erstwhile top 2 in the class, the 18 Era car, the 52 PR1 Matheson car, both have come to pit lane. Front damage to the 52, rear damage to the 18. That incident is under review, so those two did come together fighting for the lead here in the final hour, and that has put Sebastian Bourdais through to the lead of the racing class. They still have to save some fuel in order to make it to the end.
Well, Sebastian Bourdais, basically the last man standing, because the number 52 PR1 Matheson car has been given a drive-through penalty, so the 18 taken out by the 52, so the 18 can't make the challenge, neither can the 52. So that then means that Sebastian Bourdais in the number 8 Tower Motorsport car has got a big advantage all of a sudden in LMP2 back to the 22 United Autosport car. And you think, how did that happen? Well, everyone's just getting penalties and hitting each other, and Sebastian Bourdais is just keeping calm. And, well, is another Rolex watch in his grasp for John Ferrano and the team for Tower Motorsports. What a story. Meanwhile, GTD Pro, Olsen versus Sims. Two guys who look so unassuming and calm, but in the car, they're animals.
They really are. Do all the talking out on the racetrack. This is some arm wrestle between Mustang and Corvette, with BMW waiting in the wings. I'm just remembering back to the fact that I'd said nobody really wants to win LMP2. We had a huge queue of cars coming out of pit road, absolutely nose to tail, and they have steadily fallen like flies to leave the number 8 car for Tower Motorsports away and gone. So will that seal it for crew number 8? We'll wait and see. Still 19 minutes to go, and the BDO knows Strategy Award needing to be awarded to both a prototype and a GT car before the checkered flag. Porsche's back through the tri-oval for the 769th time. Felipe Nasser leading Matt Campbell by 0.3 of a second.
But look at Tom Blomqvist. He's pulled 0.3 of a second out of Matt Campbell in second place on that last lap, and he's there. He's right there, a couple of car lengths behind. So this is a three-way shootout for the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona. 18 minutes to go. There's 2 Porsches there, there's 1 Acura, but we can only hand the watches out to 1 car. Are Acura going to pull an absolute blinder here? We've seen Meyershank Racing win these races in the past. Have they got another trick up their sleeve? They've got their superstar in the car in Tom Blomqvist. Can he upset the Porsche party here?
They're at turn 6. LMP2 lead is a good 45 seconds, so we can almost just gloss over that for the time being, unless anything really dramatic happens, i.e. contact. GTD Pro totally together. Ford Mustang and Dennis Olsen has a half a second lead over Alex Sims through the last tri-oval section. They're partway round a lap now, though, with the Chevrolet, the BMW, and the second Corvette of Nico Varone snapping at their heels, and it's getting really close again for GTD. I'd seen that Matt Bell was a little closer in the AWA car. Mattia Drudi, again, having to stick the elbows out in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
And he is. Matt Bell's going to be able to return the favour. Remember, Drudi had a pretty aggressive move on him, a little bit of a tap and run to get the lead in GTD. Matt Bell has indeed returned the favour. He's just moved to the front on our timing screen. So Matt Bell hits the front for AWA, Corvette, and GTD. In GTD Pro, the leaders are coming through to the Le Mans chicane now. Olsen goes a little bit on the defensive side to block the path of Alexander Sims, but gets a great exit. That Mustang has got fantastic traction out of the Le Mans chicane.
So, yeah, confirmation that the Corvette is now ahead of the Aston Martin in GTD. There's the complication as well of the number 20 Porsche for Thomas Preining on the same lap, but not a GTD car, remember. So late on the brakes into turn 6. It did take quite a bit of contact. So wheel arch to wheel arch. That will concern both teams as far as punctures might be concerned later on. And they're fanning out again underneath us here at the tri-oval with the Aston Martin on the high line. But Matt Bell runs deliberately deep. Does he left the door open though? Yes, he has. And here down the inside will come Mattia Drudi. They are nose to nose through the twisty stuff on the infield. The Aston moving all the way around the road, but Matt Bell down the inside in the AWA Corvette will fend them off. What he'd really like to see here is the number 20 GTD Pro car get through as well, which will maybe put a car between them. Has it done? It's going to certainly put a prototype between them. Yeah, this is a nightmare scenario now for Mattia Drudi. He was right there in the lead of the race, and now he's a couple of cars back. It's not changed his position, but he doesn't have direct line of sight.
This is Matt Bell's opportunity. He's got to take take this. He's got to make the breakaway now. When you get that little bit of good fortune in traffic, you have to take it. And that AWA squad, it looks like they're going to be going to Le Mans, of course. Ori Fadani, their bronze driver, winner of the Aiken Award last year for the top-graded bronze driver, which gets a Le Mans invite. Wow, if they could kick off this 2025 campaign with a Rolex 24 win, what confidence that would give that outfit. Meanwhile, at the very front of the field in GTP, it's still last year's winner, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 with Felipe Nasr, last year's champion, on board. You almost, if you looked at the timesheet right now and looked at last year's results, you know, yeah, is that guy Nasr winning again? Oh, predictable? No, not a bit of it. Not a bit of it. Nothing predictable about this.
There's been so many twists and turns to get there. That's why you must never just look at a results sheet, particularly of a big race like this. You have to see the various stages and where the full course yellows kicked in to change the story completely for certain runners. BMW have looked so strong all week, but the 24 car, although still running well off the podium now because of damage picked up in and through the traffic. Blomqvist with a good run out of Speedway turn 2, but he's not close enough to pick much of a toe up from Matt Campbell's Porsche. Of course, a lot of these prototypes have to suffer with the dirty air anyway, so it will unsettle them, particularly in the braking area for the Le Mans chicane. Acura getting a little closer again. He's certainly on the whole being the quicker of the 3, but last time around actually NASA was able to open up a larger gap. The only car in the 1:37s. Again, it's a 1:37.4 for NASA. Campbell 37.6, 37.3 though for Tom Blomqvist, so quicker than the Porsches again.
Blomqvist just getting closer and closer and closer. Now, our BDO No Strategy Award with 13 minutes to go. I mean, I suppose we're going to have to start making a call about this, Johnny. I mean, for me in prototype, you've got to look at LMP2, I think, because that's been about who executed best. There's so many fast cars, but it's who executed best. For me, that number 8 Tower Motorsport team, they had a difficult start, but they fought their way back in, and they've not made the mistakes when it's mattered. They get my vote.
Okay, well, up until the point of the drama kicking in for Era Motorsport, i.e. the spin, I think it was a strategy award. It was a wonderful decision to get the 18. Well, they had a bit of luck because the car pitted prior to the full course yellow. They then only needed to put a short amount of fuel in once we got to the actual caution, which put the 18 car ahead. You can't really include spins and mistakes within a strategy award, so the 18 car looks to be a strong one as well for me, although it is now back to 5th position. Could you also say that the Porsche 963's freedom to race from Penske Motorsport, they put the 7, or allowed the 7 to overtake the 6, because ultimately that would be better in terms of overall pace. Now the BMW is having a nibble at the rear of the Corvette and shooting through the JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche 963. So Mustang still leading, GTD Pro. Chevrolet Corvette, was second, now is going to be down to 3rd because of maybe a nibble from the BMW of Kelvin van der Linde on the brakes into the Western Horseshoe. Sims is not going to take that lying down, and van der Linde bizarrely left the door wide open there. Did he realise that he'd made contact to take the spot and think, I've got to give that back again? Now they're going to absolutely be level pegging on Speedway turn 1. Don't be touching here, boys, because this is high speed stuff. Sims with the high line, the BMW low down, and it's the big M4 that will have the inside line. Now, we've seen this scenario before where actually Kelvin van der Linde got out of it. They do touch on the backstretch, but still pointing in the right direction. And again, the Corvette is better on the brakes. So given that route through by BMW, driven by Kelvin van der Linde.
Wow. Amazing battling in GTD. Well, we've put it out to the floor, and we can confirm the number 18 Era Motorsport machine is the winner of our BDO No Strategy Award. It's so hard to call that one, so congratulations to Era Motorsport. They will certainly be disappointed with getting taken out of the battle for the win, but they are our BDO No Strategy Award winner in GTD. Well, we'll get to that in a minute because, well, Corvette number 3 of Alexander Sims battling it. Oh no! The number 4 Corvette gets into the number 1 BMW, so Nico Verone punts Kelvin van der Linde at turn 1 now. Well, that's, now van der Linde gets going. Surely race control are going to have a look at that, because Nico Verone getting into the back there of the number 1 of Kelvin van der Linde.
And it hasn't helped either the Chevrolet Corvettes either, because that's just allowed the gap to be opened up by the Ford Mustang. That incident involving car 1, the BMW, and car 3, the Chevrolet Corvette's going to be looked at, but it wasn't really Sims, was it? Nico Verone.
I thought it was
maybe
Verone, because the white Sunstrip is the number 3 car, the black Sunstrip is number 4. Could well have spotted that wrong, but we'll wait for a replay on our pictures here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Race control looking at an incident between 1 and 3, so I guess it was Sims.
I think it's going to be an incident involving 1 and 3 and possibly 4 as well. Let's see where the contact
No, it was
came.
4. It was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Well, 4 on the inside of the BMW. You could argue that the BMW was out of control as well. Did that tap on the rear of Sims? Sims' car moved, no doubt about it. And actually, they've switched around as a result, because Sims couldn't get out of the corner quite as readily. Oh, but okay, there was an incident earlier on, of course, yeah. So I think actually the incident at the Western Horseshoe that it definitely involved cars 1 and 3 is under review. We'll no doubt get another message which concerns, well, the 1 and the 3 again on the backstretch, because they were taking pieces out of one another on the run into the Le Mans chicane. And then there's been a third incident into turn 1 this time involving both Chevrolet Corvettes and the same BMW.
Could everyone but Dennis Olsen in the lead go to the headmaster's office, I think, from that one? It gets this, I mean, you're playing for keeps now. 9 minutes to go in the Rolex 24. Everything goes on the line here as the AWA Corvette hanging on, in fact mixing it up with some of the GTD Pro competition, and this is where this coexistence is so important. The cars are identical in performance potential in GTD and GTD Pro, it's just the drivers. So, and of course Matt Bell, the pro driver in that AWA Corvette, and he's got to try and mix it there as the 2 Porsches in the lead of GTP, and overall they're trying to make their way through quickly. They're going to come across some pretty fierce battles. There's a big delay there for Matt Campbell. Huge delay for Matt Campbell, and Bloomquist is on the back of him as they come through the kink. And unsurprisingly, Johnny, a penalty for Nico Verone. Drive-through penalty for Corvette number 4.
Yeah, that's for the most recent incident then that spun the BMW, car number 1 of Kelvin van der Linde, where they were all getting stacked up and the BMW was the meat in the Corvette sandwich. But the punt came from Nico Verone, and he's going to have to come and take a drive-through as his medicine.
Well, we've got a very brief moment. We're going to announce our BDO nose strategy number 57 in GTD. Windward Racing coming back from 7 laps down with a sticking throttle. They come back to, they're on the lead lap right now. They sit in 6 in GTD. Who knows how far they could get? They've got a quick race car, but to get back from 7 laps down at this level, amazing. They are our winner of the BDO nose strategy GTD award. Back to the front, the number 6 of Matt Campbell. He got mighty unlucky there in traffic, Johnny.
Yeah, big delay, but sensible to get out of it. Okay, it takes the potential win away from the 6 car. Remember that Matt Campbell was amongst the winners in the other car last year when Campbell drove the 7. So could it be back-to-back victories for the same numbered Porsche as well, but a better result across the board for Penske Motorsport, i.e. sweeping up a 1-2 finish with their 2 cars. So Nasser, Campbell now separated by 2 seconds because of the infield run a lap ago, which went really well for the 7, not so good for the 6. And there is a strong danger here that Tom Blomqvist will snatch a 2nd place finish away from the 2nd of those Porsches, but he's only got 7 minutes in order to do that. And it's not necessarily a clear run for Felipe Nasser either, because he's got prototypes in front of him. They'll be catching another gaggle of GT cars fairly soon as well. That's just the nature of the closing stages of this race. 40-odd seconds is the lead for Sebastian Bourdais from Paul Di Resta. So the order there, Tower Motorsport from the 2nd place car of United Autosports USA, and it's the Riley crew, number 74, up to 3rd position for Felipe Fraga, the current driver.
this is bonkers, this final stint here at the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona. And after that little bit of, well, that huge battle between the two Corvettes and the one BMW, that's given Dennis Olsen the perfect respite to build a little bit of an advantage. He's got a gap of 2.7 seconds back to Alexander Sims. Amazing stuff. As he'll move, and this is for second position. Blomqvist on the number 6 of Matt Campbell. Campbell tries to squeeze on the inside. Blomqvist going to go around the outside at turn 1. They're side by side through 2, and Campbell holds back onto it again. Great defensive driving, placing that Porsche 963 in exactly the right position, and Blomqvist has to try again, and all this is doing is allowing Felipe Nasr to escape up the road in the 7 car.
This is turning into the perfect strategy in actual fact. The fact that the Porsches have been split, really just as how the race has panned out, it means that the 7 car can entirely focus on winning the race, and the 6 holding on the second, yes, but holding back the 7's nearest rivals, which is Tom Blomqvist, who actually was across the line ahead of car number 6 at the tri-oval by 32 thousandths of a second. We're inside the final 5 minutes of the 63rd edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. RS2 IMSA Radio around the world, and this has been an incredible final hour. This race just has the habit of delivering year after year. It's not been a distance record. We're on lap 777, which is actually very lucky. We'll get a bit further than that, but nowhere near the record-breaking amount from 5 years ago of 833 circuits. 4.5 minutes to go, though. So what will it be? 3 more, probably, at the end of this one for Felipe Nasr. Getting close as well between a couple of GT cars further back. The place change has happened.
Blomqvist got past. Blomqvist has got past Matt Campbell. So with 4 minutes to go, is this the final twist in the tail? Is Blomqvist clearing Campbell enough for him to be able to chase down the number 7 of Felipe Nasr? Are Meyershank Racing able to pull a bank job here at the last moment to win yet another Rolex 24? I know Helio Castroneves isn't in the car, but if they were able to do that, I think we might see them climb the fence again.
So where did Blomqvist get through? We'll re-describe that to you just as soon as we know, but it must have been a good run out of the Le Mans chicane and then through Speedway 3 and 4 towards the tri-oval to be on the high side and getting the move done well before the slowing zone for turn 1. Out of 6 will go Tom Blomqvist, hunting down Felipe Nasr. So having said it was good strategy, and having said that Matt Campbell's number 1 job was holding back the Acura, he couldn't manage it. And with 3 minutes left on the clock, Blomqvist has clear line of sight now of the Felipe Nasr Porsche. Less than 2 seconds is the gap. Nasr wasting absolutely no time at all, turning left and right and left, in and out of the Le Mans chicane. But Blomqvist is leaving Matt Campbell for dust here in the number 60 Acura from Meyershank.
Absolutely remarkable stuff from Tom Blomqvist. The performances that he's put in over the last few years in the closing moments of the Rolex 24 have just defined a career, but can he overcome the final boss of all rivals in Felipe Nasr? The gap is down to 1.7 seconds. Last time by, though, just a tenth that Blomqvist was able to snip out of Nasr's lead. There is 2 laps to go here after 24 hours of racing. This IMSA WeatherTech Championship season in 2025 has kicked off in the most dramatic fashion.
Matt Bell still leading in GTD from Ayanchin Guvin in the number 120 Porsche. How well have they done to get back into the podium positions in the dark green 120 Porsche when it all looked lost and they had to make that emergency service stop during the closed pit lane in the last caution. Aston Martin, Mattia Drudi falling back to 3rd position. It would have been such a story had he been able to win along with the rest of the Heart of Racing crew on the 25th anniversary of his father's victory here at Daytona when Luca Drudi took the win, but that's looking more and more unlikely. 95 seconds still to go. Porsche continue to lead. The gap is coming down, but it's not coming down fast enough. Back to Tom Blomqvist's Acura in second.
Yeah, Nasser is pulling the pin. Nasser took 1/10 of a second out of Blomqvist in Sector 1. He's just taken 2/10 of a second out of him in Sector 2. He's doing what he needs to do to defend the honour for Porsche Penske Motorsport. This number 7 car was last year's champion in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. It was last year's Rolex 24-hour winner, and there is 1 lap to go for this squad, and a historic Grand Slam of 24-hour wins for Nick Tandy. It's something that's never ever been done before, to win the Daytona 24-hour, the Le Mans 24-hour, the Nürburgring 24-hour, and the Spa 24-hour. Overall, no one has ever done it before. Nick Tandy in this number 7 car. If Felipe Nasr can get this home, that Grand Slam will be achieved.
One more circuit to go. The white flag has been displayed to Felipe Nasr, who's now exiting the International Horseshoe. He has the Acura in his mirrors, but at a safe distance at 1.7 seconds for Tom Blomqvist and Meyerschack Racing with Curb Agashanian. It's Matt Campbell still in 3rd position. Big gap back then to Dries Vanthoor of a couple of laps. So it was always going to be about these 3 cars. The Orica of Sebastian Bourdais has a comfortable distance for Tower Motorsports over United Autosports. What's the gap between United and Felipe Fraga? That's a good 17 seconds, so that's unlikely to change as well. And it's taken him the bulk of this stint, but Dennis Olsen has just calmed things down in the GTD Pro fight for Ford Mustang in the 65 car. Has a gap of 2.2 seconds back to Alex Sims, but Sims stays ahead of now Seb Prio's Ford Mustang, so that's squeaking onto the podium. Car number 64, GTD, still in the hands of the AWA Corvette crew of Matt Bell. But it's going to be back-to-back victories for Porsche, and not only that, but the 7 Porsche here at the 63rd edition of the Rolex 24 as Felipe Nasr comes out of the final corner to see the checker flag in the distance. A record-breaking victory, of course, for Nick Tandy, his teammate as well, and Laurens Vanthoor will complete the trio to take victory for the GTP class. Acura gave it absolutely everything, but eventually finished in 2nd position, and a 2nd Porsche on the podium for the number 6 car that, I won't say faded towards the end, but couldn't hold the Acura back and then couldn't match its pace. Still waiting for the Tower Motorsports car in LMP2 to cross the line to confirm the victory for Tower Motorsports and Sebastian Bourdais, Bastian Alvarez, John Ferrano and Job van Outert. And you can hear in the background what that means to the crew, Peter Mackay.
Yes, you can. And for Ford, they had a pretty difficult debut of this new Mustang here at Daytona 12 months ago, but they win in GTD Pro. Ford Multimatic Motorsports are your Rolex 24-hour winners in GTD Pro. Dennis Olsen, Christopher Mies and Frederick Verfisch, none of them have put on that Daytona Rolex Cosmograph before, but they will today. And for AWA Corvette, they win in GTD. Matt Bell, Ori Fadani, Lars Kern and Marvin Kirchhofer.
Let's get straight down to Jamie Howe for some CrowdStrike reaction from the pit road.
Well, I watched Nick Tandy. His emotion took over as he waited for Felipe Nasr to take the checkered flag. Nick Tandy, a history-making run as he continues to hug every single member of this Porsche Penske organization, adding an overall win here at the Rolex 24 to his already impressive resume of 24-hour wins. And between the 2 teammates here, these are emotional moments. It's all come down 24 hours, nearly 780 laps, separated by less than 2 seconds. You can see the emotion on these drivers' faces as they celebrate this victory. And a quick word with Nick Tandy in just a moment's time. But being down here on pit lane and being able to watch all of these reactions and the celebrations, this is something just so special. And for Nick Tandy, it was history making. You were uncertain when we spoke yesterday. Again, the hugs continuing on, the congratulations from everybody here at Porsche Penske Motorsport. Nick, what was the biggest factor that went in?
You see every one of these people here? That's the biggest factor that went in. Just incredible. What a race, you know, to have a shootout at the finish, 2 cars at the front. It was a shame we didn't get the 1-2, but incredible. Just incredible bunch of people that I get to work with daily.
One of the things that you said yesterday.
Hi to my kids at home.
Of course, hi to the kids at home. You said yesterday one of the things that you needed was a little bit of luck, a little more pace ultimately everything was there right when you needed it. What role did you play in that?
I mean, I had a little bit, but there's 60 other people that all contribute to that. I mean, Lawrence and Felipe in the car, just unbelievable job. The car, I don't think has got a mark on it in 24 hours. I don't think we made any mistakes on pit road or on the strategy box, so yeah, mega proud.
Congratulations.
And let's stay in pit road because Ryan Marine is working hard to get reaction elsewhere. Actually, let's stay with Jamie because now Laurens Vanthoor, who shares the same 7 Porsche.
And for Larry, as he's affectionately referred to, Laurens Vanthoor, emotion has taken over for you as well. This was a tremendous drive from you guys, the tremendous work by the entire team. How do you put this victory into words?
I have no words so far. I've been wanting to win this race so long, and I've came close so many times, and yeah, the job Porsche Penske did to be part of this team is already a dream. And a couple months ago winning the World Championship, now winning Daytona, yeah, I'm almost crying. It's pretty amazing.
I've been listening to Felipe over the radio, and he's saying this is just incredible. He can't thank the team enough. When you have an organization where everybody works this well and this closely together, what difference does that make?
Yeah, it's Porsche and Penske, one of the 2 biggest names in motorsport. I always said in year 1, if these 2 names don't manage to win races, then I don't know, and that's what we keep on doing now. And yeah, it was a lifetime goal to be part of this program, and now adding up these trophies, and yeah, don't know what to say.
It'll be amazing to see where it goes from here. Congratulations.
So tough to hold on to drivers at this stage of the race because they all want to be grabbing their team. So Job van Uitert, though, we've got him back, Ryan Marine.
Able to snag him away thanks to our colleagues at Dutch TV to let me speak with one of your LMP2 class winners, Job van Uitert, Tower Motorsports. I was watching you for the final 5-10 minutes. The tears were already welling up. So many hugs, so many smiles, but so many tears. Describe the significance of this achievement.
I can't really describe it. You come here to win it. You have the dream to win this race, this prestigious event. I've come here 3 times now, and now my 3rd time was lucky. Yeah, it will take some time to sink in, but the team, yeah, they did a mega job. We were not the fastest car, but we did the right strategy at the end, and all drivers were flawless. We did a fantastic race, so yeah.
You stepped out to the middle of the pit lane, you looked down towards turn 1. Were you just soaking it all in, taking a mental picture?
Yeah, I like to look up in the sky and think about some people, and yeah, wish they were here, and then yeah, appreciate the moment.
Anyone in particular you want to name?
Oh, my grandfather.
That's Job van Uitert, champion at the Rolex 24 this year in LMP2.
Yeah, and as he wipes away the tears, he'll be, I'm sure, straight into the next embrace down at Tower Motorsports. It was a weird old class LMP2. It had so many different drivers and cars that might have won it, and then 1 or 2 just fell away in that closing stint because of spins, contact, also late fuel required, and the 8 car had seemingly planned everything to perfection to come home. Matt Bell has fallen to the ground as well, straight out of the AWA Corvette, to be picked up by one of his mechanics and fellow drivers, I think, as well. So the AWA crew, car number 13. But cheers in the background are for Porsche and for the 7 crew, as finally the other 2 drivers in that 7 car, Nick Tandy and Laurens Vanthoor, can find Felipe Nasr and congratulate him as they stand on the side of the car. Now, let's get back to Jamie Howe for another CrowdStrike interview after a spectacular Rolex 24.
For the number 65 Ford Multimatic, able to bring home that GTD Pro win. Frederic Burbich is his 3rd Rolex 24, but first class win here on the high banks of Daytona. You can imagine the celebration happening on pit lane as I'm now having to chase him through pit lane. Frederic, before you run off, I'll walk with you over to victory lane. We're gonna have to run over there, but I'll get some interviews in just a moment.
Excellent stuff, yeah. He's been pulled away again, Fred Verviche. So excitable after Dennis Olsen brought the Ford Mustang home. But this is just an incredible phase of the weekend, Peter Mackay. The celebrations, what we don't get to see is the disappointment of those that just missed out, of course. But the disappointing years is what make these celebrations all the more flavoursome, if you like, and all the stories to tell in later years.
This is why there's so much goes into all of these projects for the people, for the teams, everyone. Everyone's been here on site for 10 days, something like that, and there's so much goes into this race particularly, and to put on that Rolex watch to win this race, it means a huge amount. And Sebastian Bourdais, he must just get used to this. No, I don't think he ever does.
Let's get back to Fred Verviche. Here's Jamie.
Yes, and as we make our way over to celebrate in Victory Lane, I watched you hug every single crew member. It's your first class victory here at the Rolex 24. How do you describe this one?
I don't realize it. Dennis did a mega job. Our strategy at the end was completely nerve-wracking and unbelievable that we won it. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it.
You say it's nerve-wracking, not biting your nails, watching up on the pit cart. How do you manage that kind of stress?
It's so hard. It's I think a lot harder sitting on that bank or the bench and looking and watching and seeing everything touching and going off track. It's better to drive actually.
A lot less there, or a lot more you can control behind the wheel. For Christopher Mees watching on as well. Tremendous victory here today. It's your 6th Rolex 24, your first class victory. What are you going to take away from this one?
It's unbelievable. 1 year ago, we came here with a brand new car, finished the race, had no issues, but obviously we were lacking pace, had some small things on the bodywork which set us back, and now coming back here exactly 1 year later and winning that race. I can just say thanks to the boys and girls from Ford Performance and Multimatic, to my teammates. It's been incredible. I would have never expected that.
The difference that the year makes, all of the work that went into this, what do you think the biggest factor was in being able to get to that top step today?
Definitely our strategy in the end. We gambled. My motto is life is a gamble. We have Bruno now with us this year. It's the best strategist in the whole paddock, and it paid off. It's incredible. Unreal.
Life is a gamble, and today it paid off. Congratulations.
The captain, Roger Penske. Thank you, Johnny. The captain, Roger Penske, celebrating in Victory Lane at Daytona for the 2nd consecutive year. Last year, you ended a pretty long wait winning this event. This year, you make it back-to-back. How special is this?
Well, to see the work that we've done with this Porsche program over the last couple of years, and to see the championship last year winning here was just the start of it. So it's a credit to all our people. The relationship that we have with Porsche as a team operation, one organization, I'm thrilled.
And you let your 2 cars fight it out for the win at the final hour.
Oh yeah, it was something there at the end. I tell you, I didn't like that, but you can't let it go.
We'll let you celebrate, Roger. That's the captain, Roger Penske.
Super stuff. I think he said we've just got to let them do that late on, and why not? Because it's worked for them. Not quite perfectly. 1st and 3rd for the Penske 963s. Dennis Olsen, fresh from the Ford Mustang and GTD Pro, now with Jamie.
Thought it was interesting, Dennis's co-drivers stating that it's actually easier to be in the car there for that final stint of the race, being able to be in control, but you were the one that got the honors of bringing it home, getting this win for Ford and Multimatic. How do you celebrate tonight?
Oh, I don't think I can tell you guys. It's going to be a long night, I think. The people who knows me, I like to celebrate if we win something big, and today is a huge day. Big thank you to Ford Performance, Multimatic, my teammates, the whole crew. They've all been amazing. We didn't really think we would have it at the end, but we really gave it our all, and it paid off at the end.
When it's a 24-hour race and it comes down to the strategy right there in that final, 2 hours or so, as the driver that's behind the wheel, knowing that it's going to come down to just seconds between you and another car, how do you manage the pressure?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
How do you manage that pressure that you were experiencing?
Honestly, I was just listening to the spotter and making sure that I didn't do any big mistakes. I knew it would be hard for them to drive around me. We were quick on the straights, and Ford gave us great power, so that helped me a lot, and our rear bumper held up, so really happy for that as well. So yeah, now it's time to celebrate.
Tremendous drive. You've earned it. Congratulations.
Dennis Olsen from Ford Multimatic Motorsports, and we'll go to the results in just a moment, but we have further reaction from car number 8. So the Tower Motorsports crew. Ryan, who have you got?
Smiles and laughs all around. We've got Sebastian Bourdais and John Ferrano. We'll talk with John first. Describe this moment, all the work that goes into it, 24 hours, plus all the build-up to it, of course, and you end up where everybody dreams of being.
Well, you know, over the last 5 years, we had a chance to win almost every single year. And I cannot believe the team effort and everything else that got us here and just kept with it for the last 5 or 6 years. And here we are. I always dreamed of it, but I really never thought it would be a reality. And that's just like awesome.
The team that you assembled, I mean, you look at the driver talent in this, to have someone like Sebastian Bourdais to take it home, unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. It was very tricky at the end with all the fuel saving we had to do, but I think everybody was in the same boat, right? So it was awesome.
Let's move in here real quick and get a word with Sebastian Bourdais as well, picking up the win at LMP2. You had to bring the car home. You were third at the beginning of that final stint. The two leaders collided. Was that in front of you? Could you see it?
Not really well, but I just saw smoke, and then I saw that basically Besh just torpedoed Paulou, and Paulou disappeared on the right, and Besh had nose damage and probably got a penalty out of it. And it was like, well, if nobody wants to win it, we'll take it. So that was the most improbable one, because we definitely were not the strongest, but you know, those races are never won or lost until the checkered flag, and that's another reminder. So really happy for Tower Motorsports, Rick's group, and for John, who's been after that Rolex for a while.
Very quickly, how much fuel save did you have to do? How close was it?
It wasn't very close, but I think the initial target was wrong. So we thankfully saved a heck of a lot more, and we had a 40-something second gap, so there was really no pressure. So, like, literally, Ryan was on the radio telling me, like, literally, you cannot go slow enough. So it was the least climatic way to win it, but we'll take it, man.
Winning the race by going as slow as possible at Sebastian Bourdais.
Matt Bell for the number 13 from AWA. The emotion that's on your face. Here for radio, we can't hear the tears that are falling, but we can certainly hear it in your voice. You said that was just such incredible racing. How on the edge of your seat were you?
Yeah, I mean, that was so tough. So tough. I've already said in another interview, but the competition here in the IMSA WeatherTech series is the best in the world, and AWA team gave me the best car in the world. I couldn't have asked for a better thing to go and take on the best. It was some hard racing, really hard, but fair all the way. I have to give huge credit to my competitors. You know, that was proper racing. That's why I love this series, and hopefully the fans enjoyed it as well. I can't thank Team AWA, Corvette, GM, and my 4 co-drivers. Everybody did such a good job to give you a car to go to work there at the end, and I managed to get it over the line.
You certainly did your job today. Well done. Congratulations on the Rolex 24 class victory.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And superb work from our CrowdStrike pit, a reporting crew to get just about everyone covered there, one member or more from each of the class-winning cars. A chance to take a look at the unofficial results then. It's another win for Porsche and for the 7 car, but this time Felipe Nasr, Nick Tandy getting that unbelievable set of victories in his career, and Laurens Vanthoor winning from the chasing Acura from Meyer Shank Racing. Tom Blomqvist doing a stellar job, but just running out of laps in the closing stages. The 6 car, whilst it was looking likely to finish in the top 2, slipping back to 3rd as a result. And BMW, really a rescue mission for the 24 car to finish in 4th position after all that damage done to the nose of the car. The best placed Cadillac was in 10th, then the 85, another Porsche 963, the privately entered JDC Miller Motorsports example, and BMW, 2 of them getting to the finish in 7th position. LMP2 was led by the number 8, Orica, we've heard so much about from Tower Motorsports, United Autosports, and Riley also making the Rolex 24 podium. Then in GTD Pro, the 65 Mustang from Multimatic Motorsports. Dennis Olsen recently chatting to Jamie Howe ahead of Corvette and another Mustang of Seb Prio, the BMW on its debut of Paul Miller Racing, slipping back to 4th position. And in GTD, just heard from Matt Bell from the AWA crew that ran that black and gold Corvette. They win from the Wright Motorsports 120 Porsche. It looked like it was all gone for that crew, having had an emergency pit stop, but the 120 car did go back onto the podium into 2nd position. And the 27 crew for their Aston Martin of Mattia Drudy from Heart of Racing team finishing things off on the podium. Then, sadly, into the stragglers, we had a number of retirements, 21 in total from the 61 cars that entered this year's Rolex 24. That's why it was so important for the GTPs that ran short of time early on to rejoin. For instance, the 93 Acura and the 31 Cadillac to get points looking ahead to the next rounds of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Quite a race. It's going to be run long into the memory, Peter Mackay, and we cannot wait for the next race in Sebring in just a few months' time.
Well, and that's just a totally different competitive picture entirely. You know, you go from the high banks of Daytona, low down force car, to the big bumps of Sebring. Can't wait.
Yeah, phenomenal. Well, double day of the Rolex 24, and we cannot thank you enough for staying with us here on RS2 IMSA Radio for the 63rd edition of the Rolex 24. And if you're sticking around on RS2, we'll be doing the post-race tech show as well. But if that's a flavour of things to come in the 2025 WeatherTech IMSA SportsCar Championship, you'll be wanting to be with us for the 12 hour of Sebring in the middle of March as round 2. Congratulations to Porsche, they win in 2025.